Hello, my babies, and welcome to Dublin for the Irish Poker Open 2023. Live coverage of Day 1C from the Royal Dublin Society in Dublin, in Ireland. It's Irish. It's green. We're green in here. You're green out there. Green with envy that you couldn't be a part of what's likely to be a massive event brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. I am Joe Stapleton. Alongside me is Nicholas Michael Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
And Griffin Benger.
You know, it was just 6 years almost to the day, Joe, that I was here in Ireland winning the Irish Open. I've got to say, it's such a pleasure to be back.
And right now we've got a special introduction. The fella on your right you see is Phil Baker, the official MC of the Irish Open, and Al Ferran is a comedian and impressionist. And it sounds like we might not have Al's audio at the moment. We'll keep chatting for now until we can actually hear him. Maybe we'll lay out for a second and see if it...
Sounds like Tyson Fury.
I thought it was supposed to be...
Oh, there we go.
In and out.
We had Tyson for a second.
Well, James seems to be liking it. That's important.
Yeah.
Let's see if the smile remains throughout this.
We were hoping to capture a few impersonations just before we kick things off today, just before Shuffle Up and Deal.
Oh, he's really giggling. I'm just focused on James.
All right. Seems like maybe this audio is not going out to anyone, so we will continue to try to... Do you want to do a Tyson Fury impression instead, Griffin?
Jose Mourinho. Jose, what is so special?
Uh-oh. Maybe it's
Jose
kicked in
Mourinho.
here.
I think it's a very special sport that requires a lot of patience.
Can you guys tell which impersonation he's trying to do by the face he's making?
I can tell because he said, "Hey, Jose Mourinho."
James,
What do you think of this?
James struggling with his water, like a little spill. Oh, yeah, we
Oh,
saw it, buddy.
Already.
We
Come
got it on
James.
camera.
Absolute amateurs.
You know what's
Jeez.
great about it, too? You know he'd be the first person if someone spilled something on the felt, he would say
He'd
something.
be running out there, like trying to protect the equipment.
Yeah.
Absolute Irish legend. Right.
Oh.
Today you
A little bit of audio.
Anyway, this was a bit of a surprise to us, this impressionist, Al Ferran. We had a big old introduction for James, a big old lead up to seeing him at the feature table, and slight miscommunication here.
Instead, we see him pouring water on the table.
That's right.
Fantastic.
You know, let's have fair play to everyone playing out today. You know, they're doing a good job. They're decent, you know. Couple, as Mike Tyson said, we're on a couple of all-nighters here. You know, well done. Just have a pack.
Is this what a
You know,
filibuster
everybody
is?
said, give yourselves a pat in the
This guy would be
back.
amazing at the
Fair
filibuster,
play
I
to that guy
think.
over
There must be
there.
rules
Decent
against how many
guy.
personalities you're
I'll
allowed
tell
to
you what, right there
bring
again,
down.
very influential
Oh,
words here
here we go.
today.
Oh,
Gonna
sounds like it's wrapping up.
Go back to the boxing again. Katie
Oh,
Taylor.
never mind.
Katie, should you stop training instead of being here today?
You know, just head over to the RDS. And just, you know,
Wait,
give
isn't that
their
Trailer Park Boys?
motivational speech and
I think that
obviously
unfortunately the
networking
audio is
point.
not
Let's
doing
bring
Al
in
any
the
favors
shot.
here. I did see Al do a
You
bunch
know,
of
so
impressions
homecoming, but, you know,
on Twitter
credit to everyone.
leading up to the Irish Open. A bunch of folks
Best and
being
doing it.
excited to come play the Irish
Cash
Open,
prizes,
and he's
so,
pretty talented.
yeah, fair play.
Thank you so much, Katie. And staying in boxing, Chris Eubank, can you tell us something about the philosophy of poker?
Yes. I believe the philosophy of poker, believe it or not, is very similar. But when you look at boxing, there's a psychological aspect of that sport. And poker, while it's not 12 rounds, it could last 24 hours. And you have to be mentally intact. Isn't that what it is?
If I knew who
Everybody
Chris
talks about
Eubanks
my
was,
son
this would
Chris
probably be
is brilliant.
crushing.
If he has the,
I've actually
if he
met
has
Chris
the
Eubank
other
before,
force
so
to be the
it's pretty
best
good.
Is it
boxer,
good?
to be
Yeah,
better than me.
it's on the money
But
for
I
sure.
do not believe that he will be the Simba to my Mufasa. That is it.
Well, thank you so much, Chris. And
I love
let's
a
get
Lion
into
King
the
reference.
catering here at the Irish Open. We have the O'Brien Sandwich Bar. We have Eddie Rockets outside, the Asian, all happening here this weekend. Can you tell us something a little about it, Gordon, in your experience?
Experience. What am I supposed to say? And it's terrible. It's amazing. It's great. They're the sponsors. O'Brien's, Eddie Rockets. I seen the guy over there, that Ute security up there. He said that the Eddie Rockets sauce wasn't nice. The yellow secret sauce. It's amazing. What's wrong with you? It goes with the burger. It goes with the fries. For God's sake. I'm finding it very hard not to swear this morning, but I've been told not to. Okay?
Well, I appreciate.
Move on, big boy.
Okay, I'm
Come
sorry.
on, move on.
James
Come on.
has a soft
I'm trying my
spot for
best.
impressionists.
Let's talk to three icons of the silver screen. Can we please speak to Pesci, De Niro, and Mal?
Here we
I
go.
gotta tell you, it's good to be here. We're all good this morning, huh? No tired heads. Ready to attack the day. Oh, you all sound very motivational this morning. Come on. Where's the enthusiasm? Come on.
Trying to
It's
get
crunch
the
day.
crowd
Is he
Come
doing
on.
bad, Grandpa?
Joe Pesci wants to say a couple of words as well. He's not happy about the lack of swearing, but nothing to do about it.
Let me tell you something. I'm happy to be here. I'm very happy to be here, Phil. Are you happy to be here?
Nice.
It's great. It's great. I just want to acknowledge the table here behind us, the main table. These guys have the patience. You know, you're putting up with me all the time. You know, it's great. It's great. I don't know what you're laughing at. What do you find so funny? I am. You, I'm a clown. What's so funny about me? Move, Pacino. I gotta tell you. Now I'm gonna pump everyone up. I know everyone's tired, but I need it from the crowd today. I'm 80 years old and I'm still going. Can I get a hoo-ha? One more time. Hoo-ha!
Yeah, James!
There he is.
Hoo-ha!
All right, some folks. Look, it is very
Thank you
early
so
by
much,
poker
guys.
standards.
We're going to talk
Very
to
early.
Rio Ferdinand. Rio Ferdinand, we've got a very, very personal question. I'm going to ask you a personal question. We don't usually go personal. We're going to ask it this time, one time only. Have you ever gone on this sesh with JP?
Listen, JP McCann, that man is unbelievable.
JP, one
He
of
is
the
the man
organizers
you
of
want
the
at
Irish
roulette
Open from
wheel.
Paddy Power.
What a guy. Tremendous. Unbelievable. Shout out.
Oh, thank you for that. Big shout out to JP. Go right across the border. Your man that possibly should be in Ballina, County Mayo. Joe Biden, Presidente, welcome.
Folks, I just want to say it's great to be here at the Welsh Poker Open.
The face makes it. You're right, Joe.
Thank you for having me. I'm going to go off to the great town of Ballina, County Mayo. Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Go across to another legend of American politics, the one and only. I know you're probably just happy to be here after what's happening to you this week in New York. Mr. Trump, welcome.
Here we go. Buckle up.
Well, let me tell you something. You know, the New York State has spent $200 million to put police on the streets for a tiny little court case that means absolutely nothing. I'm innocent. It's really, really bad. You know, they've spent the same amount as the Irish Poker Open has. It really is a disgrace. I just want to apologize, for that idiot Joe Biden getting the place wrong. It really is. It's very disrespectful to the organizers of the Scottish Poker Open. So I want to apologize on his behalf. No, it's the Irish Open. Thank you so much for having me. What a tremendous crowd.
Ladies and gentlemen, Al Foran.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Al
Absolutely
Foran.
fantastic. Thank
What
you,
was
Al,
that,
for
15
kicking us off
impressions
in a
and-
bit of style today. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Irish Open 2023. A big day today. A lot of people trying for day two. We know there was over 300,000 went to the winner last year. Could be even more this year. A lot of people here today trying to win any part of that. The money's important. Of course, unless you're JP McCann or Paul O'Reilly or Peter Dempsey, 300 grand will make a difference to you. It really will. These two guys make a difference to their lives. But people like us, Al, it really will make a difference. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from the money, what's going to happen here? You're going to become part of Irish folklore. You are going to become an Irish Open champion and that will stay with you forever. It's going to be a great feat to whoever achieves it, and we'd like to wish each and every one of our players the very best luck over the next few days. Lots happening here in the room, lots of entertainment going to keep going right throughout the whole weekend. On behalf of event organisers, Mr. J.P. McCann and Mr. Paul O'Reilly, we welcome you all. Delighted to see everybody here at our brand new venue here at the RDS. Al Foran, thank you so much for your participation. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Al Foran.
Great work, Al.
Claps all round.
We are so excited to kick it off. Biggest feeder into day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, good luck to everybody. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
All right. Well, we have been dealing. I mean, not in poker. We've been dealing with audio issues and various other things going on. But we're ready. We're ready for poker. If nothing, if you weren't excited, if you weren't champing at the bit for cards to be in the air 12 minutes ago, you definitely are now. And we are excited. That's right. Live coverage of Day 1C. From the first time ever, the partnership between PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. James Hardigan not commentating today. He'll be with us eventually, assuming he doesn't win the whole damn thing. Nicholas Walsh and, as I said, semi-defending champion Griffin Benger here in the booth. Now you can do your spiel, Griffin.
Well, I was going to say, did you say champing at the bit? Was that a Griffin Benger reference?
That is the actual phrase, is champing at the bit. But yes, championing at the bit. Somehow Hardigan down 100 chips already. This was supposed to be the big reveal. Our friend and colleague, James Hardigan, playing in today's event, not only playing, but potentially winning money for you, the viewers.
I will leave that to my friends and colleagues in the booth.
And hopefully James is chatty today.
Got previous experience of,
and we're going to start.
Mistake of reacting verbally to my cards.
I've done the same thing, actually.
Okay.
I have announced my hold cards while playing poker because I'm so used to doing it.
It's the curse.
So here's the deal. If James makes it to the dinner break today, we're going to have a $10,000 free roll for you, the viewers.
Let's go.
If James makes it to day 2 tomorrow, we're going to have a $15,000 free roll for you, the viewers. If James makes the money on Sunday, we're going to have a $25,000 free roll for you, the viewers, as James Hardigan flops right huge here. An open-ended straight draw and the nut flush draw.
I want to see it on TV.
Stop the count.
No, I should do it live. You'll see it on TV. Yeah.
Chip leader James Hardigan.
Just flopping street flashes.
Street flash draws.
So first blood goes to our boy Jimmy, who, by the way,
On the way,
is Irish.
Maxwell's getting the photos in now while I still have chips.
Obviously, we're sweating James and his success in this tournament, but the fact that you guys get to sweat those free rolls if he goes deep is even more exciting.
Oh, open it up, James. 5-4 suited. Come on, we're five-handed.
Griffin, look, James is going to play far nittier than that. You gotta give him a chance. That is not even close. We should give a little bit of due to some of the other players at this table.
Oh, look, another street flash.
It would have had one.
This hand being played between David Moger of the USA and Emmanuel Mircea Lupascu, year of Romania.
Year of Romania.
I hope this will be a lesson to James that he should play every single hand, considering he would have turned trips.
Did nobody tell him that it's all stacked up for him here?
The hand I considered playing was 4-5 of hearts.
Oh, and now he's already giving away information. Rule number 1, always play 4 or 5 of hearts. Rule number 2, don't tell people that you folded it, you net.
No. Just already.
Already given it away.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Oh, did everyone know to put the cards side by side in the box?
James, stop working.
This the box? That's the box.
What did we agree? No word talk.
So that everyone at home, I'm sorry.
Something else.
So that the viewers at home can see how badly I am playing. how perfectly.
He's already insecure about the 5-4. It's such a fine fold.
I mean, I can only imagine what is being said in live chat right now about that because, of course, when you can see everyone and you can see what Turn and River are, it's.
James, it's okay.
I'm already having the best time, you guys. I'm not gonna lie.
I like how defensive he is already. It's
Yeah,
really
yeah,
great.
yeah.
He's just trying to get out.
Very unhinged. I love it.
Always the PR man trying to get out in front of everything. Hardigan flopping best here with a pair of 8s. Lupascu with what was bottom pair is now only third pair. And two pair for Hardigan.
In the hizzy.
James, you better not check this river. Thank you.
Never check.
I do.
Wow.
Hey, let's go.
I think James might be the tournament chip leader right now.
He's done it again.
I mean, we don't know what's going on at the other tables.
No, as far as we're concerned.
As far as I'm concerned,
He's certainly table captain right now.
he's already champion of my heart. So there you go.
So what do they get?
A rough night.
Schrodinger's chip leader. Nice one, River. Oleksha. He's got the ace-jack.
This is, of course, Antony Oleksha from Poland. And it looks like we are going to get a defend from Moger, David Moger, in the big blind, who flops a straight flush draw.
This is going to be the tournament of street flash draws, I think.
Sorry, it's my fault.
Street flash. And we're going to be getting lots of new players joining the table as this tournament fills in. And this is interesting. Obviously, the nut flush draw against the straight flush draw, and both players make a flush now. Moger still with the straight flush draw, but now drawing to the bad end of it.
Interesting check back from Alexa here.
Wow. That's unexpected. Mooger does decide to bet the 5 of clubs here. Alexia's just checking. He's got the big one.
Yeah, but he's just gonna call. You lose to the 9. Watch. Nah, he raised.
Raises to 1,500.
As far as yesterday was concerned, I was still working behind the scenes on the production. Today, here I am.
James worked so hard. This was the only way we were going to get him to take a day off.
We'll
put you in the tournament.
We all got together. We're like, wouldn't it be nice to do a production without James one time?
I'm playing today. This was his campaign. About a week after this. I basically kind of. As soon as this was over, I will go back.
This is Ben Vinson.
I mean, with this structure and this stack, take some horrible twisted face for tour.
Hardigan with another big hand. Moger's in with pocket 5s. Didn't have a chance to cover this at the top of the show as Moger flops another open-ender, turns a set. I don't think Hardigan's going to get in too much trouble on this coordinated board.
Good fold.
Yeah, so Twitch, YouTube, we're live on both. Happy to field your questions and comments. We are going to be quiet, though, as these players chat. we're going to do a little chip count here for the 6 players we've got at the table now. I think maybe one of those players isn't quite here yet, but did pre-register. They just haven't taken their seat. Flush draw for Lupascu.
Little bottom gutter for Vincent, as the aggressor is going to fire.
And a quick call.
Turn card, 8 of clubs. That is the straight for Vincent. Welcome to the table.
Wow, this is a spicy turn.
Yeah, and you unblock all the pairs on the board, so I could see quite a large bet here from Lupascu, hoping to get max value from those 2 pair type hands. They're certainly plausible here, and does go full pot with 1,500.
Fun comment here from Kieran on YouTube. Hardigan surely has good grasp of the game. I can see him doing better than people think. Saying that, I don't think he'll bluff even once.
You might be right.
And Lupascu does call with the overcards in the flush draw and makes a somewhat dicey top pair on the end.
I feel like there's a chance this still actually gets paid.
Yeah, so disguised is that king. You know, you don't like that you have 2 diamonds in your hand here because it represents some of the bluffs that Lupascu's going to have. But Lupascu could just, you know, have ace-10 here and be targeting those 8-7 off type hands.
That is a pot-sized bet and gets paid.
Yeah, slightly over pot actually gets paid as well. Fantastic stuff. Great sizing there from Vincent. Love to see it.
Lupascu will look you up.
Nice hand. Extracting max value there. Really like that turn pot size bet. Slight over bet on the river.
Croaks has a question, Nick, that I think you can answer.
Oh, yeah?
Can we confirm or deny that the great PokerStars Strag is playing this event?
He is indeed. He sent me a picture of his ticket just now. He's been here for a few days now. Been playing a few bits and bobs. It was a staff tournament last night, in fact, which we both played. But he is in the mix. Hopefully we'll get him on a feature table at some point as well. That'd be great.
And I do want to address the free roll situation again. Now, I'll go over the entire thing once more. James Hardigan, if he makes the dinner break. By the way, the dinner break today, dinner break typically in a poker tournament is about 8 hours in, if they're playing like a 10 or 12-hour day. Dinner break today is about 4 hours in.
Wow.
So if James makes the dinner break, we're going to have a 10K free roll tonight.
Nice.
If James makes day 2, we're going to have a 15K free roll tomorrow. If James makes the money, we're going to have a 25K free roll on Easter Sunday. Now, we kind of want the free roll to be just for you, the viewers. We don't want it to be like a worldwide look. It's hard to limit it. But in order to make it so that only the people that are here sweating James are able to play the free roll, as few other stragglers as possible, we're not going to give out the password for the free roll until 15 minutes before it starts, which is 7 p.m. local time, about 6 hours from now. That's when it starts. We're going to give out the password 15 minutes before it starts, and we're only going to let people register until about 15 minutes after it starts. So you got a 30-minute window to get in. So make sure you're listening around 6:45 p.m. local time to get that password and register as quick as you can to get in that free roll. That's how it's going to work all 3 days, every single day at 7 p.m., assuming James makes it to day 2 or to the money. Big, big trouble here for Vincent, who gets run down by this pair of 6s on a board that is going to look very innocuous. Now, it is going to hit And Vincent's in a big blind, too, so it's really not supposed to hit the cutoff either. Yikes. Could be trouble for Vincent.
Pocket six is playing it slow.
Oh!
And a king on the turn. Vincent on fire.
Oh, boy. Vincent no longer in trouble.
Sit over sit.
You got to go big here on the turn, right, Griff, on this texture. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Just make it like
you
pot.
Want to charge, yeah, you want to charge all those, you know, flush draws. Something like Queen Jack of Clubs certainly would be a hand that's possible here. And then, of course, in the unlikely but sometimes scenario, when your opponent does have something like a set of sixes or nines. And I really like the way that Alexa is playing this. Allowing...
Wow.
Both players with a boat now. Both players very likely to think they have the best hand. Both players likely to think that their opponent has a hand they can get value from.
One of them is a sailboat and one of them's a yacht. Bigger boat for Vincent.
Vincent found that really nice bet size when he turned that gutter ball straight just now. Can he find a nice size here as well?
Looks like it. 3,600. And is going to get just called.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, against a different player, you're just going to get a whole chunk there.
I mean, I'm raising there with a boat with sixes.
And I think you probably should.
Yeah, you kind of need to raise there. I mean, the reality is your opponent's going to be betting with that sizing with ace king as well.
Yep.
So luckily for Alexa there, but
that's a dude who's used to being bad beat. Like that's a grizzled, like that's a guy who like shoves pre-flop and shows aces to the table,
and then announces, "I just didn't want to get called by that trash you guys play with."
Yeah, I didn't want to get sucked out on.
Waits around for 3 hours, finds the aces, ships, wins one big blind.
Heck of a just call there.
Yeah, absolutely. Found the right spot this time though.
VJ and Wins are asking if this is a re-entry. You can actually re-enter once per flight in this event. So I guess you could be in this for as many as 8 times. There are 4 starting flights. And Griffin has fired once in this event already.
I have.
Just to warm up.
I actually had a pretty funny bust-out story.
All right, I'm down.
Mind me sharing. So I got back from the break going into the last level, very short, about 6 or 7 big blinds. And middle position opened, and I had pocket nines on the button. I went all in, came back to the other player, who had a lot, see it like 100 plus 150,000. He calls, turns over pocket sixes, and I go, it's a flip. And show the nines. And his face, he was just like, he was kind of offended at first, and then he realized it was like, it was like 6 bigs, and I was just, it came king 9, 7.
What?
And then the whole table was just like, 5, punish him. I'm like, punish me! Like, turn 5. And everyone's like, 8! And then the 8 came, and that's how I busted the Irish Open.
Your boy James Hardigan getting a little loose for him on the butt with 9-8 suited, and unfortunately, turns the straight draw. Did c-bet into trips.
Don't do it, James.
Now looking a little confused as to how to handle.
Good fold, James.
I mean, without a heart, he's never playing this, is he? That's a great fold, James. Well done. Don't get sucked.
He's got enough heart in his name.
Good job.
Kid's got a lot of heart again.
So the moral of my story is I think it's okay to slow roll someone if it's your 6 big blinds.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, you got to find those little moments because slow rolls can be funny. But they're
also
hard to find.
Everybody loves Griffin Benger. I mean,
I can't stay mad at this guy.
He gets away with murder.
And guacamole on the bet sheet.
Stuff that would get most other guys punched in the face. It's kind of like how you treat someone that's maybe like someone like razzes you, and you turn around and you see they're in a wheelchair, and you're like, oh, I can't be mad at this person. That's kind of that's kind of
I can take it.
That's what happens when Griffin. Someone's like, why? And then they look at him and they're like, oh no, we can't. All right, we're gonna let this slide.
6 big blinds.
Oh. Lupascu trying to bounce back after that king-jack hand. Going to flop 2 pair with the king-4. Sixes. Let's go, James. We got free roll hunters wanting to see you do well.
Last night at dinner, we were actually telling a bunch of Griffin stories.
Oh, yeah?
And my friend Michael Ian Black was at dinner, and he heard like 3 or 4 stories about Griffin, and then the Kasuf hand came up. And he was like...
I'm not sure I've seen that one.
And then he was like, which he had seen, obviously. And he was like, wait, is that the Griffin that you guys have been talking about this whole time at dinner? We were like, yeah. He's like, oh, that explains everything.
I'm loving James's
James
serious
taking
face.
it down.
Look, it's impossible
gosh.
to have been covering
I would
poker
just
as
love
long
to
as
be
we
that
have
hand.
and be terrible at it, right? Like some information has to have seeped in.
Early days. Let's see how the rest of the level goes. Joe's already victory lap. You see that C-bet with 6s? I mean, with the amount of hands that we've done.
I'm not saying you can't make mistakes. I'm just saying it's impossible to be terrible.
I think it's impossible to be terrible. I would agree with that statement. I feel like James calls the action pretty good, but there's a big difference between calling the action and then actually, enacting some of those strategies, right?
Absolutely.
I'll go. Hey James, this looks like a spot. He goes, yeah, possible squeeze spot, absolutely, Nick. Will he actually squeeze in those spots? Is the question?
No, I mean I'm not saying he will. I certainly won't.
This is the conversation that Joe has with himself every time he plays the poker tournament in the mirror. It's impossible for me to be terrible. It's impossible for me to be terrible.
I don't get scrutinized though. I've only played the few times I've been moved to like stream tables. I go bust like within 3 hands. So I just get coolered or flip out.
That's a very good question by Pappy Van Winkle. Is there a single person rooting against Hardigan? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's hard to find.
Yeah.
Yeah, what kind of watch is James wearing? Good question.
Oh, that is a good question. And James knew that question would come up, and he texted it to me.
Nice.
Yeah, Jay Hardigan, big horologist.
He's wearing a Panerai Luminar Marina, a PAM 1312.
What edition?
Kidding. The 1312.
Great year. Great year, 13-12.
Hey, Pam, where's Jim? Huh? Where's Jim, Pam? All right, we got Moger versus Lupascu. Domination situation. Under the gun versus the button. And out floppage for the year of Romania. Pair 10s. Pair 10's good.
The pace of play today, pretty speedy. I'm liking this a lot. Oh, hello.
Oh, Johnny.
Domination, restoration.
These decks so cold today.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow. What did I say about cold decks?
It's been pretty chilly.
It's been real chilly today.
3,400 in the pot. We're looking at 2,000. Quick call. Bad news.
Moger's going to pick up this pot. So more TBC on Twitch says Jeff Platt has to be screaming into his pillow somewhere in America whenever James wins a pot, right? Only anti-sweater I can think of. What's funny is that Jeff tweeted in support of James yesterday, and I replied, like, let's hope he runs like you. And Jeff replied, absolutely no shot of that happening, because Jeff knows he runs absolutely golden.
What did Jeff Platt? He won something with the...
Jeff went super deep in a WPT, I think, like made a final table.
Oh, wow, okay.
Eki Fump asking, no table chat mics, or are they just quiet at the moment? They're quiet at the moment. There was some glitching happening, kind of made it a little dicey to listen to. So while that's worked on, you're going to have to listen to just us. But we hope to get it up and running again soon, because I want to hear what Hardigan has to say.
I want to hear what he has to say about this ace-8 of spades.
Well, we're going to find out. He's going to let the chips do the talking, and call on the button seems reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
Seems all right.
Yeah.
And Moger is going to call with 4 deuce offsuit. All right.
Wow.
Hey, you got 40% of a wheel there.
Oh, Hardigan
my
has
God.
flopped so hot so far today. Has not missed a single flop. That's not true. Has this time flops up and down, and the flush draw.
He's going to show it. Oh, you're not going to show it.
I'm just waiting for him to drop the "you'll see it on TV" line. It's obligatory.
I mean, James Hardigan's desire to say street flash in any situation where there's actually a street flash possibility is already so overwhelming.
And a little sigh there from Lupascu, who's run exceptionally bad early goings here. How do you lose 13,000 in the first 15 so hands? Well, when you make top pair after flopping the second nut flush draw against a straight, when you make trips in a 3-bet pot against Broadway. What was the other one? It's just unlucky stuff so far.
Lots of coolers. A little blind be blind action here.
Goose is on Twitch asking, did James have to pay his buy-in himself, or was he bought in by Stars? Now, we're being very upfront about this. James?
Oh, my gosh.
What is going on, dealer?
All right, we're going to handle that question momentarily, because we have got another massive cooler.
But, hey, knowing Alexa likes to just call with these big hands, as evidenced by that pocket 6 hands. And do we get another call? I mean, you'd think you'd want to find a raise in this spot. Oh, no, just a call.
Yeah, if you guys recall a few hands previously, this was the player that called down with the boat on the river.
Look, I can understand a just call here against the small blind. Like, what can they have? What can they – you've got this board locked up.
Well, right, but, you know, if you're calling, it's because you're trapping, right? You want some more action from the guy.
Of course. I'm just saying that, like, when you raise, like, you just expect they're going to fold most of the time.
Yeah, but every flush draw continues. All those like Jack nines, Queen Jack will probably continue. So you do get some value from, you know, if it's 10-8-4 no hearts, I would be more inclined to just call. But sometimes you want to find some raises. Wow, and can we get a check back from the Polish big blind?
Oh, wow.
Wants to eke out a little value from the ace-10 type hands. Don't blame him, but Set's going to win it.
Wow.
Wow.
It's just another, what is that, the 5th cooler we've seen in the first level today?
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, river play as well. I mean, you got top set. I mean, checking that river seems kind of cool, though, Griff, right? Because your opponent's going to have a lot of missed draws there, too, right? But, yeah, there you go. Cold one indeed.
So anyway, back to the question about James Hardigan, who you can see is 3rd on the leaderboard at this table, still above starting stack, but it's Vincent who has won the most. Moger 2nd in chips, and poor Lupascu at the bottom. James is in this event, courtesy of PokerStars, which is why he will not be keeping any of the profits. He's going to donate anything he wins to charity. But the main reason for this is for you, the viewers. We wanted to do a little treat for James, a little treat for the viewers, and those free roll dollars go up for every stage of the tournament he makes. Now, I haven't worked out anything for what happens should James final table.
Well, I was going to say, I'd like to announce that if he wins, there's going to be $1 million free.
That is not true. That is not.
Cut the tape. Cut the tape.
That is not binding. I can't even entertain it as a joke.
If James Hardigan wins this tournament, I will run a home game, and you guys can play in it on PokerStars.
This is actually.
But I have a feeling that should James go deeper than we could possibly imagine, that something special might be able to get scraped up.
Yeah.
But I cannot promise it.
I mean, aside from there literally being 50K viewers live on Twitch watching him take it all the way down,
Yeah.
that in
I'll tell you
itself
what,
is a reward.
I'll tell you what, if James Hardigan wins the Irish Open 2023, I will give one lucky viewer $1,000. That's binding.
I'm not even sure that that's legal, so please stop.
Okay, stop.
Just stop.
I'm done.
Honestly, just stop.
Don't you have a poker tournament to play or something, Griff?
Listen,
Pocket
I'm just
eight.
excited about James being in the tournament, okay? And the idea of him winning was exciting to me.
Pocket eights for Moger. Hardigan with a very defendable ace-9 of clubs in the big blind.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see how hot he's running. Can he run down the eights? Yeah, no
Yeah,
problem.
baby.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Those flops the ace. Now, if anything, I mean, we've seen a lot of spicy turns and rivers, though.
How about like an Ocho on the turn?
Oh, yeah.
wow. Sure.
Just lock it up on the turn, Hardy boy.
Just check it again, you cheeky bugger.
Is this when we find
Oh,
out
here
that
come
Wow.
the bets.
And he
Oh.
manages,
Don't you dare
he
raise.
manages to induce a bet.
Make it look like you have queen high and you're getting stubborn. Oh, he's trapping him good. Oh, set the trap, James.
I mean,
No,
yeah,
James.
no, this is.
It's okay.
I think that's reasonable.
He has to bet there.
I think
yeah.
that's reasonable. Is this when we discover that in Ireland they actually just play short deck by default? That's why we keep seeing so many big hands.
I thought that the type of pot that everyone.
Hardigan thought maybe he was chopping there, but nope. No case ace. Eki Fump asking, what watch is Hardigan wearing? Can we get a what is it, a command for this? It's a
Panerai.
Panerai Luminor Marina, the PAM 1312. Let's get a command for that. Francine, watching from afar, asks, is he wearing his lucky T-shirt? I have some information on that, too. His T-shirt is the logo from Osato Chemicals, the company that was a front for Spectre in You Only Live Twice.
Jeez, that is... The cuts don't get much deeper.
Check. Check. That's 400.
And Oleska is going to pick up a little pot, probably a little disappointing. Did someone fold top pair on that flop?
I mean, maybe.
So it's on a 30-minute delay? Is that
30-minute delay, yeah.
I'm a little... I would be surprised. Maybe it was like an overbet or something.
Or a bet and a raise? I looked away for a second because of the watch thing.
Tube into it.
A hell of a read, folding top pair on a 9-high board.
Yeah, bluffing. Yeah, it's very. I always consider these.
You don't see that a lot, guys.
Yeah,
That's something you don't see too frequently. Especially not in a 1K.
It's just because number most of the players have shown up yet, and secondly, it's you're right. You don't get kind of
unless you get a 4 total.
I mean, funny. We're half an hour into play, and already there have been some ridiculous hands. So, I think in that respect, we're doing all right.
Okay.
It's the wrong time.
A little bit of blind v blind action there.
It's never a bad time getting a whole bunch. You just hope that getting a whole bunch. You just hope that what you hope is it continues.
Yeah.
And you're not using up all that run good kind of in the inconsequential stages.
Yeah. You want to be on the right side of it as well.
Yes. You want to be basically you want to be in that position where you're not going broke with 2 pair against a set.
Raise 300.
That's okay. I can just
Raise.
crackling and stuff.
We raise 1,000.
$1,000?
Yes.
No, it's not the right type for the 4-bet mean.
And Vincent attacking James there with quite a late 3-bet with the Jack-8 off. Surprised to see this being mixed in to the 3-bet range here pre-ante. So hopefully James gets a bit wise to it and doesn't let Vincent run him over. But, you know, having said that, if I'm raising ace-5 at the cutoff and get 3-bet there, I'm folding too. So, yeah, maybe just Vincent seeing a little spot to take advantage.
One out, that out.
Yeah, so far Vincent seems pretty confident, both in his bet sizing and his sort of positional awareness. A couple soft spots. Hopefully James does get wise, as you say.
Because I'm a great believer in bringing back all of these stupid-ass nicknames from, like, 2001.
The Ducks.
Yeah.
Pascu pairs the 7 here.
He was the best at it, wasn't he? He's the pioneer of the
absolutely.
pocket pair.
Turns a flush draw.
Also, got to have your Dolly Parton, your 9 till 5, your Broderick Crawford 10 floor.
Yeah, there's no shortage of spicy turns today.
Well, these are all like, like every poker book that came out from like the late 90s through to the mid 2000s always had a glossary of like poker terms, which was basically just like all stupid nicknames for hands.
So every time someone play the hand badge, they get the what? The Dolly Bronson.
Yeah.
And the flush on the river, and Moger doesn't decide to bluff with that missed straight draw and that Jack of Diamonds blocker, and good thing.
Pascu was waiting for him.
The guy had an ante left and he had to like, I suppose it's pretty.
It's pretty weird.
It happened twice.
I think I'm right in saying, don't worry, there's enough people watching to correct me if I'm wrong, but both, it was back-to-back years that he won the World Series, and in both years he made a full house with 10 deuce.
Oh, right, okay, so maybe there's... I thought that's true.
I think that's true. But anyone knows because, you know, they have like artists and they didn't even have photographs back then. So. Yeah.
That was the Neolithic era.
Most of the people who were there, sadly, no longer here.
But I'd be surprised if anyone's still check. Bronson's still there, so.
That's true, despite the internet's efforts to tell us that he's dead.
Check.
Advantage Hardigan defending
500.
small blind here.
The 3 is good.
It was the 6, if you must know.
Definitely the 6.
James is having fun. I like to see it.
This is what I was after.
Yes.
When I had this idea. Thank you very much.
I just want to say I signed off on this as well. I said it was a good idea, so you know.
When Griffin says he signed off on this, what we mean is that we gave him a box of crayons to play with at dinner, and he made a drawing on the paper tablecloth.
But it was a picture of James Hardigan playing poker, in fairness.
I mean,
idea good?
My opinion was there for the ceremony, but no, it's basically
Kings. Alexa.
I mean, I know we've seen a lot of coolers, but like a lot of the coolers that should have cost them a lot more as well. Like I feel like we're getting off, a lot of players getting off kind of light considering the level of coolage we're seeing.
James, by the way, James and I have a bit right now about how we've kind of flip-flopped in our lives in multiple ways, one of which being James winning the Global Poker Award this year and getting to play in the event. He's having a pretty good year. It's not so bad having a life that mimics my own.
Do you live in Romania or?
Yes.
So you've come over just for this event, or?
Yes, just 7.
Cool.
This is Dublin, the Irish.
Is he going to say Year of Romania? Live on the table.
Let's hope so.
Good.
Pascu lost nearly half his stack so far today.
It is the Year of Romania. So
Hey, we got him.
You know, a lot of
and that's why we know
a lot
the
of Twitch
comebacks
chat
about to happen.
pros
That's why we know
commenting
kind of
on
gonna
some of the plays from
on my
Alexa,
stretch
but I
very
will
soon.
say
It's gonna happen.
most of you and most of us would have busted by now with the kind of coolers that he's faced.
Exactly.
Okay, 6-9. What was it? 6-9-5, King 9 with pocket sixes, and 10-8-4 with 10-8 against tens, and the man sitting there with like 17,000. So, you know what?
Yeah, cool.
He's allowed 6x opening with kings after all that. All right, I'm letting it slide. Not even gonna mention it.
7 point?
I got 5.
Oh my gosh. Top pair almost. When you flipped the king over, I'm like, all right, let's look at what we've got.
I was only, King 9.
I thought you might have bet something there, but it wasn't very good.
At some point, and it will probably be many, many months down the line, I'm sure I'll watch this stream back. I'll be like, oh God, what we...
And you're going to say I was at the table with the
Finner 3-6 asks if Maria Ho's going to make an appearance. I'm not sure, but we will have her in Monte Carlo.
You know, why didn't you play that? Why did you do that so
Some
badly? Why didn't you just shut
extent.
up for 5 minutes? That's what I'll be saying to myself.
Raise 300.
They don't really tell me anything, so I shouldn't even be answering. But I am excited to see her in Monte Carlo.
Well, at least you can get your kind of final table short-handed strategy in now.
Yeah.
Petar 213
but
says
the
James
other
plays
players
perfectly without a mistake.
And me.
You goddamn
No
right.
offense.
Oh, Wheelie Dan, Vincent just running hot,
500.
and Moker with a pretty huge piece considering. And just gonna find the call there.
Check.
You know you're having a good start to the day when you make the nuts with 5-3 off.
Absolutely.
What a smelly hand.
Absolutely.
And once again, you know, we're talking about an unblocked situation. It's so nice making straights. You can just bet so big. Your opponent's going to have all the pairs, the top pairs. You can't blame Moger. I would continue here with this hand.
Yep.
100 times out of 100.
Oh, wow. The coolers today are just savagery. Absolute savagery. Trips now from Moger, who checks.
Another no good trips.
Vincent actually now probably thinking maybe actually get value from a 7 here some of the time as well, you know. Like, you know, not even necessarily needing to target an ace.
Oh, don't you dare check back. No, I think that, well, 7's not, I don't think 7's going to be betting with these button small blind spots here. But Moger is going to expect, Vincent is going to expect Moger to have
Great
a lot
size.
more aces than flushes here,
Good hand.
flatting from the small blind.
Yeah, it really is real.
Yeah, wow. Another cooler for us guys.
Straight again.
I mean, action dealers here in Ireland.
Is this the first flight you've played? Or do you fire off in?
I fired off every other tournament, but not this one, mate. It's the first one I played, yeah.
Vincent stacking them up again. Nice bet size there on the river.
If he's running like this, he only needs one.
Hey, Vincent, listen, I'm happy for your hot start, but I didn't like that Jack 8-3 bet against James Hardigan, so you watch out, all right? You watch yourself.
My wife tells me all the
Okay, got
time.
my eye on you.
I don't know if he's
Bit of a
lying.
too tight fold, I think, from James there, 5-handed.
We'll get some fresh air, I think, after that.
Maybe a little
Raise 300.
on the tighter side, especially with the tough Vincent on the direct left.
That was a pretty
But probably
decent
the top
30
of
minutes work.
Old Hardigan's fold range. I think ace 10's getting opened up there.
Houses. That's the thing, right? It's number one is to get those hands, but number two is to make sure that someone else has got something really good that's not quite as good.
400.
400.
James dropping the knowledge.
Call.
Yo, Alexa's like, yo, buddy, I got king high. Think I'm
Well,
messing around?
King high is no longer king high.
Yeah,
Once
that's
again,
you and I were in.
a
It
board
wasn't much
changing
of a
river
pot,
card.
But I had king 10.
And I think Lupascu might bet
You
on
know,
this
king
river.
was
I
in.
mean,
It
does
flushed
just-
out there.
Yeah,
and I'm
he's
like,
going to
well, I
bet
don't know.
because,
I mean,
you know, when your opponent has something like ace 4, ace deuce,
but I ended up hitting the 10 on.
going to get some folds sometimes. But, Alexi, there you go. You hit the river. You deserve it. Ba-boom.
Called by Aleshka.
That'll do it.
Any other river, it probably works.
How do we feel about these chips, guys? These chip design.
I like chips.
Definitely.
I'm a big fan of chips. I would agree with that. You've seen them up close and personal, haven't you, Griff?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, a little bit, please. Yeah.
Ah, all the green because of Ireland. I get it now.
There you go. That's achievement unlocked. I was not the first player eliminated.
One eliminated? Yeah.
It really
I'm
took this
safe
long
now.
for a player to go broke. I would have taken the under on that for sure.
Well, it should have been your man here.
Call.
Yes, James. Suited cards, complete them, baby.
Getting the mix here.
New player arriving at the table, Della Jones from the US of A.
Thank you.
How are you?
Well, I was really good.
Well, they brought you up here, right?
Oh, she got a southern
Don't
twang
make.
too. I like it.
Love it. Gut shot, straight draw for Lupascu.
Not the first one to say
Overpair
it.
for Alexa.
I'm the oldest woman here. They put me
And
on
a
TV.
new friend for James Hardigan.
We're very happy to have you here. I'm James, by the way. Pleased to meet you.
James, I'm Della from Oklahoma.
Pleased to meet you.
Oklahoma.
I'm not far off. I'm from St. Louis.
Sorry.
Oh, no,
Oh, sorry.
you've probably been to my home
I was
casino.
being too polite and.
Which one's that?
Hard Rock in Tulsa?
Hard Rock.
No, I
Tulsa.
haven't come. I haven't. Sorry.
Oh.
I have come out to Tulsa. A lot of times we'll go right across the border of Missouri.
Oh, yeah.
Missouri.
Missouri.
Just in time
Missouri.
for blind.
Well, the good news is I don't have any chips, so I don't have to play.
We can lend you some.
We'll get you some.
All right, chip counts.
Oh.
Also, I don't know if there's anyone to block, but they are going to have to take away your watch, I'm afraid.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't have electronic.
Oh, you're not going to get away with wearing an Apple Watch at the tail while Hardigan is there.
Nice try, Jones.
Della Jones with a fresh stack. Vince is still the leader here. Lupascu lost half
Hello, how you
of
doing?
his chips so far today.
Good to see you.
This is what we need right here?
You keep. He gets that one. Gets 30 chips.
Many? Thinking.
I just couldn't believe him. I looked, I was like, can't be happening.
I will.
I'm glad I didn't get out of line.
Yeah.
Because
Take instructions really well.
the only thing that would have happened is if I could get out in the river is something paired.
There is something special, I will say, about the Irish Open. Seeing unexpected people from different places. I mean, there's a huge Canadian contingency that comes out here every year. They were on my rail back in 2017 in my winner's photo. They just, have their little Facebook groups and come out to this
Yeah,
event.
100%.
This is a really beloved event.
I think I've met more Americans at the Irish Open than I have at like EPT Paris.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing how many have come out for this one for sure. But
It's a very unintimidating foreign country for Americans to come to.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, people really like drinking. It has a drinking culture.
Drinking culture, friendly people.
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't have to know another language.
Sure.
They
specifically for this, or did you
like tourists.
I like brushing up on my Gaelic before I arrive, though. Just for the airport.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Vincent taking a stab here with 2 overs. Alexia calling with 2 other overs.
And Vincent wearing it on his face there. Why'd you do that? You're supposed to bet. You're supposed to fold.
7, no help for either player.
That made you want to come here and play this one? Long way to travel.
Well, I've had my friends come before.
Very quick check from Alexia.
Yeah.
Wanted to see Dublin.
Yeah, and
see Ireland.
I feel like Vincent's probably done with this hand, but might think that he can get Alexa to fold the ace-jack, ace-10, ace-queen type hands here with a sizable enough bet. Does go just over half pot, targeting those kind of hands. But Alexa might just think, buddy, you're a little out of line playing too many hands, and I'm a badass boss.
Yep.
And I got you. No.
I was expecting another straight.
Boom. That's how we do it in Poland.
Let's go. He's like, ace jack is a good hand. I call.
Yes.
And he's absolutely right. Taking that pot down.
Exact hand. Almost a straight.
You know, everyone likes to chirp the 6X open with the kings. But when was the last time you made an ace-high call on the river, huh?
Yeah.
Not that long ago.
No?
I mean, on a double paired board. I mean, I'm not calling with ace high.
No, tell us about it. I want to hear. That's cool. I don't know. I don't make a lot of ace-high river calls every once in a while.
Pretty much always on a double paired board if it's like just a small bet on the river. I got 2 pairs.
We are going to start having to charge people if we're going to talk strategy.
Lupascu opening, king 7 suited. Jones is in from the small blind with queen jack. Vincent with 8s in the big blind. Does he want to go 3 ways?
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Fair fight. I like this spread. You know, queen jack off, black 8s, king 7 of diamonds.
And this flop is 9, 5, 4, 8's still good. Checks around. Turn card is the 6 of diamonds. So up and down draw now for Lupascu. Gut shot for Vincent. Vincent would be probably pretty content with no more cards coming out. That's 1,100.
I really like this bet here.
It's an overbet.
Yeah, protect this hand. Protect it at all costs.
Lupascu also has the flush draw. Is not folding for all of those 14 outs you see at the top of your screen.
And Vincent's going to be pretty wise to it, though.
River card is the ace of spades. Vincent good.
I think if I'm Vincent, I probably check call this river pretty much every time. You're going to be up against a lot of missed straight draws, a lot of missed flush draws. And ace might actually be part of those. Oh, quick bet. Snap it off. Do it, Vincent. Do as you're told.
Work on the other side because I'm actually normally a commentator. But one of my commentary colleagues arranged for me to play this. So that's the reason.
And that was Griffin signing off on it.
It's all my fault.
So your colleague is still your friend?
You're calling Vincent. Do the right thing, buddy. Yeah, he might have ace-7 of diamonds once in a while, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is he's also going to have things like, you know, ace, really all the aces, ace-8.
He'll have plenty. He'll have plenty.
Ace-7, ace-6. But yeah, all those, you know, jack-10 of diamonds, queen-10 of diamonds, king-7 of diamonds. King-10 of, there's a lot.
You butchered that. You're a huge nit. And I will respond to everyone, yes, you're right, and I know.
There he is.
Yeah, there's my guy.
They'll say to me that
good call.
And I'll say, yes, I know.
Lupascu seems surprised by that call. Well, I'm not. I love it. Nice work, Vincent.
So I am getting a couple of comments in the chat that every time I say the Polish player's name that their, you know, device is getting triggered. So I'm going to be a little more careful. I'll try not to say Antony's last name too much.
You're not going to say Alexa?
No, come on.
Alexa, play Despacito.
just give it like a real Sean Connery swing, and you might be all right.
Yeah.
Alexa, play Despacito.
Alexa, play Baby Shark on Spotify.
Alexa, volume level 10.
Okay. People are sleeping somewhere.
This poor guy just put his baby to bed, and he just wants to enjoy some poker.
Hardigan opening ace tray suited is going to run into ace queen for Della Jones, who does not re-raise, just a call. Vincent's out in the small blind. Big blind for Moger is also a fold. Domination situation.
Let's go, James.
Oh!
What is going on?
James Hardigan flops the joint, a.k.a. the wheel, a.k.a. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And gets a snap fold from Jones with ace queen. What a read. He must be a tell box.
Oh, my gosh.
Must be an absolute tell box.
Amazing.
No straight, no bet in the second.
A wheel winner indeed.
Must be my lucky day.
It'll be my lucky day if you raise. That's my lucky day.
Yeah.
A lucky day would have been a raise and then a chop pot. For everyone who loves it.
Yes, I will say that when I was signing off on Hardigan playing this, my one condition was that if there is a chop pot, he has to sing the song at the table by himself to everyone. So
interesting to
please
see
look forward to that.
Follow throughs on that.
Yeah.
Follow through.
If you follow through.
Follows through.
Follow throughs.
Raise.
Raise to 1,000.
Vincent 3-betting ace-king on the button, attacking this open from Lupascu, which was a little loose under the gun, but can you blame him? Can you blame him? The only way to get those chips back is to gamble.
And he calls the 3-bet.
Yeah, he's got the best hand.
He does, in fact, have the best hand on this 9-9 tray board.
I mean, based on Lupascu's response to that previous call with the Ochos, might be seeing a little bit of tilt here. So 2.2 in the middle.
Bet 600.
Yeah, standard continuation bet.
6. And a call.
King of the turn, that 3-ball, no good any longer.
I mean, I think you probably just continue here, right? Right, Griff? I mean, you're still going to get called by like the 5s, sometimes the 6s, the 7s.
You definitely continue because you would continue with all your bluffs.
Right.
It's the bluff card.
Right, exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So, yeah, you do happen to have ace-king this time, but the times that you have ace-10, you know,
right.
5 of spades, you want to be able to
Right.
bet here and take it down.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. Love it. Vincent being just really, really composed here, playing some really nice poker. I'm a big fan of the way he's been handling these situations.
I mean, I'm a
thus
big
far.
fan of the way he's been hitting hands. Like, let's be honest.
That also
He's
helps.
playing great. I really like his sizing, but this is what running hot in level 1 looks like. You should never really have 50,000, you know, after an hour unless you're making straights and flushes and like,
Right.
you know.
Yep. Coolers aplenty.
Well, I don't know. Think about that. Maybe like when they get to 2-4, do it. Then probably that would be an idea. Then at least you get the 2 hours of play when it's more meaningful.
Presto.
There you go. More nicknames for you.
I mean, there's no right or wrong answer.
No.
Because, you know, the people want lots of play. They want deep stack, and then so and then you do that, and then they're like, oh, but it's not consequential enough, so I'm not going to show up for the start. It's like, well, how do you win?
You can't.
I think it works great. The people that want to come play their big stack at the start of the day can do that, and the people that want to show up late and have it be a little shallower can do that too.
If you're like Griff and you want to dust off a bullet, just get warmed up. Yeah. Show up, do that.
Cool. 3, please.
All right, we're going 3 ways to this flop, which is king and jack 6. Second pair for Lupascu, also for Jones. A little
Hey, listen, this can get checked through, and James can get there.
kicker problems. Hardigan with bottom pair.
Ooh, okay, James. Go off, king. Oh, never mind.
And
Don't.
that is trips on the turn for Lupascu, and these trips are very likely to be good for once. And it is Jones who also has trips that will not be good, more than likely, by the time this gets to showdown. So It's a cooler for somebody, just not Lupascu this time. And the river card.
Lady Luck.
River card is not Lady Luck. Lady Unluck.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I knew I'd screw up.
So, just to let you know, if you check the bet stance, you feel okay.
Raise.
1 minute.
Raise.
No, you can take it back. You can do what you want.
Okay. I'm going to call.
You cool?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
20.
Cooler city at this table.
Good.
Lupascu,
Turn off.
happy that the newest player to show up is now
bloody setup.
the business
Bloody
end.
setup. Oh, okay. Didn't
Yeah,
mean to mess
finally
up.
a cooler going
No
Lupascu's
worries.
way.
I didn't announce that.
Everyone does it.
That was a bloody setup, wasn't it?
But the ridiculous thing, we're just coming to the end of the first level, and we've seen
You have
as many
change.
setups as I would expect in a single day at a single table.
Dealers and players in the main event, if you're beginning to shuffle, complete that hand.
I got excited.
Yeah,
As you can tell.
yeah. At least you didn't raise.
Can
That's
someone
the way
explain to me
look at it.
exactly what happened? I'm trying to figure it out. So did she
She
act out of
bet,
turn?
she bet out of turn.
So she was out of position. Yeah.
Yes. So she bet when it was not her turn.
Right.
And then Lupascu decided that he was going to make a larger bet than what she put out there.
But then he said raise.
He said raise, which was also incorrect.
Okay.
What he really meant was bet.
That's right.
Yeah, but why? He should have just let the bet stand so he could check raise it. Anyways, here we go with the chip counts. Vincent with that hot start, making all them straights and great calls with pocket eights, 55,100. Everyone else kind of chilling around starting and below, so it's been the story of Vincent.
The prize pool is that's combined entries across all flights so far, right?
It would be, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
that's
that's
300 big
2,000
blinds to
something
start.
last, isn't it? Just over 2,000.
Deep.
Yeah. So at the moment, that's,
AF.
yeah. So that's 4. It's a 1 million guarantee, so already 50%.
Definitely past 2 million. At the end of it, I imagine. With the turbo tonight.
That's a race.
To 4.
Cool.
Yes, James.
Let's go. I'm liking this defense.
Uh-oh.
And Della Jones with the Cowboys. Classic for an Oklahoman. And pocket queens for Vincent. How many coolers can we have in level 1 of day 1 of the Irish Poker Open?
Do you ever find a flat here, Griff, given the fact we're 300 big blinds deep?
Yes. Against this particular opponent.
Yep.
In this situation, I would rather just, and I recognize that this is going to invite, you know, Moger and probably Hardigan as well to continue. I would like to see a call to this 4x 3-bet with this price.
And there we go.
Yeah,
we are
James
going
does throw it in.
4 ways to this flop.
Spades.
Big
Look,
old
no
pre-flop
spade
pot,
blockers.
6,400 in the middle. And that flop is going to be bet into
Looks like Jack
by
Queen
Della
high.
Jones.
There's a jack.
Jack, Trey, Deuce. So Jones and Vincent both with overpairs to the board. 1 club for Moger.
I think that Vincent might be able to find a fold here.
Right here?
Yes. It's going to be obviously like crazy tight, but just this scenario going 4 ways to this flop, a player that would seem to be playing quite honestly is just going to have aces, kings, queens, jacks here. I don't think she finds a 5,000. There it is.
Nice work. Very nice.
I don't think she finds a 5,000 chip bet with ace king here.
Yeah, into 4. Into
I don't
3
think
other
she
opponents.
has ace jack to 3-bet it pre-flop.
Right.
So incredibly strong fold there from Vincent.
Yeah, very, very aware. I agree with
And
you.
frankly, an incredibly impressive call from Griffin Benger. I mean, just in the zone at the Irish Open. It's just...
Take that to the table later, Griff.
That's why half an hour to find out.
Yeah,
about
no,
it.
that was really good. I think that's
Yeah,
fantastic
aces
call
and
from the Queens.
I'm so glad I can't understand what you're saying because I don't have to answer.
But you're right, though. I don't even know if she has ace king. I'm not even sure if she's going to blast 5K. And
No,
like that.
she's at least going to think about it in 4 ways.
Right.
I wouldn't.
Yes, in 30 minutes' time, we will know.
That's,
Oh, that's right. You'll.
how will we know? We find out.
That's a point. It's like because
We haven't got any phones to check.
that's true. You need to have.
Definitely going to go on the back and ask what.
For full disclosure, I'm not
I think
going
ace
anywhere.
is,
I'm not going anywhere near
minimum.
the production for as long as I'm in this tournament.
I had queens.
Wow.
Good late
That was decided earlier today that James would not be
What was the
coming back here until he was eliminated.
That seems like a good idea. I like that.
That's what I mean.
That's what you want.
Let him enjoy it.
Follow that flop.
No work done.
Call this?
I think I could see one more card.
9 for Vincent, getting rewarded for his excellent fold in the previous hand.
You thought about re-raising pre?
Not really, no. No.
Are you raising the aces or the kings?
Raise to find out where you're at. You get re-raised again, you know it's aces or kings.
Yeah, okay. Too late.
When she raised there, he already knew.
It's got nothing.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
You can have an Izzle win then.
Could have saved
and you've
myself.
got chance for next stage.
Oh, yeah.
You're in a pair as well.
I said I had no business being in that hand, but it was just by the time it's like there's 2 calls, it's like
Or pot commit.
Flopping straights and stuff, so you might as well.
yeah, there's still straight and flush possibilities. It's that kind of.
300.
Race is free.
Action folds around to Vincent, raising queen 8 on the button. Quick call from Moger with jack 9 suited, and Alexa to call in the big blind. King 7-5.
Also, folding's boring.
Misses everybody.
Trying not to do it too often.
Folding is boring, isn't it?
You tell him, Della Jones.
I think I'm running above 2.5%, by the way.
I think more. 3.5.
At least.
At least. Until now.
Yeah,
Who knows?
great
Maybe
texture to
4.6.
attack there for Vincent, actually,
Start playing
with that
every
queen 8.
No.
You know, those raggy king XX boards, as long as their opponents don't have a king, they're going to fold often. It's kind of cool, actually, to have an 8 in your hand as well, because you block some of the straight draws that would want to continue. So, you know, it's tough to bet with nothing in 3 ways sometimes, but those are the kind of boards, when you have blockers like that, where it's kind of interesting.
Always be closing.
Della Jones is a great name for like a country singer, don't you
It's
think?
just a great name in general.
It's a great name in general too, absolutely. But you know, maybe once upon a time there was a Della Jones act.
I have some chips there, but
Raise and take it for Vincent.
For sure.
it's gonna come the time when I'm gonna cash out with interest.
You just need to beat it straight and you'll be all right. That's all you have to do. Yeah. Save it for the later stages.
Yeah. No rush now.
Laggy asking on Twitch, did Spraggy or Tonka cash in the high roller event? I believe Spraggy finished 15th with 11 paying when I spoke to him last night, unfortunately. Do not know about Tonka, but he is never lucky. So let's just assume he bubbled.
Just the 2 of us. Check.
Jack.
Okay. Heads up.
James with the Motown.
And it does
I go
have
for the minimum,
flop
100.
best. And the
7
minimum should get this
It
done.
was a 6 last time.
Yeah, but it's still there.
Middle pair again, it's the Jack.
Minimum wins.
Jack 7?
I don't know Jack 7, no.
Confident
might deceptively check 2 pair on the flop, but
Just giving away his whole strategy every end. It's great.
Look, I think obviously this is nerves, right? Like this is
No, it's completely
Measured.
charming.
Yeah.
It's great. Endearing.
Love if he started mixing it up later. He's like, oh yeah, 100% top set.
I want to just see him straight up lying to people.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
That's what I'm
just
saying.
like
That's what I'm saying. He's
making things up like, oh, it was the Queen 7.
He's just setting up the table image for later.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what else are you going to talk about if not the hands you're playing? Ooh, here we go.
Ooh, James Hardigan with the King 10 of clubs. And Alexa. We're not so sure. But probably better.
A whiff here for James. A rare whiff.
A whiff and a woof. Getting out of there quickly. Never seen someone fold so fast.
Snappy as fold. That was light speed.
You know he's all about the pace of play.
Yes.
Sonic boom at that table.
I'm
Heard
really hoping to make
somewhere
it
in
to the first
Scotland.
session without needing the bathroom, but it ain't going to happen.
Already 3 players busted, so if I bust now, nobody's gonna even notice. Only the
That cannot happen.
Oh,
that can
we
happen
have
in Romania. That cannot happen.
many people watching.
I would rather be the first player out than
Everyone
the fourth
will
player
notice. There will be video evidence.
Did nobody tell this guy this was
yeah.
being televised?
I have 1,400 plus of my friends that are watching you right now, so don't mess this up.
A lot of love coming in for James on Twitch and YouTube. Naldo says, James is smashing it. Keep it going, you legend. There's a poker player in there somewhere.
Okay.
I was thinking I get that.
So when you commentate,
You got 3 now. Yes.
do you have to realize where you're at to use pass versus fold, and or do you not change up your?
No. It's oh, I see. If sometimes it's because otherwise it's like so and so folds, so and so folds.
Yes, right.
Yeah, folds, passes, not going to play, gives it up.
Yeah.
Lets it go.
That's what I'm.
Yeah. No. Yes. Sorry. I just, yes. You have to, otherwise,
Vincent,
especially
no
with a
reason
9-handed
to
table where like people like
get
playing
out of
heads up
line
cards.
here.
Yeah, you need to.
That's good.
Throws this one in the muck. Releases. Every synonym known to man gets employed, yes.
James not only giving up information about his play, but also about the secrets of commentary.
Finally, one hand against you, and a big one also.
I had the best
Inner
hand.
circle is going to disbar
I'm
him
going to
soon.
run to the bathroom, so
The
can
Commentators
be advised,
Guild.
If I play this hand, you know it's a good one because I need to go.
Number 1 or number 2?
If you really need to know, just a number 1. So I will be back soon.
I was just asking for the fans.
Okay.
The TV fans.
The people must know what you are.
I mean, there are fans and people who want that kind of information are probably kind of like.
You know, the next question is,
okay,
will he
let's see if I
stay
can make it
mic'd
back
up?
for next time.
That's only fans, isn't it?
Joe wanted to know.
Check.
4.
Raise to 4.
Checks it for the bank, says David Moger.
But I think 8-5 suited will play as limp call here for those 4 big blinds. Vincent running hot, making straights. Straighten this guy out, Vincent. I want you to get over there. I need you to straighten out Moga.
Ace, 9, king is the flop, second pair for Moger.
4.
Bet. 4.
4, bet, 4, full, Vincent.
4 bet 4.
Out. Now, another thing I just want to remind the audience of is that today's 10K free roll is a go if James makes it to the dinner break. Here's the good news. The dinner break is only 2 hours away. Early dinner break today. So James is only got to last another 2 hours. And unless he gets some horrific cooler,
Getting old.
James can knit it up like nobody's business. I'd be willing to bet dollars to donuts James makes it to the dinner break. So that 10K free roll is going to be a go. Password revealed at 6:45 local time.
It's only going to be up there a short while, guys, so pay attention if you want to take advantage
I've worked with
of
PokerStars
that
since 2005.
added value
so it's nearly
situation.
coming on for 20 years now.
What a great career.
It was not anything that I ever intended, or kind of. It was very, very accident. I fell into this very accidentally.
Yeah, that's usually the way most of us do.
Yeah.
That's when I started playing in 2005.
Bet street.
James and I both started in poker the same year.
Kind of like the game back in the kind of 1990s was 7-card stud.
Yeah,
That's the first game I played, and then we had in the UK we had late night poker on TV, like 1999, like end of the 90s, and that's the first time I saw Hold'em. And like all of the guys I would play stud with, that's at the point that we kind of changed to Hold'em, and that's when I really started to get into the game and become a kind of a bit of a fanboy. And then, you know, a few years later, you got the WPT World Series with Moneymaker, and it all kind of ballooned from there.
Late night poker was fantastic, wasn't it?
Yeah. The first couple of seasons in particular.
Yeah. Really well. Some of the characters playing.
Yeah.
I think my dad played it, actually. One of the,
yeah, I think he did.
Yeah.
I think actually during the breaks on the stream, they're showing like some of the old EPT final tables, like one of the old EPT Dublins, and I'm pretty sure like the first EPT Dublin he was at.
Yeah, he came third or fourth or something.
Yeah.
It was at Ram Vaswani one.
Yes. Because that's the thing, we had this ridiculous thing on the EPT where, you know, it was like, what was it, 10 years before someone won 2 titles, and Ram nearly did it in the very first season. He won Dublin and then came second in Copenhagen, which was the very next event.
Well, how many runners were they getting in? Like 150, 200 or something?
Kind of in the 200 range, I think it was back in.
Obviously, it was more doable, but still,
Even so, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think they had in the first season that Ram had a first and a second, Brandon Schaefer had a first and a second, and Alex Stevich had a first and a third. So they came very, you know, it could easily have happened.
None of them, after that, none of them ever seemed to play again. Like it was like they just disappeared.
Yeah.
No, Ram's sports betting, but.
Race of 5.
Della Jones pocket queens.
Bit surprised to see the ace-8 of diamonds fold. I know it's a 5x, but
good luck, James.
Ooh, Hardigan with ace-queen.
Heads up.
Forced to call the 5x, defend that big blind. 3-4-5. Hardigan does have some outs to run down the queens. I do not know how sticky he'll get.
Or no, maybe it's 6-7. He called it.
I'll never fold 6-7.
He's going to fight his nitty by nature.
All the way up.
Hot size bet, no heart in your hand, but with the what he perceives to be 2 overs potentially, and the wheel draw does continue.
Okay.
Gets a free card.
Does not run down the ladies.
You're good.
Check. Extra queens. Which is good.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Did it check river?
Yes.
In fairness, though, she didn't get the full pot of the flop.
I noticed.
I was trying to figure out what they were.
Aces and deuces would not have been good for you.
Hello.
Hello. Thank God it wasn't a queen high flop.
It sounded vaguely threatening as we take a look at the chip counts. Ben Vincent still leading with 53,700. Too many big blinds to calculate. Mosier, I'm being told, is the pronunciation of this fella's name. Mosier with just over starting stack. Same for Della Jones. I don't think Vanda Napu has shown up yet, which is why they're still even. Hardigan just below starting stack with 26-9. Alexia not doing great so far, but unfortunately it is the year of Romania that suffered the most at this feature table. And play obviously continuing on while we take a look at this wide shot of the room as a whole. And Hardigan in the small blind with ace-10 folds to the button raise. Huh, that's a little nitty.
Only premium hands and nobody.
Raise and take it for Lepascu.
How premium? How good?
Oh. Close to 10 high. So, well, like
Hardigan had the best 10 high.
If I hadn't spunked off 1500 in the last hand, I probably would have given you a spin there, but I'm still kind of like, reeling, so I made a quite nittish fold there.
10 high with the ace kicker he folded.
For sure I was in front, pre-flop.
Really?
Briefly. Pre-flop with the 9, I think.
No, you are wrong, sir.
And the 7 always comes.
The 7 is always coming, especially in the year of Romania.
Yeah.
When the memes combine, that's when you know you're doomed.
Our memes combined.
Starting to hit in almost pairs all the time.
Jones wants to see a flop.
We love a flop with Jack 10.
No one loves it more than Della Jones.
And we're going to sweat with Della Jones's hand. King, 8-6, 2 hearts. Not very exciting for Jack 10. Lupascu firing pretty big. Does get Jack high to fold. Vladik says, I assume a lot of Irish people here? Yes, thank you for your question.
I drew this table. It's a lot more comfortable chairs.
Oh, yeah.
And actually, you can see better. See the cards better. I can anyway.
We are approaching the first break of the day.
Well, enjoy it while you can, because I don't think you'll be here all day.
They told me second break.
Second break?
That's what they said.
That's what I was secretly hoping, but they clearly haven't.
Wait to have an alcoholic drink when we go off the table.
Yeah.
I can't wait to the second break.
They were clearly hoping for, like,
No, definitely Joe is going to punish you one more round.
The second break is technically
the
dinner break.
Fact that because the second break is the dinner break. So if I make the second break, then the audience gets a 10K free roll. So
nice.
It's in their interest to continue sweating.
And that
We're not gonna take it
second
easy
break
on this, though, just for the audience.
No,
will be
that's
happening
fine.
around
Don't worry,
5
don't
p.m.
worry.
today.
By any chance we can.
Yeah, that's what I have to do now. So Ben, you have to understand that PokerStars customers, the people who pay your wages are going to get a free roll if I make it to the dinner break.
Wow. That's some emotional blackmail right there.
Bet to 100.
Vincent making a teeny tiny little bet. Not going to get a fold from Mosier. Going to get a raise.
Today. The cheeky little raise, 200 from the 6X. Does Vincent want to get out of line with a little flop 3-bet?
Eight.
Does!
Raise 800.
Let's go, mate. The thing is, I don't think Mosier ever has a bluff here, so that's problematic for the
right,
for
but
the cheeky raise.
You never know what.
So how long are you staying for? You've got like plans to see stuff after this?
Yes, my boyfriend's coming over on Tuesday.
Nice.
She's got a
Gonna take
boyfriend,
8
man.
day
I'm out.
tour.
I'm tuning. I'm done.
Fantastic.
Then spend another 3 days in Dublin. I love it here.
Yeah.
I want to learn and see as much as I can.
That's great though. Combine like a bit of poker playing with sightseeing and
Storyteller,
Take a trip and holiday
Vincent,
combined
2.6K.
He doesn't play poker, so he
right.
lets-
He's decided you do your thing, and then I'll come out and join you
Yeah.
afterwards, and then we'll go and.
That was kind of the plan.
If you're Moger here and you have something like the 6-8 off, and you're raising to
He's
see
a
where you were
golfer,
at,
too.
see that's
Hey,
why.
love it.
This is
Absolutely love
definitely
it.
an island that he will.
There's Vincent,
Straight?
knowing that all of his friends at home are watching and impressed by his
Just
3-bet
assume,
and barrel.
assume unless you see otherwise.
Seven
assume
four
loving
directly
Vincent so
the
far.
3 and the 10. And
Great to have him on the
sealed
table
up.
here. Do you think he continues if he doesn't pick up a gut shot grip?
Yeah, I do.
Just keeps firing.
Yeah, I mean you're against that kind of cap range that could. I mean, it's very unlikely Moger has an ace there. It's like sort of like the amateurish click back with the like mid pair blind on blind,
Got
but
you.
then like
I
doesn't
got
really
you.
believe the 3-bet. So I think he's just blasting everything that isn't a 6 on the turn.
I love it. I love it.
I mean, I'm not taking every 10 deuce of clubs and doing that. Like, I'll min bet and get raised there and be like, I don't need to do this.
Exactly.
But sometimes I'll just, get frisky.
Get frisky indeed.
Talking of late night poker, I was looking at the playlist of like people who'd registered for today, and like was just checking out who was going to be on this table as well. And saw Surinder Sunar is in the field.
I actually saw him the other day.
I don't see him around much these days.
No, see him in London now and again for the Vic, but yeah. I don't know, I haven't been to the Vic for years, so I don't know what I'm talking about. The last time I was in the Vic, I think I've seen him there. There isn't that many left, is there? So many of the old characters have passed away.
Yeah.
Even like Marty and Devilfish, obviously.
Yeah.
Even Bambus. You know,
Yeah. Jacarama still around?
Actually, I don't know. I feel like I heard something about him, but I don't know whether it was bad news or I don't know. He wasn't that old though, was he? He wasn't that old man though. He's one of the younger guys. Four.
Today's 400.
Mosier in with Jack 10 suited on the button.
He's not very well as well. He's all my dad's generation. Just, unfortunately. I suppose staying up for 3 or 4 days playing cards doesn't help. But
Yeah.
1,600.
Big slick for Lepascu. Re-raise and a quick call from Mosier.
Can I get some?
Yeah, you got to see a flop with that Jack 10 suited in position. Come on. What are we even here for if we're not peeling this?
Absolutely mandatory.
We are appealing it. And missing 9, 6, 5, 2 diamonds.
Check.
Pascu checks.
Check.
Mosier checks back. Turn is the 4 of spades. A little late for a spade.
And at this point, if you want to win the pot, you're going to need to bet at some point, Mosier, because the guy's definitely got a high card better than yours, if not something.
It's tough to rep.
Yeah, it's tough to rep. If you're going to rep, I think you got to start on the flop, right, Griff?
And even then, it's like you get check called by the ace-king, and then you got to barrel again.
Yeah, I feel you.
It's tough.
I feel you. It's a tough spot, but if you want to win that, you're going to have to be blasting.
And believe it or not, we're going to stick with this table.
Stop.
The plan was to at least feature this table for the first couple levels, unless there was a superstar table that developed elsewhere, but apparently there's nothing significantly better than this, and this table is also high in the breaking order, so we're going to stick around and make sure, confirm on camera that James makes the dinner break so that we can have this free roll. $10,000 in the pot if James makes it to the dinner break, which is not far off. We've got a break coming up imminently, and then 2 more levels.
Oh, thank you.
And then it's dinner time, and that confirms the free roll. And a 3 roll here, a 3 bet from Mosier. He's going to take it down pre-flop.
Thank you.
Already 629. It's going to pass 700 for sure.
Oh. So that
and the rest.
Hold on, so there have been 12 bust outs during. Okay.
You're safe.
300.
So that's just the number for today, right?
Yes, correct.
Like 1,600 so far, I'd say. The 12.
Today's 12. 1.2. 12.
No, I have to do this ace.
Hang on.
I think.
Didn't this happen last time?
Yeah.
Who knows?
It's a glitch in the matrix.
Well,
The outcome now is going to be different.
Big hand developing here between Vincent and Mosier. Vincent raising under the gun. Oh, no, not a big hand developing. Takes the 3-bet seriously and lets it go.
I don't know if it was the same suit.
Jack 5? Okay, okay.
Jack 5, yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
Been really impressed with Vincent on this feature table here.
I had a much better hand the second time.
Been kind of
just not good enough.
You know, looser than you'd expect in some spots and tighter than you'd expect in others. And I think that's a really good way to play tournament poker, kind of, you know, playing exploitative in a way where, you know, you are willing to sort of color outside the lines with aggression and then really make tight folds that you think you never otherwise would make. We saw the queens, the ace-queen there. And you look at that ace-queen hand and you think, wow, he's just folding to that 3-bet. But if you think about it, it's like this is a player you've been playing with now for 2 hours on your direct left, hasn't 3-bet once.
Right.
You know that player's 3-bet range. You know, he's not mixing in the ace-5 of diamonds there. Like, he just has, you know, ace-king jacks plus, and ace-queen off doesn't play particularly well against that. And you don't need to, you know, play this out-of-position pot with a hand you know that's weaker. So really good stuff from Vincent on this feature table.
Imagine how entertained the audience would have been if you 3-bet, he folds, and then you show Jack 5.
Unfortunately, I'm not wealthy enough to for the audience.
Little update here on
to kind of make that happen.
Could have done it, yeah.
what's going on so far in day 1C. 630 entries.
Maybe next time.
That's so far. Day 1B had 644 total entries. 226 made it through. And day 1A had 324 entries, where 126 made it through. So we're closing in on, we've got more than 1,500 entries already.
You just showed down Ace King
in this tournament.
I already forgot.
So I think we're looking at 1,700, 1,800 possible total entries. Actually, probably more than that. We could close in on 2,000, given that there's still re-entry available in this 1C flight, and there's a 1D turbo flight tonight.
Hand I was dealt.
It's going to have probably a couple hundred itself.
You know, Joe, back when I won the Irish Open in 2017, we only got 1,129 players. So, yeah, it's a lot more than it was 6 years ago.
1,000, 1,100?
1,129 entrants.
Literally coming day 2, though.
But even last year, Steve O'Dwyer won this for what? Well over 300. I heard there.
300,000, yeah.
So that must have been another 500 more than that. So a lot of players coming up for the Irish Open.
So we could be
popping.
Could be looking at 400K for the winner.
Could be.
Well, obviously, I'm a big fan of the fact that we all get to be involved this year. The combined forces of PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker is seeming like a, what do they call it? Like in the X-Men, where when the Hulk throws Wolverine or whatever, Colossus throws Wolverine.
Colossus,
one of those moves.
Yeah.
I'm loving it.
Is PokerStars Colossus or Wolverine?
I think we'll call PokerStars would be the Colossus of the situation, the lumbering giant.
Yes, I like that.
Top set for Lupascu, by the way. It's about time. Lupascu had a hand, but cannot get any value out of it, sadly.
Top set.
Just topset.net.
No luck. Doesn't matter if you have a good hand.
Paddy Power
somebody else
Poker,
doesn't
the
have
agile, nimble, ninja-like Wolverine.
Cannot get dealt queens and light.
You probably don't want
Sharp as adamantium.
Yeah. I love that.
If another jack comes on the turn, I'm okay.
I will allow you to complain when you get kind of beaten by straights, but you're not allowed to complain when you flop top set.
Thank you.
Wow, James is deciding what people are allowed to say at the table.
Yeah, I don't like this gatekeeping, you know.
Make sure you have James's permission.
Giving him a speech about not complaining when he has top set as he puts top set of queens in the muck.
Doesn't matter whether I believe you or not, that hand was not worth playing.
Come on. Come on.
Well, either you had it or your acting job was really, really good.
I'm winning all these big pots, you know. I'm starting to ladder up to 30K, maybe.
Even with 1/3 of starting stack, still 100 bigs, right? Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Pay attention. We're getting a lot of hands in. I'm liking it. No one's Vogel singing this table.
I understood that reference.
Something like they're on TV, are they?
3.
Raise 300.
All the time was 4 from the button. Now it's 3. I think it's a weaker hand, yeah? I'm just gonna call. Don't want to scare you off.
Ace King 4, top pair for Mosier. Second pair for Lupascu, another potentially costly second best hand.
Checks it over to Mosier, who is going to bet 400 into 700. So far from Mosier, seen quite a few larger sizings, but I think he's... Lupascu announced, I think I'm going to call once. I feel like that might be a tail griff. I'm not sure.
9 of diamonds on the turn.
You don't want to go to that friendship thing, yeah?
Oh, that's not a good place to go at the poker table.
Mosier slows it down despite getting the clear signal that his opponent has a king, and that is 2 pair.
Hey, a little something for Lupascu. It all evens out in the end, right? Huh? All variance evens out in the end. 2 pair.
Can I win it?
Lupascu gonna lead now on the 2 pair.
Maybe it goes, you know.
And in this situation,
like it's King 4, but I'm gonna also call. King 8, I think.
Gonna get paid.
Is that right? Yeah, I lent you. I lent you.
You did.
You did indeed, Mosier. Bet the turn, buddy. Especially when your opponent tells you they got a king.
Yeah.
we have got to be pretty close to a break.
Must be coming up pretty quick now.
Jones folding under the gun. Ace 5 for Vincent in the hijack. Ditches it.
Find ourselves in the situation once again.
That is the 3rd time, you know.
Over.
So this time you've realised that if every time I check, you get.
I don't win it with the stab, so I have to change something.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you for the 100.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna give it back to you on the final table.
A single black chip.
Yeah. A chip and a chair.
James gives up that blind on blind battle. I think is probably not the best word for it, but you know what I mean. Situation.
Raise 300.
Call.
Vincent raising under the gun, Queen Jack suited. Mosier calling from the hijack, Queen Jack offsuit, Queen 9 suited for Mosier. Lupascu out, Hardigan in the small with King 10. Now we're gonna see his nittiness in action, or out of action, as it were.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I think it's okay, but one thing I would point out is that Mosier does seem to be quite willing to play a wider range from some unusual positions, but doesn't seem to have the aggression later on to try and sort of take advantage of the spots like we just saw with that Ace 3. Didn't find the turn barrel as expected. It's a queen high flop, guys.
Both players making top pair. Mosier outkicked.
I'm loving the trap from Vincent here. Again, just kind of mixing it up, finding some really cool spots, and just hitting him on the head. It's time to start betting, though. I think he knows that too. Looks like 500 to me. And a call. 3 of diamonds, about as bricky as it comes.
1,200.
Fire away, Vincent.
Maybe
Fire
1,500 actually. I think Vincent can bet quite large here. Sure, sometimes Moger's going to have those flush draws that'll just fold, but
yeah,
expecting to have. Wow, 2,000. Let's go.
And queen 9.
Yeah, I think especially with the jack of clubs in your hand, though, Griff, right? Like a lot.
Ooh,
it's a few more combos of flush draws are not going to have.
Are real.
And Vincent continues mashing at this table. 30K starting stack up to 56.7, almost double.
Thank you.
The number of chips given at the beginning of this tournament.
Yeah, great start to the day.
Mosier folds under the gun. Poland out. You're Romania. 10-6 suited and is going to enter the pot from the cutoff. Raised to 300. Hardigan out. Jones out. And Ben Vincent in the small blind has in the big blind has a suited queen. Is coming along. Hey guys, something I have a question about is that when I play tournaments in the blinds, you get a lot of very deep stack to start, and it's 100, 100. Is the 3x is fine, right? You need 3x at 100, 100?
Yes.
Okay, great. 10-5-8, top pair for Lupascu. Because a lot of times there's a lot of 3x shaming.
No, not on the first level.
Right,
That's
not in the
pretty
first
normal.
level.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
great.
Not this deep.
This is fully recyclable still Irish water. I'm assuming the packaging is fully recyclable, although the water, I guess, will be recycled eventually.
Staying in the Clayton.
Yes.
Free bottle of water.
It's a free bottle of water in the room. But what's really weird is apparently it's 88%
Sometimes it's
plant-based.
recycled very quickly, depending what you're
And I'm
into.
assuming again that refers to the packaging, because I'm not quite sure how water would be 88% plant-based. But I mean, look, it says 88% plant-based water, so you know.
That's one of your 5 a day then.
One of your 5 a day.
It feels like that was a commercial.
I'm not advertising. I have no. There's another weird thing in the T's and C's.
Something in the water.
There is something in the water. Yeah.
That's for sure. Guinness.
What's really weird is it says once opened, keep refrigerated, and best used within 3 days. For water?
It's like the butter.
It's because of the bottle, yeah. The plastic bottle actually deteriorates.
Yes.
Talking about the packaging.
Well, on the subject of the packaging, this paper is made from trees that are responsibly harvested and renewable, and also contributes to lowered carbon emissions, so I can drink water and feel like a smug git while doing it. Free.
I gotta tell you, I've known James a long time, and it doesn't take water to make him feel like a smug git.
No such thing as a free lunch, and there's no such thing as a free bottle of water.
You're paying somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
Bottom pair good here for Lupascu.
Okay.
And bottom pair was so good, couldn't get any action on it either.
It's that classic double-edged sword of staying hydrated and then needing to run to the bathroom every...
Yeah, that's age-old problem.
I might just make it 17 minutes to the end of this level.
What's the next level? 1, 2?
People are going to be having that problem in this tournament, by the way, but not because of water.
Please don't be 1, 1, 1.
Once the Guinness starts flowing, there's going to be a lot of empty seats. Queen suited. This is the one we call Darkwing Duck. That's old John Delano.
Hardigan in the mix. All
You
right.
worry me.
You worry me, he says.
Oleksha defending in the big blind. And James flops top pair, gut shot for Oleksha.
400.
Bet 400.
Perfectly reasonable bet size, James.
Oleksha decides not to get cute.
Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you. Thanks.
It's been a while since ships are moving in that direction, so I steadied the ship.
Face of an absolute killer. Shark in the water. Smells blood.
Goat in the water. Goat in the water.
Wake up, James.
Harrigan folds Queen Trey suited. Queen Jack suited. For your girl Della Jones.
300. Raise 300.
Let's go, Della.
$1,000.
Raise 1,000. Fold.
Maxa Relaxa says, has Joe thanked anyone for their question today? No.
Okay.
Thank you for your question.
Let's see.
Vincent getting kind of spicy here, Joe.
Yeah, and probably ain't going to like the result.
Fold.
You started this.
I started it, but y'all are going to get to finish it.
But you know, you made the right decision. What I do is go, oh, everyone else is in, I'm going to come in as well, and then just throw another unnecessary number of
I'm
chips in the
here
pot.
just for the comments.
So Oleksha opting not to 4-bet here, guys. Just makes the flat with the aces very well disguised.
And then an 8 a high flop.
Yeah, but you really shouldn't be making a habit of trapping out of position 3 ways in a situation like this.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
And the crowd goes wild.
I was like this, in between, almost.
Me too.
Yeah.
I like the first card.
Isn't that always the way with
Didn't
aces?
materialise.
No action or a bad beat.
The rest, not so much.
You either win a small pot or you lose a big one.
That's
Joe.
right. That's how the saying goes.
Supposed to hit in the jackpot.
Chip counts.
Probably have the same hand.
Probably.
And don't let that confuse you. Vanden Apu has not shown up yet.
So we both play bad, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely.
Raise 300.
Mortz on Twitch says, not going to lie, I like everyone in the PokerStars commentary, but I have had a few drinks.
Ugh.
Hardigan with a distinct size. He folds 5 high.
Thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome.
Dealer swap.
Hello, Zavi. F91W, the classic.
Players, just to draw your attention to 2 important rules. You must be at your seat for first card off the deck.
Ah.
Live hand. We are first card off the deck.
It's been a while. since we played a first card off the deck tournament. That's why my hand got folded at Finton's game the other day. I was like, what? My cards are right here.
Showdown order is the last aggressor in the hand, so there's none left.
One bet, one fold there.
So the river is check, check. The last aggressor on the turn or on the flop will need to show first. None left of the button.
It was a bit 2014, those rules.
For some good news,
The last aggressor hasn't been a thing for donkeys here.
if you want to go out into the PokerStars lounge, you'll get some free stuff. Hoodies, caps.
Free stuff.
Food?
I don't even know where the
Cards?
lounge is.
No.
It's basically
No cards.
out the entrance.
Those days are over.
So it goes basically diagonally that way.
The good prizes are done.
Yeah, out through
Full
the
tilt's
curtain.
not here anymore.
That's
huh?
the room.
Boomer Rancher says, is there a set time for changing dealers or number of hands? Yes.
If they are not offering,
Thank you for your question.
I have to buy one.
James Hardigan, ace queen on the button, pumping it up.
No, I can't do it. Can't do it.
Woohoo!
Sorry.
That's all right. I'll take it.
Raise and take it for Jimmy Jam.
You see, after they announced that PokerStars is offering free stuff, everybody pass. You open, pass. Try it 2 or 3 times to see.
Look at them. Star Sports. Some of the guys handing out like bet tokens and stuff.
Yes, I saw that in the lounge.
Yeah.
There's like a QR code on the wall.
Is that still going on today or was it just yesterday?
I don't know. It was definitely in there yesterday. I don't know today. As someone with a non-real money account, I didn't really pay that much attention to it, to be honest.
Leposcu raising 8-6 suited. Hardigan folding King 10 suited.
Yeah, I think we need to see James being willing to play a little more pots here. You're over 200 big blinds deep in position.
No free stuff from my part.
Vincent Mosier in.
Oh, yeah.
I like to play results. 9-7 tray. Great fold.
Unbelievable.
Inspired.
You know, people like me, we think we know everything.
He would have ran into top pair and middle set.
And opened at a straight draw.
And straight draw.
And instead, incredible.
No diamonds on the flop either. No chance of making a flush. Just completely avoided.
Retrieve cellular devices from box. Take
what could
switch
be.
off flight mode and then watch the flurry of abuse.
Before we go on break, we have to take all this off,
55.
right?
I don't know, because if it depends. If we are coming back from break and we're still going to be at this table, they might just say keep them on and they'll just switch them off for the duration of the break. I don't know how
Three-betting the
how they
flop
want to do it.
is Moger with the ace-9, committing about 30-35% of his stack here with this 5,500 chip raise.
If we keep it on, but I don't know how they, as I said, I'll defer to what they want to do.
Vincent's like, huh?
And Leposcu was just like, I don't know, I got a straight draw, man. I don't know if I want to fold. But you kind of got to fold.
There's the raise. There goes the fold of the straight draw. Now it's on.
It's a bit tricky because, you know, it'd be nice if you're just coolering your opponent. They have pocket threes, but that's not necessarily happening every time. So what do you want to do if you think your opponent has something like this? Do you just maybe click it back? Do you call? You know, if you're in position, you just call quite comfortably.
Vincent shoves.
Good luck, all-in player.
And Mosier is going to feel like he's in a tough spot now, but I don't think this spot is that tough. I think this is a pretty trivial fold. Obviously, you don't want to... Remember that old phrase, let your children drown?
No.
You don't remember that one?
No.
That's what they say about
Is
folding.
that just something you wrote in your diary?
Folding.
I don't think that's an expression. Can we get some confirmation?
Doyle Brunson. I've heard Doyle Brunson use that expression. It's about giving up chips you've already put into the pot. You want to let your children drown.
Right, okay.
I thought it was odd when I heard it the first time, believe me. I was like, what happened to Pam and Todd Brunson?
Oh, man, Mosher's really agonizing over this one.
I just don't think that many people are going to be. I mean, obviously, there's plenty of draws out there, right? Plenty of hands that you're kind of ahead of here, but not in this particular situation.
Makes the right fold in the end. Good to see.
A green triangle of death deployed for the first time today.
Yeah.
Still doing commentary. This guy can't turn it off.
Can't turn it off. Comes with the territory.
Do I need to wait 30 minutes?
Tell me you, I'll tell you why.
Chip counts.
Vincent
now with more than twice starting stack. Mosier replacing the Year of Romania.
Had the best hand.
I thought you had
For the
Spoiler alert, you did not have the best hand.
bottom of the pile at this table.
Of course. If I not win it.
Oh, you probably had two pair. Get it all in now. But, good for anyway.
The color was wrong on my part. Because
300.
500?
300.
300. So it's 300.
Della Jones making it 3x. When we get back from break, the blinds will finally go up, I think. 2 levels of 100, 100, Griffin. Did you make it in time for 100 and 100 in your flight for either of those?
I didn't. Is it 2 full levels under 100?
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty fun for the...
I know there's technically 2 levels of 100, 200, because then the following one has a 200 ante, big blind.
10s versus 9s.
I didn't realize that these lean back.
The more you know.
Flop. Vincent in position. When the big blind calls your 3-bet, definitely a little bit worried with pocket 9s. And Alexia makes the call. Turn card is the ace of spades. We'll check maybe now.
Check.
One check.
Yeah, Vincent is going to consider a bet based on the action. You know, maybe sometimes you want to target those pocket jacks and king X hands, but with the flat from the big blind, the problem is it's also going to be the ace queens, and turning it into a bluff, I think this is going to work. I don't think Vincent is going to think that Alexa has, 2 9s and turns it into a bluff. You also block the heart combos that might have overcalled in the big blind, like the queen 10 and jack 10 of hearts. I think this is a fold, even though it is the best hand. You got owned.
Wait. Fold. That's painful.
9s is not the best hand.
There's nothing more painful
What?
than the one
Vincent
card
folded
at a
9s.
time fold.
It was the worst hand.
Vincent folded 9s. Okay, I got the 2 hands reversed. My bad. Sick value bet. Don't listen to anything I just said.
you saved 1,000.
Yeah.
Well, that's... There have been several hands, at least 2 hands I can think of today where I could easily have saved 1,000.
Okay.
Should have saved 1,000. That's... One cannot look back on one's life with regret.
Just what could have been.
apparently have to think about the possibilities of the future.
So we can control it.
Correct.
Action falls to the blinds.
I think that's what every
why
self-help
it
podcast I
says
listen to tells me.
Option in the small blind, but looks like there was a call from the small blind, then a raise, and then another call. And bottom pair for Alexia is good for the Mo.
No one's told us we're moving.
Yeah.
I guess the live stream audience wants to know, is this Egypt going to make the dinner break? Are we going to get our 10K free roll?
That is exactly the plan.
True.
Buddy
True.
boy.
Everyone wants to see it.
Good 90% chance, I'd say. Let's put a number on it.
I mean, literally, like, fold every hand would be the kind of still have 100 big blinds.
Yeah, literally, yeah. You could sit out for 2 hours, you don't lose like a couple
That kind of defeats the purpose of me being here if I were to do that.
Alexia
like.
does decide to bet here.
And Lupascu getting sticky with the 2 overs to the board.
That's it.
Whiffs them all.
Flaming Barry's.
Can't turn it off.
So far, I haven't seen very much aggression from Alexia. Seems ultra passive, but I was also willing to call down.
Are we staying on this table after the break?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Keep your microphones on and
It's good.
sound back there. So
Main event dealers and players. If you start the shuffle, complete that, and you are now on a 20-minute break.
Would you mind grabbing me a couple of bottles of water from backstage?
Players, don't forget if you want to stop by that PokerStars.
James making good on his promise not to come backstage even for the free water. Sure, he doesn't mind sending someone back here. That's going to do it for the first 2 levels of the day. When we get back, blinds are going to be 100, 200. Let's take a look at the chip counts before we head to break. Ben Vincent with a full double up from that stack, that starting stack of 30,000. Vandanapu hasn't shown up yet. Hardigan just under starting stack. Lupascu back from his bottom, but Mosier has lost the most so far. Nobody in real trouble, but more from the Irish Open presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker in just under 20 minutes time.
And more blasts from the past for your entertainment. Remember Bad Girl. Xuan Pham is in seat 1.
Do not remember her.
Plenty of locals in this event, including Rory Liffey from Ireland. Another Irish player, Jamie Drummond. England also represented by Julian Thu. And
Who's
Alan
that?
Vincent. Another Irish player, John Coughlin.
You sure it's not Cougar? I have my Cougar noise ready.
Sean Donaldson means that we have a 4 of the players at this final table are from Ireland, and the other 4 are from England. Rambaswani rounding out this 8-seated final table. The blinds, 1,500, 3,000. And chip denominations, the yellows are 100, the pinks are 500, the blues are 1,000, and the oranges are 5,000.
Now a round of folding to the button from Ram. Calls 3,000.
Well, this is an interesting play from
I'm linked with
Rambaswani.
the 8-4 of diamonds. A little bit wide, a little bit loose.
I'm guessing this is blind on blind, though? No, it's
No,
not.
because Fam's had a call as well with the 10-5 of diamonds, so...
I was trying to defend it, Spraggy. I was, again, accidentally looking for logic in 2004.
And so yeah, he takes it off.
And Rory
I believe
Liffey.
Liffey raised the 6-5 offsuit and generates folds.
It was 7-6 offsuit, but yes, a raise of 18,000 got the job done.
Perfectly reasonable, perfectly standard hand to start us off here.
So this has been folded around to Sean Coughlin, who's got Jack 10. Now this is a hashtag fun fact. Ram Vaswani went by the poker nickname Crazy Horse back in 2004.
Comes back to Ram.
Nice. Poker nicknames need to make a comeback.
1/4 of the Hendon mob when they were actually a poker playing quartet rather than just a website that people use to find information.
Small blind, big blind folds, comes back to John. Put in another 18,000.
So it's a raise to 30,000. A re-raise rather, and the call from Coughlin means we go heads up to the first flop.
Up comes
King, Queen, 8. Up and down draw for Coughlin.
A bit of a disaster for Ram Vaswani, who does have the betting lead, and will, it looks like, continue to bet all in.
Wow, shoves on Coughlin.
27,800.
For only 27,000 more, that seems like quite small given the pre-flop action.
So the win again, 68.
Yeah, and Coughlin does have him covered, so in making this call, Ram is the at-risk player and only has a slight advantage here with ace high.
20,000.
It's pretty much a coin flip. Are we going to lose Crazy Horse?
5.
Now a 70% favorite.
Last card, King.
And the board pairs on the river, and that will be the double up for Ram Vaswani. And that was only a 1-star hand. I guess there was a pair of kings on board, so they're going to class it as a 2-star hand, but you know what I meant.
I've been delighted to get away with one there. 3-bet pre-flop with the ace-6 off, shove king, queen 8, somehow be good and somehow hold.
So let's have an action replay, courtesy of some 2004 graphics. Basically, some people threw some chips in, and then we saw the flop, which was the first 3 community cards, and then we saw some more chips get put into the pot by the 2 players remaining in the hands. And then came the 4th community card, known as the turn. This then resulted in more chips being put into the pot. And the final community card, the river, meant so many more chips went into the pot. So many that we couldn't even keep count anymore. And then we had a cooler, which was a straight against a set. Not an exact replay of that hand we just saw, but that's how it could have happened.
Close enough.
Ram Vaswani with ace-6 again. Not going to play it. 10-9 for Bad Girl. She folds. Rory Liffey is out. Ace-King for Jamie Drummond.
Jamie raises to 9,000.
And
raising it up to 9,000. Over to the ace-jack for Julian Thew.
Yeah, he has a dominated hand.
Wow, just lets it go, the ace-jack.
And all in.
And after being crippled by Ram Vaswani, it's Sean Coughlin. He'll now move all in with ace-7.
He shows ace-7 offsuit, play against ace-king. From Jamie.
And this is not looking good for Coughlin.
We see the flop. Flop comes 7, check, 10.
Oh, it is always coming 7. We established that it's clearly been happening since the dawn of time.
Queen, please.
Percentages reverse. 70-30 favorite now, Coughlin. Even more on the turn.
John in front, one in. And the last card.
The river card is a jack. And that will be a double up for Sean Coughlin. Sean Donaldson with Queen Deuce of Diamonds. He said something, not sure what it was.
This is to 12,000. Sean Donaldson. 3,000 in the pot already. Big blind.
Okay, so he's raised to 12,000, 4x raise. And it's a call from Ram Vaswani with King 3 of Diamonds. And it's a King high.
King 4-8. Sean is first.
I'm going to make a bold prediction here, Spraggy.
C-bet.
Check, bet, fold. Ah!
Oh, Vaswani with the trap, checks behind the flop.
So now does
still best.
he managed to get a bet from Donaldson? No, he checks a second time.
Ram bets 10,000. And takes the pot.
So I almost had it right.
Fold.
If you delay my prediction to the turn, it was accurate.
I was surprised not to see a C-bet, actually, just because I feel like in 2004, everybody's just betting, continuation betting all the time.
So we are still 8-handed. Julian through the short stack with 33k. And it is Jamie Drummond who's the current chip leader with 176k.
And the big blind was at 3,000, so this table's actually pretty deep.
Yep, blinds are 1,500, 3,000. Action starts with Drummond. And now it's Julian Thu.
Julian raises to 8,000.
Raises to 8k.
Back to Ram on the button, he calls.
That dealer button is sick. Ram Vaswani flats from the button with ace-3 of diamonds. And Rory Liffey has pocket 9s in the big blind.
And he calls with 3 players in the pot.
And we've got 3-way action.
It's quite interesting to see a little bit lack of aggression in these earlier games. Julian Thu has, I believe, just 11 big blinds. Certainly a hand that you'd expect him nowadays just to move all in with. And 9s definitely could have been considered for a re-raise, but...
So having paired his queen and obviously having the up and down straight draw as well, Thu decides to shove flop and gets 2 quick folds.
Yep, gets the job done. Good board for him. Shallow stack.
You commented during London, Spraggy, on the applause and cheering from the crowd. I do love the fact that in the era before live streams, and in the era before side events at the casino, you got a really good crowd. You got a really good rail for these final tables.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? I don't know. It gives it kind of like a bigger feel, if that makes sense. It always seems to be packed out in all 3 of them so far.
And yeah, every now and then you see a familiar face in the crowd. So Bad Girl opening with jacks. Julian Thu flatting with the 8s.
30,000.
Queen 5 deuce, just the one overcard to the jacks.
Julian checks. And Suyan bets 20,000. And takes about 50,000 to Su Yen.
Continuation bet of 20,000 wins Bad Girl the pot.
And again, a very, very different play style with the 8s. You'd expect to see a lot of pre-flop action these days, or certainly on the flop if you do just make the call, probably sticking around on the flop as well. It's also amazing to me how it's such a simple game in its essence, but everything can change over the years. It is like watching a completely different game in terms of the strategy.
Bad Girl back in the action, raising to 15,000 with Ace Queen.
You know how you said we're going to recognize people on the rail? I think I recognize her.
Jamie calls 10,000.
Thank you for your contribution.
Small blind, Ellen, call 15,000.
So Jamie Drummond has called with deuces. Alan Vinson in with pocket 9s. Ace 8 now for Sean Coughlin.
All in.
And all in, seat 6, Sean Collin.
And he is all in. Is this going to get through all 3 players?
Fam doesn't seem too happy about it. Does have to consider 2 players still to act behind her as well.
Is this who people are talking about when they say, come on, fam? English people, I mean?
Yes, I believe this is where it all started. Someone pointed out last final table as well, Shipley was where, ship it.
Right.
Common poker parlance, that's where that originated, yeah. So we're seeing the birth of a lot of things today, Joe.
Like most births, it will get messy.
At this point, of course, Drummond was unaware that deuces never loses.
And
Therefore,
that's why we see the fold, yeah.
Question, were 9s the stars nuts back in 2004? Vincent certainly seems to think so because he's called the all-in.
Sean Collin is all in with Ace 8.
Looks particularly happy for a man who's
From Ellen.
30% to win the pot.
He's chilling. He may not know that.
What comes? 10, 7, 4.
It's not looking good for him.
He can cheer when the 9 hits.
Turn comes. The king. No help either.
We saw one of the aces folded.
The check and no help.
No, Barry Greenstein, and Sean's going to be the first man out from the final table, cashing for 5,000 euros.
Hello and welcome back to the Irish Poker Open, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. We are back in the greenest room, the greenest poker room in all the world. That's right, Irish Poker Open 2023 coming at you, live coverage from Day 1C from the RDS Dublin. This is the voice of Nicholas Walsh, doing some commentary for you today, and joined by me today is the one and only Mr. Griffin Benger. How you doing, buddy?
Good, good, good. How's everyone doing?
Just fantastic, guys. Take a look at the beauty and majesty as we see a few chip counts here for you. Vincent, as we mentioned earlier, our current featured table chip leader, has doubled his starting stack. Mosier down to 172 big blinds. I say down to, Griff. That's a whole lot of big blinds still.
Yeah, early days here, but an excellent start for Vincent. Running super hot and playing very well. James Hardigan, might recognize that name. 268 big blinds. Played a little tighter than I would have liked in that first, couple levels there. But hopefully Hardigan will be more willing to mix it up, especially once the antes come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have some new individuals joining our featured table. Naden Shaw from Washington State will be joining us. We don't have too much information from Naden in terms of his handed mob results, but he did say on his way to the feature table that this is his worst case scenario. Buying into a tournament and starting on the feature table, obviously very daunting. Also, Ken Beckers from Belgium Got about $93,573 on the old mob. Best cash was WSOP 550 Pot Limit Omaha 8-handed tournament, which was a bracelet event.
Dealers, if you have 2 players back at your table, please begin to prepare.
He came third for $25,530. How do you feel about that, Griff? Coming in, buying into a tournament, and arriving at the feature table.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have a fair bit of experience on feature tables, so it doesn't really change much for me. But I imagine the first time you're doing it, I mean, look, when you're playing a main event, it's already exciting, makes you a little nervous. You know, it's probably anywhere from sometimes 10, 20, 30 times bigger than your average buy-in if you're playing online at your local casino. So to just be, it's one thing to just get there and, you know, be one of the many people in the crowd here, but when you got the shining lights on you and everyone's seeing how you're playing hands and you have your phone taken away so you can't just go on TikTok or whatever, distract yourself, text friends, give them updates on hands. No, it's daunting, and I think that, you know, it's something that I think everyone should experience, but not, you know, certainly not an edge in any way. It's just it's a little jarring, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So, despite that previous graphic, guys, we are coming back to blinds 100, 200. Those chip counts, of course, are featured table chip counts, which you can see now in all of its majesty. Just waiting for everyone to take their seats, and we'll get back underway.
Can they not mic him at the table?
Okay. So you're gonna be the big blind.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're gonna be the they're.
So it looks like the dealer.
Do it at the table, yeah. They need to be at the table and they need to do it quickly. This is yeah.
Looks like the dealer is going to get play underway right now. We do have a few players joining us still,
Yes,
as I mentioned.
I did an interview with Jeannie in the Bahamas where we did a feature about like what she did and stuff. That was like nearly 10 years ago now, but Jeannie was very, very big into mixed games, if memory serves me correctly. How much have you raised it to, Benjamin? 5?
4.
Nice defense here from James Hardigan. You know, this is kind of, it's near the bottom of what you're prepared to call with, and it kind of sucks that Vincent has that 7 out kicked, but I think this is good process from James.
400.
400.
Just by a mile.
Plus.
Oh, it's 2 players coming.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, wow.
So player 1 is on. Yeah, he's missing this round also. On seat 1.
Ich bin
He's on small blind now.
blind small. Klein blind.
James Hardigan giving us some content for the German contingent watching today. The enemy 573. This is the real Hardigan. Indeed it is. James Hardigan, seat 2 on our feature table here at the PokerStars Paddy Power Poker IPO.
James, welcome back. You got your T-shirt. Well done. Everything's gravy from here on out, right?
What?
Everything's gravy from here on out. Worst case scenario, you qualified for an event and won a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, both definitely.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Free stuff confirmed,
flew
Griffin.
like
Free stuff confirmed.
2,600 kilometers.
Think of the
You love to hear
miles.
it.
I'm assuming you're a member of that airline's loyalty program.
Yeah.
Plus.
I fly for free because my father was a pilot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
8.
Okay.
Not that your father.
I never knew my
Nothing's
father.
free. No, especially not for kids of the pilot.
Plus.
So we are back underway. A few new players added to our midst.
Nothing's free.
Nothing is free.
Yeah.
You're paying for it somehow.
Someone's got to pay.
Yeah, someone has.
One thing, it's free, it's twice expensive.
Yeah.
Table
The good
filling
news
out
is when I
now.
switched my phones on during the break. I didn't have any abusive or critical messages from anyone, but then I realised maybe the stream hadn't caught up and they hadn't seen the worst hands yet. So next break.
There is still time.
Oh, absolutely.
To shine, I mean.
Oh, I mean, it's like so far we've seen 2 or 3 kind of like, yeah. We haven't got to like full on. That was just absolutely terrible yet.
I was talking with my friend in the back in the break, and he was saying, James really plays good.
You was watching the stream?
Yeah.
Well, you just made James Hardigan's day.
Speaking of James Hardigan's day, folding that button. 7 tray off seems reasonable, though.
Oh, I'm saying sorry.
There were definitely 2 hands which I had no business being in, and probably would still be above starting stack if I'd had the discipline not to play them.
You know, I'm going to have to go out on a limb and disagree with James, as he's suggesting that
we don't do regret.
he was playing too loose when he's been playing too tight. I'm curious about which 2 hands he thinks.
Exactly.
Go into the lab and pour over hands.
Just
and
get wasted and make the session review. It's easy.
Just get your chips in the hope for the best. None of this range calculation nonsense.
Don't forget, guys.
No.
If James does make it to the dinner break, we will be running a free roll. Keep your eyes and ears peeled, because your window of opportunity to enter that will be swift.
I will say that the one hand that he thinks that maybe he had quote-unquote no business being in is the ace-queen on the flop, calling the pot-size bet.
Okay.
Which I think, based on the opponent and stuff, you could maybe make an argument to make a tight laydown, but in general, you should be calling on the flop. I'm curious what his other one is.
Yeah, I think you might be right. It was a sizable bet.
Call. 3 players. Check. Check.
Advantage Moger.
Mosier, again, connects really hard, but just doesn't want to be aggressive enough. And I feel like on that board, you definitely want some protection, Griff.
Check.
But also, you know, it's not a spot you're necessarily going to be leading out from the big blind as the defender.
No, you're quite right. I actually got the positions
But
mixed
has
up there.
found the bet now, yeah. And Vincent with that plenty of equity. Bit surprised seeing a fold, but the bet was perhaps so big that, you know.
Yeah, no, quite right.
Suddenly right-handed and everything's
checking
changed.
to the player in position
more serious,
seems
wasn't it?
reasonable.
An ace would have been good.
An ace?
Flop.
Yeah.
For you and me, I mean. I saw your ace when you threw the cards.
I saw it.
So definitely mine was better, and pre-flop I mean.
Pretty good one.
Yeah,
Pretty good one.
mine also. That is why I'm saying an ace would be good.
Pass. 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 Pass.
So how do they know what cards we have?
So basically the cards have like tiny chips
oh, it's
in,
one of the chips.
and the
yeah.
readers are under these boxes, which is why obviously
Yeah,
the cards
yeah.
go side by side in the box.
Here we go.
There's no small guy under the table with.
I'm afraid not.
Small guy. I was thinking it's a small guy under the table with something looking at the
Yeah,
card.
I mean that's what we used to do, but then unfortunately, you know,
In the old days.
kind
Fallen
of like
for the
people felt
trap.
that it's exploitative and
Yeah. Those guys from Ocean 11 or 12 inspired themselves.
Raise.
Put a small guy in a box and.
We're in Ireland, so there's leprechauns, isn't there? So you can easily cheap labour.
Yeah.
Mosier with a limp raise at this stack depth. Wow. Going to a flop now. Mosier way out in front for the time being.
Pretty great result so far. Wow, even better. I was going to say, Mosier shouldn't be getting a lot of light ISOs from this particular opponent. So for Alexia to actually have a hand to ISO, good enough to call the limp 3-bet, and now you get this flop.
No, it's his TV show. No, yeah, it's I'm Alan Partridge, Steve Coogan's character, where he's like the awful TV presenter. And
and
obviously he's trying
Alexia, just the speed at which he bets, he's just saying, I definitely have an ace here, I definitely have an ace here. So I feel like there's a great opportunity to win a much bigger pot here, rather than just flatting with the kings.
Bet 25.
That's obviously that isn't recent though, is it? Must be.
Oh, that's like 1997.
That's something now.
Yeah.
To get away
It's a very unusual line, Griff.
Yeah.
Even though it's basically sending up people who hold those kind of stupid, that kind of
just taking the mick out of ignorant people, isn't
yes.
it? Yeah.
So you work for PokerStars, or you stream for them, or?
Yes and yes.
Okay.
Oh dear.
He works for PokerStars as well, and he should be officially wearing his little "I work for PokerStars" badge, but they couldn't even give him one.
You commentate for them?
I do commentate for them.
Yeah, you sound familiar.
Very different job to yours.
That's true.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
What's your name?
James.
James.
Hardigan.
Makes the call.
Okay. Yeah, you sounded familiar, and then I looked over and seen the staff badge.
I'm one half.
The good
King's full for Mosier.
Thank you. Even though the other half is the greatest flag waver for your country.
Yeah, hero of Romania.
Yes, no, I'm one half of the EPT double act, and it was the other half, Joe Stapleton, who basically campaigned
About half pot on the River of Kings
rather than commentate.
I think I've seen the video of.
Yeah.
Did they tell you like 2 or 3 days
I
ago?
learned on Wednesday when we recorded the podcast, so yes. Oh, nice hand. Again, kings full of nines. That was the
Alexa, play Hello Darkness, My Old Friend.
Mosier takes a really unconventional line there, but just finds the absolute setup.
The kind of bit that was a bit like,
and gets paid.
And Alexa can't believe his
it's
luck.
Going better than expected. I've made a complete twat of myself yet.
Yeah, you still have time.
I know.
Quick look at those feature table chip counts. Vincent's still way out in
something
front, but
really,
our
really
friend Mosier now back up close to starting stack after getting off to a bit of a rough start. Alexia takes a big hit. Now 16,500 chips. About 82 big blinds, though. Still plenty of room to play.
Looks like my song request was a hit on Twitch. A lot of people getting, well, I can really just be your DJ tonight. DJ Griffin.
DJ Griffin.
We haven't quite gotten to the stage yet where I've been lulled into that false sense of security where I've forgotten that there are cameras and I've forgotten that I'm wearing a microphone. And we haven't had a conversation where it's like, shouldn't have said that. Shouldn't have said that.
This is like my worst nightmare too. I literally just registered and they're like, hey, yeah. I sat down over there at 20.
Yeah, and they're like, no.
Yeah.
Go over there.
Exactly. And I was like, oh.
3 players. Where are you from?
I'm from Washington State.
Chase?
Well, I know that you didn't qualify because there's no online poker in Washington State. Correct.
Chase?
I would never do something like that.
900.
Bet 900. Plus.
this bet's going to work. Does indeed. Score another one for Vincent.
You had the 6 also?
Is all your team in Dublin, Ben, or are they kind of split between Dublin and Malta?
The in-play teams in Malta, yeah, so most of the pre-matches are in Dublin, and then the in-plays in Malta, yeah. I think there's some guys in Isle of Man as well, but they're more like the content guys as well.
So I keep forgetting about the Isle of Man.
Yeah, there's a few guys there as well.
James Hardigan, King 8 off. Been so solid thus far. I do tend to agree with Griffin's analysis as well. I don't think that he's been playing too loose at all, as he might have suggested earlier. I think he's playing very well. Maybe like to see him playing just a couple more hands, in fact, when he's got position.
Were you ever in the Isle of Man?
No. Only literally just, I moved to Ireland and then literally, well, need to get a job, and then just literally actually applied at Paddy Power first. They wouldn't take me, but Stars, I suppose because of the poker site, they knew who I was, so it kind of worked in my favour in a way. I was basically unemployed for like, on the CV, it's just like, what have you been doing for the last 10 years? Like,
yeah.
It's hard to, you need to be known for them to appreciate. So yeah, they took a chance and just, worked out, I guess.
Come on, James.
Okay, James. Come on, mix it up, baby.
No, not the powerhouse. 8-9 of diamonds. So pretty. Jones keeping it solid too. Rather see 8-9 suited play than ace-8 there. It's 8 there, though, Griff. But Alexia is going to flat the cutoff.
Raise 8 plus.
Nice opportunity for Lupascu to squeeze it up now or isolate that limp. From what we've seen from Alexia, guy likes to play hands but doesn't like to fold so much, plays them quite passively.
Cool.
Shaw makes the call to try and find the set. I don't expect Alexia to fold.
Cool.
Does make the call.
Cool. Three players.
3 players going to the flop.
James, you absolute genius, once again. Has a feeling for the flow of the cards. Is counting cards a thing? Does he have somehow? No, that is
the
not
heart of the
a
cards.
thing.
The heart of the cards.
He's just that good.
Lupascu is going to continue the
our
story.
Table is that one, right? Table 20.
Yeah.
And they basically, some poor dealer has to sit there and just do nothing.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know what.
Must be the rotation, because it's been a different. Yeah, of course, it's been a different.
But wouldn't you just say the rotation is this is 20?
Wait a minute, James.
I should just go and break. I kind of like feel sorry for her. She looks like
You understand why?
So Shaw obviously feeling like he had the best hand on the flop. If I'm Lupascu, I like to fire a second bullet here, Griff, just because it really feels like he's going to have a lot of hands like this in the big blind, like sixes, etc. Then you can still rep the hearts and stuff. You can go crazy on rivers. Plus, you can still hit the ace or the king too. Don't forget that. Yeah.
That's 2,200.
So it is on the larger size, but obviously kind of hoping to slow down the action with a bet rather than be faced with a larger one, I think. So it is a sort of a blocker bet, in my opinion.
I can beat this queen here.
Why would he have ace queen? Yeah, paying off the value bet there.
Nice value bet. He's now moved on to Deep River
Let's
Rock.
list hands
still,
that
so
he can
this
beat
is
in this
not
situation.
bar-based, and nor do I think this
Now let's
packaging
list
is
some hands that
particularly
make
good for the
sense.
environment.
It's about £4 more than the other one. Probably. Is that what it cost about one? 380 or something?
I don't know.
If you are just joining us, this is the Irish Open 2023. An incredible turnout.
So you get more value for money with alcohol here.
Well over, what, probably 1,500 people at this point.
Yeah, it's been quite the
creeping
turnout.
towards that 2,000.
So sorry.
John Delano remarks on Twitch.
Honestly.
He could have beat 9-8 of diamonds.
Destroyed anymore, so I will be staying away from anything else.
I don't blame you.
Cool.
Yeah, we will have some more information on total player numbers as we go. We will also have more information on players remaining once we get through some more of these
You should have kicked me.
day one actions.
Kick me,
I didn't know if it was me or I couldn't work out whether.
kick me, elbow me, something.
Just give you any sign.
Better wake up, Granny.
Free flop for James Hardigan here. Flopping the best of it. Going to be tough to find a call on the flop if Oleksha bets but doesn't. James, let's hold on, baby. No 9, no king, no jack. How about a bet?
Yeah,
Thinking he is best, getting value.
I really like that. On the river, no improvement. So Hardigan with the best of it.
Check.
Checking a check. Hardigan, send him the good news.
Oh, yeah.
And the 4 is good. The calculating
Jimmy,
look.
Jimmy. Jimmy the bastard.
Nice work, Jimmy.
How'd you get into commentating? What's the story behind that?
With apologies to the audience who've heard this a million times, but no, I come from a radio background. I used to do a radio show on a London radio station, and back in the early 2000s when they launched the EPT, they were inviting people from the media to go to like this new live tour, and they basically said, you know, we'll give you a package to play this event, and you know, in exchange we want you to talk about the experience and obviously say the word PokerStars on the radio. I'm like, yeah, absolutely, because I was a poker fan at the time, and I convinced my editor that this would be a great piece of content because in 2004 poker was really cool and everyone was playing it and it was the thing.
That's like when Moneymaker won.
Oh, it was right after Moneymaker, and it was obviously, you know, kind of it was Deauville, so it was kind of this glamorous old school French casino. It was the inspiration for Ian Fleming's Casino Royale, so this was like, you know, kind of.
It's a great casino. I love that casino.
I love Deauville.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Cool.
To be continued. I'll let you play.
I imagine in the summer it was always in February when I was there, but like, I imagine the summer's beautiful there.
Back in my day, poker was cool, like in James Bond.
All the tops, like people like De Niro and stuff. Used to go to that.
Mosier raising to 700 with a 4-3 of diamond. Shaw has position with sevens.
Casino, all the movie stars who've been there over the years.
That hotel, it's actually haunted as well. It's actually, they've got a funny story.
If you read Ian Fleming's book, Casino Royale, the way he describes the hotel and the bar as you come down the stairs and the route to the casino, it's clearly Deauville. It's clearly based on that book.
James would know.
Trowville as well has got a lovely casino as well. It's just down the road.
Such a big fan of Bond.
Finally, some good.
That's ready to play.
Deauville is in the details, right?
This is going to get us into trouble with Twitch.
Shaw finds the raise with the sevens on the flop here. Mosier doesn't want to fold yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can have Bonnie Tyler. As much as I love Bonnie, love you dearly, but sadly.
Just call the waiter and order some drinks.
I'm one ahead of you.
Ah, yeah. I saw it, no bubbles in there.
Shout out to John Delano for being the only person who laughed at my sweet Deauville joke.
I know, it's just
Nick didn't even twitch. I don't even think you heard it.
I didn't hear it. All right, so sevens are still the best
no
hand.
good Irish
but
wine, is that what you're saying?
weird run out. Mo's just going to turn his hand into a bluff.
Yeah, I prefer the Moldavian one.
Moldovan, is that nice?
Very nice.
That's around half pot here.
I mean, should work.
I don't really sell that.
This is you
don't
can't
sell
really
it. I haven't seen
continue
many
with
bottles.
sevens here.
You wouldn't get it in the supermarket over here.
So then, having gone to Dover or played that EPT, I met a lot of the people from PokerStars. And again,
quite a small, quite a small
Nick's
industry
face is cringing over here, but he won't explain why. Come on, I'm beating you out.
Just some really, really unusual lines on this table, and it's beautiful to see it happen, though. Day one coverage, some of the best.
I did the World Cup of Poker in 2005, took over the EPT in 2006, did the live streams in 2007.
Moldova's next to you, right?
What was a part-time gig grew into a full-time job from like 2010 onwards. So.
Romania's got decent Riesling, right?
Romanian
Riesling,
that's the
wine,
right place at the right
Romania
time,
has wine.
which I think is central of so many people.
Moldavian are
it's much better,
above.
Yeah, I'm not too up to date on my poker, you know, lore. Like, I don't know many players, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And it shows, you know. I mean, the guy clearly does not know that he's speaking to poker royalty. The king, King James.
Just help you there. 7.
I hate when this happens. This makes it really
Alexa, play Avenged Sevenfold, Hail to the King on Spotify.
I just wanted to raise, you know.
Luckily,
it's a great song. It's a great song.
Volume
You guys
level 10.
can rock out now.
You got to get the volume level 10 in there.
You got like 15 behind.
15K. Yeah. You have to take him in consideration.
Just get out of the way.
So Alexia, again, very, very passive game. I don't think he's limping the fold. 2 players makes the call.
I'm old enough to remember when this theme music, this song was the theme music for NFL on Channel 4 on a Sunday night.
Sunday night.
All spades.
Oh man, this is one of those spots, Griff, where Alexia just does money if the spade comes.
That's 700.
Continuation of about 1/3.
If you play, obviously, if you're a poker player, it's a sport you watch a lot, because obviously Sundays you'd be grinding. There's always been a thing you'd be watching. Since I stopped playing, I don't watch it anymore.
You 43%.
Sorry, it was a little bit more. Excuse me.
To win this hand with the live jack and the bigger spade feels like too much, doesn't it? Based on these 2 hands?
And it changes.
What do you think, Nick?
I wouldn't even know the players.
43 sounds not right.
43 doesn't sound quite right.
Listen, what do I know?
I mean, for years it was my favourite sport, but I'm kind of like, as time goes on, I'm like, I don't know whether this sport is sustainable long term. It just, you know, it's
brutal, isn't it?
That's going to get paid.
Bordering on barbaric.
Yeah, it's more after the careers and stuff. I mean, all this evidence coming out about
the whole thing,
brain injuries and stuff.
Yeah, and the whole.
Finding a raise.
Awful incident in last year with the guys like on the field for like the better part of an hour and like
by your man
covering the whole thing in real time.
What happened?
He had a heart attack.
Lupascu raised.
Oh, I heard about it. Yeah, of course.
Pardon me, I keep on mixing up their names, but yes, raising with the 2 pair.
Yeah, it was on Sky Sports. Yeah, I remember when it happened.
There we go.
What, they just carried on?
JT takes it
They
down.
didn't carry on the game.
It's happened in football quite a few times, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Ericsson obviously was the most high-profile one.
Yes.
Did he have a heart attack because of an injury that happened to sustain, or was it just one of those things?
Okay, you're dealer, good luck.
Kind of like due to
Right here, yeah.
There's a complete alternative section.
You talking about DeMar Hamlin situation? Are you talking about the DeMar Hamlin?
Yeah.
All right, take a look at those feature table chip counts, guys. Vincent still way out in front. More exchanges, leaving Alexia with just 66 big blinds this time. Our guy Hardigan keeping it real solid, still around starting stack. As we round closer to that dinner break, that very early dinner break, as mentioned earlier, Griff, coming up in just a few levels, which means we will be having a free roll if our guy can stick it out until then. If you want more details on how to get into that free roll, stick around, guys. It's going to be showing up on your screen at some stage. So keep your eyes peeled because there's a very narrow window to jump into that and take advantage. We want you guys, the viewers, to appreciate it and to make use of it. The people showing their support for our guy, James Hardigan, here on our feature table in Dublin.
Speaking of free roll.
Yes.
Nick, we have a poker insider here on Twitch. We cannot confirm or deny if this is true, but it'd be a weird thing to make up. Mice Q says that Alexa is my friend's father. He won entry in a free roll online. Love to hear it.
I mean, absolutely love to hear the
Playing
qualifier
quite well
stories.
for a free roll, an online free roll player, I'll say.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, jumping straight onto a feature table, very daunting, as Shaw mentioned, joining us straight off of a buy-in as well. So that's got to play into it as well.
Probably like number 2 or number 3 sport here, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, rugby first.
Yeah. Rugby.
And then, depending on football, depending on how they're doing.
Yeah, results
Sports banter.
Yeah. Like we all are, eh?
If they do well, they start
Do
streaming.
sports.
Do sports.
Depends how the
It's like
football's
poker.
doing, if we like it or
I
not.
think every country's the same, aren't they?
Wasn't his turn. Out of turn.
That's a good one.
Or maybe it's just the right thing.
All right, Shaw. Looks like he acted out of turn there, but still got the same result. Pretty good board for him to.
You got to give me one, you know.
Bet and take it.
First time being on TV.
I think that may be the case for many of us.
He was talking about an NFL player having a heart attack, and I was about to chip in and say I might have one if, you know, stable too much longer.
You won the first 2 pots, so that should just
Yeah.
show you that.
Yeah, it
breaks
does.
you in
It does
nicely.
help a little bit.
Pascu's
yeah.
been very active on our feature table today so far. Finds aces this time from under the gun. Beckers haven't seen too much of since he joined our feature. Does have a few scores. Total live earnings, 93,573 from the live circuits.
Brought the bees in.
Beckers does call with the suited ace. Jones must get involved here from the cutoff. Love the call with the king, queen of spades.
I'm getting us into trouble again.
500?
500, yeah.
Call.
Well, Alexia wants in as well.
Domination situations everywhere, and a very interesting flop.
Hey, check.
King, queen of spades.
Super
That
dangerous
flush
for
draw.
aces. Griff, is this ever a spot where you're supposed to check your aces? I feel like I might be checking aces on this texture 4 ways.
Okay, so this is what's interesting about this
Warmer than it
spot.
was earlier, or is it just me?
I understand why your
Yeah,
instinct
I'm
would be to check,
Yep.
but you need
Or the red
to
wine, yeah.
clear
I've
out
got
some
layers
people here.
on. And a big guy.
You know, you don't want that to be the turn card and still be 5 ways, and then
Okay.
you don't really know. Like, I just think that like
Makes it a little bit
if you bet this flop strong and one guy calls and another person like raises,
Yep.
you can just fold the aces.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like.
hot weather where you are, right? It gets quite warm.
But
Yeah.
I like the idea, like when you just check this, it just becomes tricky. It's great when the turn's a 4, or when the turn's a 10 and someone like overvalues it, but I think it depends on the kind of opponents. Like if I think that, you know, if there's some very strong player in the big blind that knows that this matches their range and they're willing to check, raise Jack 7 of diamonds on the 4, 5, 6, 2 spades, 1 diamond, then like I might not be willing to bet.
Sure.
When an ace is ever good on that board, right?
They're actually
That is
talking
why
about
I
it. We probably
check,
should have
yeah.
left them take there.
Well, at least you know they're in the deck now, eh?
Yeah, they're in the deck, but it was not how I imagined the things, you know. I was thinking open, 3-bet, 4-bet there.
They're not cracked.
I bet
Not what they're
jam.
cracked up to.
No, 4-way to a flop, and it comes like 3
Yeah.
cards to a straight, 4 cards to a straight paired board. Lovely, lovely.
You're just hoping to win the minimum.
Yeah, I was hoping to lose the minimum after the turn. Said, okay, I'm going to pass. I'm done with
Pascu
that.
just happy to get to showdown and have the best hand with aces there. I don't blame him. Lots of dangerous situations there.
90-minute dinner break after level 4. This will be at about 4:30 p.m. Your food options at that time are in the menu here. We have the O'Brien sandwich bar. Outside there are pizzas, Eddie Rockets, Chinese. And across the street, if you go through the main door here, across the street, the Horseshoe Bar do full carvery, and they are ready for the masses.
Yep.
So if you do go over there, you can get a proper carvery dinner.
Carvery dinners, guys. You heard it here first.
At the end of level 4 at about 4:30 p.m.
I'm not going to lie, Griff. Those food options he was making reference to out back are actually very good. I've been very impressed, considering, you know, most setups for poker tournaments are pretty minimal. Shout out to Finton for suggesting the spice bags, by the way. Those are delicious.
The spice bags?
Have you not had a spice bag yet?
I don't think so. Is it outside with the food?
It's outside. It's outside from the Asian selection that we have. There are two right next to each other, right next to Johnny Rockets.
So I had the one when you first go out, the one that's right in front of you.
It's the one just to the left of that.
Okay.
Yeah, Pan-Asian cuisine, and they have a spice bag, which is kind of like a spiced fried chicken and chips, all mixed together with like various accoutrements.
Really interesting.
It is. Give it a shot. It's delicious. Finton suggested we give it a go when we fly into Dublin next. Had never heard of it, and it was very, very good.
Okay.
Eddie Rockets sounds great. Eddie Rockets is also delicious too. Shout out to those guys.
Is it pretty quick reading it, or?
Reasonably, yeah. The technology's got better.
Oh, I thought I heard pass and I didn't look up.
Normally, like as long as they're side by side, it picks them up pretty quickly.
What kind of food is Eddie Rockets?
It's good to give it just a
More like your classic sort of burger van, you know, chips
And then once
and
you've
burgers
read them,
and
I mean,
that
I
kind of thing.
keep them in
Chicken
the box.
burgers.
You don't have to. If you want to move them, you can. It's
That's what I'm not sure, like under the gun, like, you know, that last hand
Yeah,
I knew
yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't want to play, but, you know.
yeah. I think just like pause for a second. It's like no one's going to complain about that. It's good to make sure it's captured.
Lord Nav in the chat says you should try haggis. It's really good.
Generally,
Buddy,
they
that's
change
the
bet
wrong.
quite frequently anyway,
You're in
but
the
what's
wrong
hilarious
country
is
for
if
that.
You've got someone who's like a really aggressive.
Wrong
peeler,
country.
What that can do is snap the chips in the cards.
What's
And then what you
haggis?
find
That's
is, like,
Scotland.
the graphics,
Yes, it is.
You've got dead cards
Scotland.
because like they can no longer be read, and so that's when they have to change the deck. I think we had, I can't remember, which event was it? It would have been the Bahamas, where there was a player at the feature table who was like really aggressively peeling the cards to the point where we're running out of decks. So this guy is like breaking every time he looks at his cards, he's breaking them.
The chip?
Yeah. If you peel the cards, like really peel them aggressively, it can break them.
I'm sure these decks probably aren't cheap.
They're not.
I mean, in fairness, Nick, I feel like you're going to have an easier time getting some haggis in Ireland than you are in London
That's
or
true.
Canada. So they probably do have haggis here.
I'm sure you could find haggis somewhere, yes, but it would be like a, oh yeah, we're gonna, this is a special this month.
And they cannot break it, you know.
Pascu in the mix again, not afraid to play slightly wider than most, but it's given him the opportunity to actually stack up a little bit here. Beckers, would you ever consider a 3-bet here, Griff? Well, kind of deep to be 3-betting King Deuce of Diamonds, but there it is. I like it. I think it's fine.
That's good. I'm just gonna let it slide this time.
Only this time?
Only this time.
One time.
One time. You're gonna see it on TV. I hope you don't have a 5.
A 5?
A 5, yeah.
And the 3-bet gets it through.
4 to 5.
As I mentioned earlier, our seat 9, who just put in the 3-bet with the king deuce of diamonds, does have some experience on the circuit, possibly picking up on that slightly wider range from the button.
You can't make straight without 5 or 10.
Yeah. These were the grades that got me in trouble in school. 5 and 10.
500.
So James?
Yes?
We meet again.
James has
I'm
been
gonna
good at
gift
these.
you an extra 300 chips.
Yeah, he's been good at these defense so far. I think the defend from Jack 9 is pretty much mandatory here. 2 overcards to the 7s right now, though, Griff. Oh, hello. That's a set. It's always coming 7, ladies and gentlemen.
Checks.
So he's coming 7. Ooh, don't let him hit a turn pair. No, James ain't falling for it.
So you don't become creative on the turn. 5.
I gave you an extra 3, but you're not getting any more than that.
Very good, James.
You're going to see it on TV anyway, so.
Oh, there it is.
Always coming.
Oh. Yeah, that is why I raised, you know.
You're
If I had the 7 last time.
Always coming 7. Very nice.
But
it is weird because I've heard your voice so many times. Like
I didn't
when
really
you
think
said
about
that,
this
like you
when I
got
was-
500
No,
out of me, but you
No, it's
got
all right, it's all right, it's
500
fine.
more. Like I feel like
Feel
I've
free.
heard you say that before.
Right.
So it's weird.
Thanks very much.
I mean, I only have like, 20 odd lines in rotation.
Yeah.
Again and again.
But they're all iconic, James.
I was,
the classic's the classic, you know what I mean?
I just can't wait till the dinner break.
This guy goes, I know you.
to get the shakes.
I know your voice.
How many times have they
You did
played
that
Stairway to
hand with
Heaven?
Dan Shack
You
and
know what I
Vanessa
mean?
There you go.
Self.
That's why I need to eat.
Yes, that's right, and that's the one thing that I'm known for. That one hand. They brought me in especially just to do that one hand.
Called?
What is that? The one where she like freaks
You're
out
banned
at
with
her
a very
friend or
important
whatever?
question. Will
Okay.
James
I mean,
sing
it's
if there's a
obviously
chopped
very
pot?
well
Yes,
mixed.
that was
Yeah.
actually, as we discussed
This is
earlier,
given.
my condition upon him playing this is that if there is a chopped pot,
It's a sandwich.
he needs to sing it
sandwich.
alone on the feature table.
Really quick, though. It looks like Vincent limps under the gun with ace-queen off here.
700.
Price 700.
Jay Hardigan from the small blind raising to 700 versus the UTG
Just
limp
for-
of Vincent.
Clarification, I didn't mean to raise. But
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That was quite unexpected. I assumed it was a misclick because Vincent probably wouldn't have been caught here limping UTG in under any other circumstances.
Yes.
And James
Yes,
flops fast.
James. Yes. Ultimate power.
Yes.
1,000. Let's go.
Absolutely punishing bet size in the flop.
And yeah, Vincent's got to be thinking, like, I haven't seen James Hardigan get out of line, but feels like ace-queen is a bit too strong, even without a club, and is going to pay off the bet.
So, guys, not like that. That's
Stop
annoying.
the count.
Stop the count.
Stop the count.
I will just point out there was a little grin on James's face as he raised ace-5 suited, as if he knew that it was the sourdough, the artisanal variety.
And this is going to really test the mettle of James's situational
Fucking
reading.
meetings, look what they do to you.
I knew it.
Good fold.
I knew it. I knew he was doing it for the memes.
good turn.
Good turn.
Good fold, though, on the turn, James. Well done, mate.
Yeah, played it perfectly.
I meant to make it 500 pre-flop.
All right.
I was too busy talking.
Probably would have cost me more then because I probably would have 3-bet, but
Well, it would have.
which again was probably a really dumb thing to do. But as I said, memes.
Memes.
A special hand with it. Is that what that means?
Ace-5 suited.
Ace
I was thinking ace-5.
Oh, wow, I got really lucky.
So just had some word from out in the
Ahead and
field.
fold when you're behind. Isn't that what you meant to do?
Apparently.
We are covering day 1C one of our friend and colleagues, Brandon Wynn, is up at around 45K. Griffin, your best friend, Will Kassouf, it's got around 70K in day 1C. Quite a privileged stack, wouldn't you say?
Pretty privileged.
Yeah, and dinner break, I'll have to go watch that hand because I remember it. I remember it, but I don't remember the hand. And I'll have to see what you said.
It's not even, of all the hands that I've voiced in my lifetime, it's not even one which I think, my contribution to it is minimal. It's obviously the collision between the two of them.
Yeah,
The story. I thought it's hilarious that the guy thinks, so like, that's the one thing that I'm kind of known for. It's the one thing I've done in my... But I guess it's the clickbait stuff that comes around on YouTube that most people have seen.
Yeah. Speaking of the clickbait stuff, I just was a little nervous this morning, and after breakfast I just wanted to like have a good laugh, so I looked up Phil Hellmuth compilation, and that gave me a good laugh.
Yeah. I think it's funny if you're not on the receiving end of it. I think sometimes, kind of like some of the players that he kind of has berated, I think some can take it and some get that he's just a giant man-child. But sometimes it kind of like, this is now just... I mean, the most famous example is his fellow countryman Christian Dragomir at the World Series, I think it was in 06, which is where he basically, where Dragomir called the floor at him and said that this is just abuse, I shouldn't have to take this. And it's like, he wasn't wrong.
Sound familiar?
1,000.
What was his one recently where he was trying to burn down the casino?
I haven't seen that. I watched the one that I remember from the compilation was the honey, he called me with Queen 10.
I think it's Adam Levy, yeah.
Did you commentate that one?
No.
Oh, okay.
I did bizarrely, I did the World Series Poker main event live stream in 2010. That's the only World Series stuff I've ever done. That's the Jonathan Duhamel year.
That's when PokerStars was still there doing the sponsorships, weren't they, at that point?
Yeah, Duhamel was one of, I think he was either one of two or he was the only player at that final table who was, like, I think, like, I want to say like 6 out of the 9 players were sponsored by Full Tilt, and he was the only stars.
Full Tilt will go around paying people obscene amounts of money.
Stupid money.
Just to wear a badge, yeah. I've had friends who were getting paid like 5,000, 10,000, like, not even in the final 3 days. I'm just giving them crazy money.
Those were crazy times.
Do you have a partner that you normally pair up with?
Yes, he's behind that curtain.
No one's allowed to see him.
He's watching everything.
Griffin Benger, he's back there. James's partner.
Thanks for mentioning me, James. Really touching.
No, I'm pretty sure he's talking about me. No, yeah, I didn't say any names, but you know.
Didn't want to embarrass anyone. I respect that, James.
Definitely
Keep it classy. Thanks for the shout out, buddy.
Without going to the bathroom. It's an hour and 13 on the clock.
Price 2,400.
Don't look behind the curtain.
Vincent clearing out the field with this aggressive out of position 3-bet. After an early position raise, a cutoff, a hijack call with the 7s. And Becker sitting there just like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to let you get away with this, pal. I don't buy it. Shaw with an opportunity to peel and set mine there with the technically best hand. Doesn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, at this stack depth, you'd expect it to be mandatory, right,
I think they're
Griff?
playing the Macarena now.
So the problem is that it's like 12 big blinds, 14 big blinds to
Yep.
call. So
Yep.
actually, I probably would have folded the sevens.
90s
I probably
music at
would
its
have folded
best.
the ace-9. You know, you kind of just have to let him do that sometimes. But you've already called, what, 400? So it's like a 5x on what you put in there. So I think the ace-9 suited maybe I would have called both actually.
Yeah, I mean, as we get shallower, of course, I think you just kind of got to give it up a bit more.
Yeah.
But
And
anyway.
Vincent would have
So how are
taken
your
this
friends
down on
doing?
the flop and now might be tempted to represent the big ace, the ace kings, the ace queens. The problem inherently, though, is that Becker's flat is quite strong, and that's why we saw Vincent check the flop.
32.
Don't want to just be blindly betting without backdoor hearts. Or actually didn't put about backdoor hearts, pardon me, but just to blindly bet into pocket tens or something like that.
Stay away
And now
from the comments. Don't look at the comments.
Gonna rep
no one
the
has ever
ace.
written anything nice in YouTube comments ever.
Might be some people this time because I'm at the table. There are like 100,000 people watching me from home, so no, not that much, but still.
Yeah, if you're going to defend ace-9, you're not folding on an ace turn, are you?
No.
Going to the river. Queen of clubs changes absolutely nothing. Vincent's been pretty aware thus far. I'd be surprised to see him loaded up again here and fire.
Where are you from then?
Especially when he's unblocking clubs.
Yeah, and a lot of ace queens in Becker's hand range here. I could see, yeah, no, Vincent is going to give it up.
Yep, seems good. Vincent tried to pull the move pre. I think he told a very believable story.
Well, at the time.
But knew when to give up as well, and I just think thus far seeing him play very, very solid poker. No, he doesn't win this pot, but I think easily could have got away with that pre-flop.
811, wow.
Told you.
Yeah, it's going to be the biggest day.
The biggest day, like I told you.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it would be the biggest, but I mean, at this rate, it's going to cross 1,000.
They're going to cross 800 for sure.
Big one, please. 200?
Okay.
Fold.
So if you are just joining us, you are following the Irish Poker Open live from Dublin, the RDS. Just a reminder, though, we are going to be running a free roll in honor of our friend and commentator and colleague, James Hardigan, who is now on this feature table. If he makes it to the dinner break today, there will be a free roll, and we will be giving you the details of how to get into that free roll here on stream. Once again, you need to be watching because when it goes up, you will have a very limited amount of time to find the password, to get in the game, and to jump in there before late reg ends. There's tons of added value, so please don't miss that, guys. If you're watching the stream and you support James, we want you to benefit from this. The reason that we have that shorter window is exactly because of this.
500.
Right. Back to the action, though. Hardigan is in a hand. Speaking of individuals who we want to succeed.
Thank you.
One is up.
I think there was a quick check on the flop. James might realize now he needs to protect his fives. Decides to slow it down instead. Pocket five still the best hand on the Jack of Clubs river.
And a big bet coming out, and it's going to be tough for James to call on that river.
Yeah. Mosier does find the bluff. Unfortunately, James doesn't win that one. It's not going to cost him too much. Still got plenty of chips.
If you have a straight flush, you have to show it because it gets rewarded.
Oh, is there like a
high hand jackpot? Hoodie or a T-shirt, something.
Super jackpot.
Yeah.
T-shirt.
T-shirt from PokerStars.
Just give me an easy decision so I can go to the bathroom, please.
good raise. Plus.
Easy decision.
Plus. 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 Go. Plus. Three players to the floor.
Check.
Check.
Becker's now out in front with the 2 pair, 2 jack, 2 ochos.
Check.
That's a good turn for 10-7, guys. 7-10 now the straights. Lupascu comes out firing from the big blind, trying to get some value. 9 of hearts, really not a great card for either player, though. Becker still could have the best of it. Very rarely will ace deuce be the best hand on this kind of a texture, though, given that action.
Cool. Cool. Playing it up.
Beckers makes the call. 10-7 still the best of it on the river.
Check. Check. Straight.
Wow, check, check. Didn't want to put in another bet there.
Run in the corridor.
You saw what he had?
Hmm? What? When?
Last time.
I was in the toilet.
I'm joking.
Oh, I see.
I'm joking with you to see if you... you didn't go in the back just to...
I'm not allowed back there.
A quick peek.
For as long as I'm in this tournament, I'm not allowed back there, which is the right thing. Also, and I'll give you a hashtag fun fact, the way that the system works, because obviously this is not like the EPT team doing this, the way this graphic system works is that there is no one seeing any hole card information in real time. So the graphics reader stores it, and the graphics then put on at the time that it goes out 30 minutes later. So the first time anyone sees any hole cards is when it actually goes out in 30 minutes.
I understand.
So even if I did go back there, no one would know.
So they're
this time Alexa actually finding the open with the 9s.
Commentary is real time, so they're basically seeing it 30 minutes later. But normally, like we have a kind of when we do the EPT streams, the graphics are put on kind of live, as it were, so that the feed that's delayed for the commentators has picture and graphics. So there is a team who do have access to live hole card information, but here it's done differently, which obviously is very secure. But the problem there is if like there's a broken card or someone isn't putting their cards in the box, you don't know about it until 30 minutes down the line. Welcome.
It's better for gaming integrity, but not so good for the stream.
I think it's fine to have a live cards up area if it's secure and you have people who are trusted to work in that.
Also the whole thing with the hustler. Obviously everyone knows the story of that. I don't know if we can talk about it.
No, I mean, I think it's a really important thing. I think, you know, it's the most important thing you can be is secure.
Yeah.
More than anything else.
As soon as you lose that, you've lost
and that's why, you know, I think we're very lucky that obviously with the streams that we do, it's an in-house team of people who work full-time for PokerStars and freelancers and specialists who've worked with us for, in most cases, more than 10 years. So it's a very trusted.
They've all been back,
and you know that
been background checked.
You know the vetting that you.
Yeah.
So Vickers has managed to improve here against the 9s. Does find the value bet. And a call. Alexa takes another hit.
Macarena.
I don't have. Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Beckers picks up another pot, and Alexa Declines once more.
Thank you very much.
See you in a bit.
See you soon.
Quick dealer change, guys.
All these values with the marginal hand.
As we take a look at those chip
Yeah.
counts,
The
Vincent still
marginal
out in
hand.
front.
Yeah, it was
Election now down to 53
Yeah.
big blinds after a few tussles. Those
Bad
pocket
hand.
nines quite unlucky to be outdrawn by that random Queen X in the big blind. Beckers did still manage to find some
I guess
value
it
though.
would be funny if Joe would
James
commentate
Hardigan
how you play the hands.
has lost a few chips since the start of the day, but still 117 big blinds and plenty of room to play and continue as that dinner break
No, he's
does
not gonna
loom
hold back.
closer.
Well, I mean,
Once again, guys,
He's not gonna
stick
tell
around
me
for that
anything
dinner
I
break.
don't
If
already
James
know.
can make it to that
I know
first dinner
exactly
break,
when I've made
we'll be
the
running a
mistakes I've
free
made.
roll. Information of which will be released at that time. So keep your eyes peeled if you want to jump in that free roll
As we
in
established
just
earlier, folding
a
is
short
boring.
while.
Sometimes you have to.
So Della Jones here with the ladies.
Raise 800.
Raise 800.
That's a 4x raise.
Yeah, plus.
Della obviously been keeping it pretty snug, so the larger size will very frequently just push players out when they know that she's got that tighter range as well.
Main event dealers and players, new blind level, small blind 100, big blind 200, and introducing a big blind ante of 200.
Yes. Now we're in business.
So 100, 200 with a big blind.
Yeah, I think I would like to see a call with the 7-6 suited here. I think you probably should make a habit of calling with 7-6 from the small blind to a 4x, but against this particular opponent, who I think is going to be playing quite honestly post flop, it makes for a pretty easy. You're just trying to flop kind of nutty situations, not so much like that.
Straight across the road is the horseshoe bar that does a carvery. They are ready for the masses, so if you do want to go for the carvery option and the horseshoe, they will be able to accommodate a big crowd.
2,000 and a 2.4, a huge bet with top set. Shot does have a gut shot, but that big bet definitely going to push a lot of those kinds of hands out.
500.
This one goes to Della Jones.
Almost forgot.
Nice, 600.
So Alexia ace-king off, coming in for the 3x raise. Starting to put in raises with some of these stronger hands. Great to see. A little bit more aggression from our now short stack on the feature table. Shaw with a very playable hand. Small blind, not really the greatest position. But does decide to play it as a 3-bet. Very interesting here. Alexia just with the call. With that shorter stack, I would have loved to have seen some more aggression. Maybe a little 4-bet was in order to try and pick up that dead money, protect your hand. But he does have him dominated for the time being. Let's see how we get on the flop. And it is king, queen, 8. Ace, king lets him in the door. What an absolutely beautiful spot for Shaw now. 5K in the middle, continuation of half pots.
Yeah,
and of course, ace king going nowhere, Griff.
This is the end. This is the end. 9,600 in the middle, just 6K left.
Yep.
All in.
All in.
Wow, max pressure.
Call.
And a call. King, queen way out in front. Alexia needs to improve or will be eliminated from the tournament.
Barry? Barry, are you there? Barry, pick up the phone.
No Barry.
Bad luck. Jeez. Some seriously bad luck.
Yeah. All day long. So GG to our friend Alexia, who is eliminated from this feature table. Nice hand, Shaw. Great little spot to find the 3-bet. Does get in for cheap. No 4-bet from the ace-king, and top two good enough to win a serious chunk of change here in the Irish Poker Open.
Yeah, unlucky for Anthony, Alexa, especially because we aren't really going to get any more opportunities for that joke. But I will say, from what we've seen from the, we believe to be a free roll qualifier from Poland, I think that he should be pretty proud about the way that he played. Incredible cooler situations over the course of the day. And that first level, I mean, two hands that he probably should have lost all of his chips with the 6s and the 10-8 suited, and then right there, ace-king, you know, keeping the worst hand in there, 50 blinds effective, and somehow king-queen gets there. So chin up, Anthony. I think you played great, and you should continue getting in there.
Yeah, very well said, Griff. I think definitely the victim of quite a few cold decks. As you say, that pocket 6's hand probably should have just been the dust right there, but we continue now. You guys saw the chip counts from our feature table just then. James Hardigan now the shortest stack, but still absolutely mountains, absolutely meaningless at this point. Still over 100 big blinds, so still way more than enough to succeed. As we see James entering into a pot here, guys. Calling in the small blind with 10-9 of diamonds. Vincent was our initial raiser.
I'll call.
See, it's nice to see James realize that, you know, it's one thing to fold the 9-8 suited under the gun, but if you start folding the 10-9 suited, you're going to get a phone call from Sam Grafton.
You can't be folding the Grafton.
You can't be folding the Grafton. Advantage Vincent on this board, 59%. But Hardigan, you know, any king, 8-10. Let's see. And with a small sizing of just 700, I think James is going to be prepared to see a turn, and does. Let's go, James. 8 of diamonds. Street flush. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Baby, baby. Any diamond. Any 10-8 or king. Come on now. Give it to Daddy.
There it is.
Daddy needs a diamond. It does come, and now what is James going to bet for value here? And can Vincent call with a queen? I mean, clubs have missed. So if Hardigan has something like the ace-5 of clubs.
Vincent has a jack, Griff.
Pardon?
He has a jack, not a queen.
Whatever you say, Nick. And finds the fold.
Yeah, it's a good fold from Vincent, but James, very nice hand. Picking up a few chips there.
Sorry.
Now, you don't need to tell everyone what you had, James. I know it's... James has had this instinct after every hand to say what he's had, used to the commentating.
How was the sandwich, by the way?
How about this for table talk? How was the sandwich, by the way? The ultimate rub down.
Yeah. It's the best place to go, to be honest.
I'm slightly concerned that when 760 people go on break in 52 minutes' time, what the queues are going to be like.
Yeah, well, definitely not going.
I guess you've got...
There's loads of places if you head out.
Yeah, that's true.
You're better off just having a walk.
Yeah.
How long do we have again?
90 minutes.
Oh, hour and a half.
You go right out of the gate, and then that road's...
I think on most days the dinner break's 60 minutes, but because they knew there'd be so many people on day 1C, they extended it to give everyone time to get food. Actually, I might wait a bit, especially as it's so early.
Yeah.
Van
lunch break than a
Den
dinner break,
Apu.
right?
It's a little bit early, isn't it?
From the UK, raising it up
I
with
know they're
Queen
keen
Jack
to avoid
off.
the crowd coming out of the
Undergun
rugby
one.
match.
Oh, is that what's happening?
I have like my phone 2 minutes. Thank you.
No. I just want.
Ace Jack, beautiful little defend here, under-repped. Keep worse hands in there like Queen Jack. Gets the gin flop.
Yeah, this is a real nice situation for Vincent. Top pair dominating. Van den Napu just joined us very recently. Vincent just weighing up his options. Is there a check raise? Is it a flat? Definitely can see pluses and minuses, some pros and cons to both lines. I think I prefer check raise personally. Of course, going nowhere with that top pair. Decent kicker with a queen as well. Ten of hearts doesn't change anything. However, now obviously straighting for Van den Napu.
It does change, I think, how Vincent's going to be able to value this hand. You know, if the turn is a black 3,
right?
You know, we see Vincent very comfortably betting quite large. There's the black 4.
Black 4 is actually
but with the
a nice
10,
river.
you know, it fills up King Queen. Jack 10 is now better.
9-10.
9-10. So I think Vincent very comfortable now to target those Queen Jack, King Jack type hands, because 2 pair plus surely would not have checked back the turn. So with the Brick River and the check, Vincent going to be coming out firing here, hoping to get called by this exact range that Van den Napu has.
25.
The cool thing is, though, Griff, when your opponent doesn't bet the turn, you immediately take out a lot of the Jack 10s, the 9-10s, the straights as well, because they never miss a bet there, right, ever. So on the 4 spades, Vincent correctly identifying he has the best hand.
Yeah,
and
Van
does
den
get some
Napu
value.
hates it, but thinks he's too high up in his range to
Yeah,
fold.
very, very nice play from Vincent again. I love the awareness there. That turn check back in position, especially at the speed at which he did it, I think is a real tell. Very, very
Out
cute
of
little bet.
position. He was out of position. Okay.
OOP. So if we could bring in the one and only Mr. Joe Stapleton. Welcome back to commentary, sir.
Hello, my babies. Oh, Van den Napu finally showed up. All right. And I saw we had one elimination.
We did indeed. Alexia was
Right.
eliminated, unfortunately. Had a pretty tough run of cards, though. And, of course, our opportunity to say, Alexa, play Hello Darkness, My Old Friend on Spotify, volume level 10, is now gone, unfortunately.
Usually a heavy peeler too, but
Have I
I'm
now
a
made
little
you paranoid?
so I'm doing the the limbo, looking at my cards.
Good thing is it's a big table because you've got plenty of space to
Yeah,
kind of look at your cards without.
Because I know you've been trying to peek.
Oh, that's why I do that all the time. I'm, notorious angle shooter.
Yeah. Because they got your back in the studio.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
What is next event?
4 players in this hand.
PokerStars.
Next big event is EPT Monte Carlo.
EPT Monte. And after that, Barcelona.
Yeah. I mean, obviously now there's all of the regional tours running again. So obviously there's like the France Poker Series, the Australias, the Eureka. So there's like some kind of smaller events running.
It's going to be Eureka and Rosvado again.
I think Eureka Rosvado is just gone. That was back in March. But there's an FPS event in Namur, the Belgian Poker Championship. That's in May during Scoop. There's an event in
Very
Malta
crunchy
in the
check
summer.
raise from Moger here with the 9-deuce. One
Yeah,
of those
I mean,
hands you
the
probably shouldn't
main
find
events,
yourself
the
with
events that I
going
go
to the
that
flop
are
in a
my
raised
mind.
pot.
So, so Monte Carlo at the end
But
of
now that
this
we're
month,
here,
and then Barcelona, August, September.
I would prefer playing it like this than check
It's
call.
going to be also Cyprus this year.
Yeah, I mean,
but
it's
simply
quite
because you
exciting
can
'cause this will be a
get
year
tricky
with
with
two
this nutty range you're
destinations.
repping. You
First
can
ever EPT
fold out
Paris,
some
and
ace
then
highs that we're
first
C
ever
betting.
The first ever EPT
As
Romanian.
played.
First ever Romanian EPT.
I don't hate it.
In Paris.
I mean, yeah, once
Wasn't
you're
you,
in
was it?
there,
It wasn't you, was it?
check raising is
Quite.
definitely better than check calling.
No.
And
Unfortunately
now
not. But
Roger can really put some pressure on the jacks.
Well,
Catch up.
but did find a check because is worried about those, ace-x hands as well as the
It's interesting
flush
if you
draws.
look back again. It's coincidence, but if you look at like the French EPTs, because obviously there was the event in Deauville.
This is going to be
there were
sickening.
two Romanian
I can't wait
runners-up
for this showdown.
in Deauville.
It is just
Theodore Carava, Danny Palak.
Gross.
Was the runner-up.
Yeah, both
Moger,
runners
don't
up,
do
and then
him
a
like
Romanian
that.
winner in
Oh,
Paris. So
yeah.
clearly,
Gosh,
French
Beckers is
EPTs
looking
are
at
good
it right
Romanian
now.
players.
Yeah.
You know that look.
I think it's about
It's saying,
Eiffel
man,
Tower,
I'm
because
probably the
Irish
worst
from
if I
the
check
Eiffel is
back
from
here, but I
Romania.
really want
And
to.
the Frenchmen,
Well,
they keep that in mind.
By
and
all accounts,
He
he
does!
can't really
Good
bet for
vibe,
value,
you know? It's
so
like the
with the
radio
straight on board. But seeing that
and
is
everything.
just maddening stuff. Look what you've done to me.
That is one of the 3 wrong ways to play jacks.
I can't believe you've done this.
Unfortunately, it has been done.
How does no one have an ace there?
From
Why do you
space.
think?
Karen B says 9-deuce off. Nice hand. Havana Banana.
My problem.
Is that the name of that hand?
9-deuce, river trips, and like, he's got to have an ace. He must
It
have
used to
an
be
ace. There's
called
no way I'm good.
Montana Banana.
I didn't think I was doing it.
And then I decided one day, me and my old partner back in the day decided to call it Havana Banana in honor of the late great Amir Vahidi, who loved to smoke cigars.
Yeah,
It's like this.
That was my thought.
just as upsetting.
Yeah. Raise.
PewDiePie Tarte says, I'm pretty sure there are more than 3 wrong ways to play jacks. I done it wrong 11 ways just today. No, there are 3 wrong ways to play jacks, and the other 8 ways you played them wrong were actually right, so double wrong. If you can't even play the wrong ways right, I don't know what to tell you. Exaristo says, why do I listen to 2 different coverages? I don't know. Thank you for your question. And we are 3 ways to this flop. Vandanapu, Lepascu, and Jones.
Great comment from Big O Boom Baby. And that's why poker nowadays is awful. Because of people like Moger who defend 9-deuce off in a 4-way pot. Joke.
Do they have to like put on the system that he's out?
Are you looking for a job, Big O? Because you got your finger on the pulse, man. That's the problem with poker nowadays. The very random outlier scenario where someone overplays 9-deuce and gets
In the
lucky.
system that player ID number is gone.
Oh, and then to add a player as well.
Yeah. I don't know whether they're aware that we've lost
Blowing Bud
someone.
asking how James is faring. Fine. It's in there. Well over 20K. You know, early doors. Early doors still, like.
All right, poker players, we're just over 10 minutes away before we start your next satellite of the
Beckers.
night. Satellite age for main event.
Steaming mad after that 9-deuce hand.
Players that main event is already over 1.7 million prize pools.
Opening the 10s. James, baby.
How much is it?
Baby doll. Let's see a flop. James making a disciplined fold. Definitely think it's fine there from the LJ, also known as the low jack or LeBron James.
And Anapu is calling in the small blind, queen 5 suited. And Lupascu is also going to call it 7 tray offsuit. Why not? It's the Irish Poker Open.
Yeah. Yeah, why not?
King, Jack, 5, 2 diamonds. Mosier out flops the 10s.
It is Mosier, isn't it?
Mosier, that's right.
Yeah. They call him Mosier the Bulldozer.
Big O Boom Baby's back, Griffin. Says, Griffin, I'm looking for someone who can stack me. Haha, as my BK is getting hurt because of people like Mosier. Haha. Do you want to stack him?
I want to stack you good. Sure. Boom, baby. Get you stacked up. Arcane231 says, best fun in a long time, no cash, but great event and crowd. Cool to meet Finton, Spraggy, and the rest of the PS crew. Loved it. Arcane, it was a pleasure to meet you too, but next time, please mention me by name. We did have a conversation, and I feel like you could have said Finton, Spraggy, Griffin, and the rest of the PS crew, or you could have just gotten rid of Finton or Spraggy. Great to meet you, buddy.
Excuse me.
Beckers. Maybe getting a little frustrated at this point.
Yeah.
Firing out with the 2 10s. Obviously got run down by the deuce of Mosier with the jacks and has absolutely very little shot of winning this hand.
But 2 blockers to the queen 10. If he thinks he can get creative here and fire out a big bet to fold out a hand like ace jack.
Under 7 minutes, so make your way to your tables. They're situated on the left side of the room. The row under the gray screen.
And Mosier shows another winner.
This is applied to our main event with a 5 seats guaranteed.
Frowning and doing the fry face.
Hey, Big O Boom Baby, if our stacking arrangement doesn't work out, I'm sure that Beckers can beck you. If you need a Becker.
You can't get backed without getting stacked.
No, everybody knows that.
Shaw under the gun with king 9 suited folds. Hardigan 8-6 off. We know where that's going.
Yeah. Okay, 27 people haven't actually asked about Spraggy and Finton for the Irish Open, right? Is that a made-up number? That would be pretty remarkable. Oh, the still-in thing is like a running tally from all the still-ins.
I guess. It used to be just Spraggy, but admittedly, I don't watch a lot on Twitch.
Going back for more. Just that's a Red Bull, I think. I'm mixing it up.
It kind of trips me out sometimes when I hear James's voice because I think he's in the booth talking. I'm like, oh, well, yeah, better let him go.
Freaking a lot of people out, I think.
Yeah.
Ace 4 trade, 2 diamonds, top pair for Della Jones. Della's going to take this pot down.
I keep leaning back. My posture is just so bad.
Maybe you need a massage.
I mean, you can find a way to complain about literally
I get the whole
anything.
kind of massage at the table thing, but like yesterday, there was a guy and his like t-shirt was literally up over his head, and it's just like, I'm sorry.
I saw that guy. He was legit shirtless.
Over
In
clothes,
fairness,
fine. The moment people start
I will
taking
say
off,
once he's done. I had a massage on the first day,
Not
and in
proof.
fairness,
This is
the
like-
massage therapist lifted his shirt.
Yes, she
up.
asked me. Consent. She asked me, and I said, yes, that would be lovely. So, really, it's the
my feet up on the table and have
masseuses that are the
somebody start
problem.
giving me
Yeah, I don't think that dude took his shirt off on his own.
But if she's got natural oils.
Talking about oils now.
parlour, go, you know.
It's another type of massage.
Okay, not that type of massage parlour.
Here we go.
Ace-9 suited UTG for James Hardigan.
Her whole back was there.
Yeah.
And they forget
It was
that.
interesting.
Hardigan getting involved.
It's not something personally I would want.
Focus,
in a public place
James,
with everyone else
James.
watching, you know, me kind of
James,
naked,
use the
having
force. Focus.
Well, there's a neener and another neener
Oh.
behind it. Not much Shaw can pay off with, but still nice to have a no-brainer pot to play.
You don't need to show it. You don't.
9 deuce?
Bence Torok on YouTube asks, we just gonna see this table all the 3 days?
Yeah.
Bence, because of your whining, I really
hope so.
I really wish I had a different answer.
No.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But we will be
Just
seeing a
put
different
golf
feature
everywhere.
table
Put golf also here.
after the dinner break. The plan
No, do not put golf on any
to
screens that are going
feature
to appear on
both
stream
Torek
and again get us
Parkinson.
into copyright problems.
And actual defending champion of the Irish Open, Stephen A. O'Dwyer. That's the plan.
Satellite button has been drawn to seat number
See how it is.
Seat number 2.
And also for the YouTube audience, of which Bence Torok,
Good
annoying
satellite
person,
players.
is a member.
There's Joe Stapleton.
We're going to be... That was me out looking for the next feature table. We're going to be changing the YouTube stream because the video has to be under 12 hours, and today's going to be a longer than 12-hour day. So the YouTube stream will change on the dinner break. You'll have to refresh. And now we've got Jones versus Mosier.
And all Jones needs to do here is bet, represent that ace, stronger range, but
no c-bet.
No c-bet.
Is that a 100% c-bet spot after raising under the gun?
No.
There's a seat open here.
But you do have the stronger range. Your opponent isn't going to have as many aces as you. Because there's one heart out there, too, you have more opportunities to barrel. I mean, you could bet there and get called in one street by pocket eights or 10-9 suited. And then if the turn's a brick heart, you know, you can blast again, and they're folding all those hands. And then they might have you know, an ace
Now we're talking.
7
Now
suited
this
and
feels
be
like a
willing to
feature
fold the
table.
river if you 3-barrel. You know, like
now we have.
you have the aces, ace kings, aces, ace queen, pocket nines. So it's just about as far as your range construction. But it's tough when a really good player flats you there.
How's your week been?
And you're like, oh well, they're going to be flatting pretty strong sometimes. Do I want to? And then maybe you delay c-bet. You know,
It's starting to push for Romania a little bit.
you're Romania. There are our chip counts. Vincent, solid all day.
Feature table chip counts.
What did I say?
You just said chip counts, but I just want to make sure people know these are not the overall chip leaders for
Yes.
the tournament. These are the players at the table.
Fair.
Let's just see. Yeah, things are definitely going to change. We're starting slow and going up, yeah?
You didn't start slow. You started pretty fast. It was just downward.
Not in a rush. We're just have to pass the barrier of 5, you know?
Upwards. No down curves.
Slowly, like.
Action folded around to Becker is having somewhat of a frustrating level, who raises and takes it. Hopefully it wasn't aces.
This is the Masters, right? This is the one at Augusta?
Yeah. Same place every year,
yeah. I've seen Caddyshack.
Yeah. Oh, is that your extent of your golf?
No.
The hand in the middle. So
No.
Is that the extent of your knowledge of golf? Caddyshack.
Everything I know comes from...
I'm not a big fan, to be honest.
It's a sabotage.
I'm going to look at the other one now.
Everybody loves Caddyshack.
Never seen it.
Oh, man. It is a classic.
Yeah.
500?
It's 500.
So one of my outs.
4 days of value for money.
What can I do?
Have to pass sports we can have an interest for so long.
Pocket queens for Beckers.
So he's had the jacks. He's had the tens. Neither one of those worked out. Will the queens get run down as well?
Do any of these Beckers
it wouldn't.
come
It didn't
busting
make any
out of the
difference.
wall?
Not even suited?
Huh?
Not even suited?
Oh. I knew which one was the original and which one was the replacement, and any combo, not good.
And Danapu with the ace-8. A hand that I don't think he should have had any business being in the first
They're having more
place.
fun than we are, guys. Come on.
Yeah, but look at Joe.
Little tip for you at home: if you find yourself UTG1 with the ace-8 off,
to replace us.
don't play it. And definitely don't call 3 bets.
Let's get rid of these jagalins.
Danapu with that re-entry equity as well. It's like, you know what? I got a feeling. What's the worst thing that could? What's the worst thing that could happen to someone with this hand, like with ace-8? You know.
You can flop a gut shot, chase it for 2 streets.
Like, it's not like this is the most cursed hand in poker.
It's absolutely true. Even makes a cameo appearance
Oh my
in John Wick, but it is a straightenizing board. And once again, a big hand for Beckers gets absolutely torched.
Yeah, and a hand that, as we alluded to, maybe shouldn't have been played with pre-flop. So this would be called a domination. I'm trying to think of something clever. Domination exploration. And poor Beckers finding the check on the flop. Gets the jacks cracked by the 9 deuce. And then another situation where a player has no business being in the hand.
This is going to be...
Gotta call after checking back.
Beckers may lose it at this showdown.
Do we all go to separate tables?
No.
Or are we going to stay together?
No, because basically we'll just get moved back to table 20. Yeah, they don't. It's not a curated lineup. It's literally taking a table from the field, bringing it up here. So we would just go back out there. And I think
4,071
breaking order, I would be surprised if we all make it through the day, if we aren't playing together for the whole day.
Beckers, keep it together, Beckers.
Stupid pairs.
Becker is playing checkers. Everyone else playing chess.
That's a good joke. I like that one.
Just kidding, man. Tough couple of hands here.
Yeah, just tough. Listen, it was just a good pun. It didn't actually. I mean, it's, you know. Learn to play chess, all right?
Maybe kings will work out for him.
Yeah, just keep on going up the rungs.
We're in this for the long haul. Just strap in.
But the game of poker moves on. No time for mourning.
We are climbing.
No.
We got almost to the 9. Almost. 8.5 and some.
Becker's not steaming enough to play the 3 deuce. Hardigan's out. Over to Jones on the button, ace-6. Everyone's least favorite ace.
Ace 600.
I think the table is a little bit like this, you know. All the big pairs goes there. Jacks, queens.
Yeah, but not worth anything.
I was going to say,
I was wondering
Jacks
if you
didn't
would do
win,
that.
Queens didn't win, so
Yeah, but still.
wouldn't you rather be dealt like 6 deuce offsuit and have an easy decision just to...
No.
No?
Just give me the queens.
Not bad.
Very good.
Yeah. I felt bad doing it again, so I had to show you that time.
That's obvious for you. I had an ace, but it wasn't a pretty ace.
I wasn't in love with it, but I had to do it, I think. Maybe I should have just called. Yeah, the pretty ace. What is a pretty ace these days?
No, I said I had an ace, but not a pretty ace.
Oh, right, not a pretty ace,
No.
I was going to say.
You had a pretty ace.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Never
pretty
saw an
A
ace
bit
I
of
didn't
paint on
like.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all you want, isn't it?
Except for ace-6.
Bit of paint on the
Worst
the
ace.
kicker.
I've always been an ace man.
Oh, nice, yeah.
I can do this all day. Me and Captain America.
I think you can do it for about another 4 hours, to be honest, and then you'll be out.
Another 8 and we're done. We can drink a beer up.
Raise.
Because if I start early, that's gonna...
Button raise for
all the
Vincent.
cards gonna be beautiful. So... it happened to me.
Did he say when he drank all the cards were beautiful?
Yeah.
When I drank all the men are handsome.
Yeah. A glass of 2 and after that...
Bandit upper defense, 10-6.
Yeah.
They have big
Jack
potential
7-7.
after that. Doesn't matter what it comes.
What? Vincent takes it down with a C-bet.
Almost. Close.
Close.
Close, yeah.
In the ballpark.
Big Money, who wrote in earlier to let us know how Mosier's name is
I
pronounced.
love this reputation I've got. Everyone just thinks I have quads when I've straight every time I bet. Right.
Mosier's nickname.
You've shown mostly kind of like premium hands.
I don't think anyone actually knows
flops.
what's going to believe this
No, I
reputation.
mean, I obviously am
Gotta be
more than aware
Bulldozer
that you're
Mosier,
capable of
no?
not having them. It's just ironic.
You didn't lie on
Big
my
Greek.
hand.
No, I wouldn't have lied. No, what's the point of
Only
lying?
on mine.
And his favorite
It's like
hand
the
is
pointless
8-3
lies.
of hearts.
As long as you tell, I don't mind giving the information as long as I get it back. You know, that's how I think it's.
Beckers, what was that thing you said, Joe?
And I'll show you yours. No,
Let's see if Kings work out.
Let's see if Kings work
It's
out.
like that, but different.
In another country.
Shaw with the ace king.
It's related with the
Beckers
massage.
might just pop this back.
I mean, given how frustrated he is,
Now is the time.
I don't see him slow playing
and
this.
aces here, it's easy game.
Oh my goodness, but it's jacks for Lupascu.
Could see a call from Lupascu here. And then Beckers has every reason to get in these
Definitely having a coffee.
100 big blinds.
Yeah, that was much needed.
I just hope I get something to
It's actually quite nice as well.
Yeah.
I think, you know, because there's like an hour and a half, I think.
Yes,
I might
the
just leave
Pascu
it,
does
like,
flat.
For the first 40 minutes, and then hopefully the queues will then die down a little bit.
5,700 Beckers.
Food trucks.
I'm not a huge fan of the Eddie Rockets. There's a saying in Ireland: Eddie Rockets robs your pockets. That's the local lingo.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've heard of Johnny Rockets, the American one. I'm assuming that this is a kind of like knockoff. Is it?
Chain, yeah, they're all over. Most towns have them.
It's like a McDowell's.
What's it going to be, Beckers?
It's not a great saying, but it's just what they say.
I give Beckers a lot of credit for not having acted
Ball's
already.
Bridge is supposed to have some lovely restaurants. I don't know where they are, but
yeah.
I'd have beat
been told there's
Lupascu into the
loads of good
pot
spots
with the
there.
rest of my chips, completely turning my hand face up. Figuratively, but also maybe literally.
Good luck.
There's the all-in from Beckers.
Wow.
Now, if I'm Shaw, I insta-muck this. I'm out. I mean, by the way, I can see all the hold cards. So
It's true.
So that's mostly why I would fold. But secondly, because I think this reeks of hands you're not doing great against.
Well said.
Maybe you level yourself into thinking Beckers is frustrated, but I also don't think that Shaw's been seeing what we've been seeing exactly. They're going in.
It's all gone.
Now I'm fucked.
Yeah.
You see? I was thinking, okay, I don't 5-bet here just to call him, but now the situation is easy for me.
Well, then why are we having a funeral for your hand?
You gotta put those 2 jacks to bed. By the way, that was the Joe and James, the JS, the JH.
Ace King, and he was
Jacks.
Jacks. Easy pass. But I was thinking you have Ace King. He's going
Beckers,
I call, I win the flip.
if
and
Beckers does not win this
happy.
hand, this will be one of the saddest runs of poker I've ever seen. Jack's cracked, 10's cracked,
Yeah.
Queen's cracked, all in with
If a
kings
Jack
against
comes,
Ace King.
I want my cards back.
Don't do it to him.
Do it to him.
All right, it's a set of kings.
What's your cards back?
Wow.
If another
The case
one comes,
king.
Definitely.
You're free,
Definitely.
you're free rolling the tournament now.
Tenor.
And that'll do it. Becker's
Having a good feeling
gonna
about
survive.
this. No, Jack. Nice one.
Why you didn't push?
Out.
He won't call. I don't know.
Ah.
Still call. He's still all with this.
I cannot push. It's a legit call here with the Jacks and pass.
A little bit of justice for Beckers, who's now up on the day.
Open,
I push 100 big blinds with Jacks.
Yeah.
Pre-flop.
I know.
It's a bad play.
By the way, I'm glad you finally had a big pair that held
Yeah,
up.
a bad.
Yeah, I was like, this
A big
guy
pair that
is really
hold.
letting me, right?
My movie was good. If you have Ace King and you push and he folds, I call. I definitely call because I was setting a trap with the Jacks.
Oh, now he was setting a trap.
And the Jack comes and I win against Ace King. Easy. But no. Good. I can make like this. No?
Good folders are as important.
Yeah.
Literally. You're free rolling the rest of the tournament.
I'm free.
You're out for sure.
Yeah, I'm out. But if he doesn't have kings, I'm in.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
I'm losing only to kings.
Yeah. And the thing is, you never see, it always plays that way because of.
Yeah, but if we see the flop,
If I
I'm
don't
out.
have kings, he gets.
Yeah, but you always. The problem is you're never going to see the flop
Yeah.
because in the positions they're in, because he's always shoving.
5? Yes. I'm going to call.
But yeah.
You see that Romania Jacks, and that was a setup that I get away, you know?
Yeah.
It was a good thing. Now I'm more relaxed.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Now I'm more focusing on winning.
Sorry.
Yeah, anyway, if you pass, I don't call. I don't put 100 big blinds on Jacks.
That's the flop you wanted last time.
Jack. I was just set mining with the Jacks here after open first position and three.
Probably wanted to fold, right?
I wanted to fold pre. I was thinking, goddamn. Aces and Jacks. I see aces. Aces would have been a disaster for me.
Yeah.
But at least I wouldn't have a story, yeah, you know. Busted against
That's what it's all about, isn't
kings
it?
and
I make 8,000. He calls.
I don't know why, because that's all that really matters, but
it's hard if it's.
Anything happens above 2,000, I pass.
It's the biggest comp you've ever played. Or,
Story.
like, sorry? If it's the biggest comp you've ever played,
No,
then
I
it's always
cannot.
of course.
Even the call was a
That's the
little bit.
thing,
I was thinking,
if
okay,
you play, sorry.
one of you have
If
to
you're
have a big pair.
you're playing all the time, then yeah, I get that.
First
But
time,
if like you're
an open 3-bet.
play once in a
He
blue
has
moon,
like 2-3 bets.
It means a lot.
don't
One
talk
king,
to me
queen
about the
there.
long term.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to play well.
Well, 9 times out of 10, I don't give a. This is my one time.
Yeah, that's it.
6.
I'm probably not playing for another year. Like, I need to win today.
Wow, James actually
One time.
using his one
I
time
get away.
today. If you think about it, people always say one time, but James
I'm
with
in
one
the game.
opportunity to play
2,000.
Moja the bulldozer,
Little.
pocket kings.
Well, this is awkward. There's now people sitting at our table.
500, 2,000?
600 and
After the dinner break, should we go, get out, you're in my seat?
Well, maybe they're going to come over here. I don't know.
Oh.
Is there anyone there that is worthy? As bad as that sounds.
A loose call here from Jones, but does hit that ace on the flop.
Not a good day to have big pocket pairs.
They've got the other room as well, though, right? There's another room.
No, this is it. There was another room for like the first few days, and they moved everything in here.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is it? I
would really like to see a bet on the river here from Jones. Oh, come on.
Not my circus.
I'm sure they'll figure it out.
Is going to get a tiny bit of value.
Also not my problem.
An ace. Yep. Bad gun. Should have just checked it.
Oh, we're 15 minutes on the clock.
And Jones getting closer and closer back to starting stack.
I know, I was going to say, if I can make it through the next 15 minutes, I get $10,000 to give away in a free roll.
You heard it here.
At this table?
No, the free roll is for live stream viewers who are playing on PokerStars. I believe that the free roll will start at 7 p.m. British Summer Time, and the password will be revealed on the live stream 15 minutes before the tournament starts. But again, T's and C's apply, the main one being that free roll will only deploy if I make it to the end of this level.
15 more minutes before we lock up that free roll for you lot.
You'll have a lot of fans if you do.
It's a great way to win friends and influence people is to offer $10,000 in money. Yes, I'd agree.
It's also a great way to piss a lot of people off if you go past.
I will do my best to avoid doing anything really, really stupid for the next 14 minutes, like this.
Very loose open from Van Danapoo. We have seen some ambitious hands and situations from the Brit. Trappy flat from Beckers with the ace-king. And
woo, baby! King,
works
king,
out
6.
Nicely.
Trips for Beckers. Maybe his bad luck is over. Not just trips, but 91% of the equity 4 ways as the flop checks through.
Yeah, and trouble for Hardigan here drawing dead. But I will say I like James's sizing here, not getting into too much trouble. This is about just over 30%, and it kind of sets the price when you're losing. And, you know, we'll get some value from some flush draws, some worse nines. I would love to see a card like that on the river where James can comfortably get away.
Was there Jack 10 in the mix that folded, by the way?
Yes.
Ooh.
You know, at this stage, James only going to be beating hands like, you know, ace X of spades. Not really any other hands that would be bluffs on this river. You know, you don't think a 6X or a weaker 9X would ever turn into a bluff. So I think James will be able to get away from this.
Nice bet.
Everybody heard your speech early.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? I shouldn't have done the speech.
Now he's going to level himself into calling because he said he...
best hand.
he said
nice size bet.
He was going to be even tighter.
For the sake of the live stream audience, I will not call. Well done.
For your own sake, too. Good fold.
Good fold from James.
Oh,
happy to see.
Wow, okay.
Fun time.
Yeah.
That was a piss poor
For
read
the
on my
sake
part.
of the...
That was a piss poor read on my part then.
You didn't have king queen?
I did not have king queen.
I was thinking you had king queen and...
How is it a poor read if you folded the worst hand?
No, I had ace 9.
Ace 9. Good hand.
It was a good hand, but nice check back on the flop. Nice flat call on the turn. And good size bet on the river.
The commentator to the bone.
Also, no re-raise pre-flop. That was very, very well disguised.
Oh, yeah.
Advantage Napu with King 8. Folds it. Lupascu. 7-6 suited. And it's queens now for Beckers. I mean, just the sheer number of big pocket pairs this fella's picked up is odds-defying.
Yeah, you'd think. I mean, no one else is really getting these big pairs. It seems like every hand he is at the top of the becking order for getting big pocket pairs. Joe, I wish you guys could see Joe's face right now. Just trying not to smile, but also deeply
No, I'm not.
disappointed.
I'm not trying not to smile. It's not an effort at all not to smile at that.
Listen, it's been a long first day here.
We've been on for like 5 hours, my dude.
That's kind of long.
Yeah. Well, I guess, you know, the sort of days you're used to working. Jones flatting the 3-bet in the big blind. What sorts of hands do you flatten?
And why won't she let us see them?
This dynamic, no, I like it.
What are you hiding?
And Lupascu is going to call two.
Good hand, obvious.
3 ways to the flop, which is 4, 5, 10.
Goodness.
So a significant chance that Becker's big pocket pair gets busted again.
And an up and down straight draw for Lupascu.
Six on the turn. Now Lupascu's got a pair. Doesn't make the straight, but now has some other ways to crack the queens.
And Jones comes out with the bet, and I wonder if it's something in the vein of like ace-10 suited.
Pocket 10s. I could see her flatting the big
possible,
blind.
yeah.
Pocket 4s, pocket 5s.
So wait, how did this get checked through? Why didn't Beckers bet?
Couldn't tell you.
This was just Beckers was in position and decided not to bet this flop. I'm not liking the way that Beckers has been playing these big pocket pairs. We saw the check with the queens earlier, which had some merit, but in this spot, 3 ways.
River card is the 3. That's the straight for Lupascu. Beckers setting another big pocket pair on fire. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Beckers in bad shape with, and you know, anyone out there could have a 7. With the 2 queens, you have no Beckers to the straight.
You know consonants don't rhyme, right? It's more of a vowel thing. And here comes Lupascu. Bets 8,500. And Becker's in yet another terrible spot with an overpair to the board.
And what bluffs is Lupascu can have? Maybe some missed clubs. Something like ace-8 of clubs. But even ace-deuce of clubs is a straight. Ace-7 of clubs, a straight.
I mean, this is where you can really get in your own head after you've just been kicked around, right? Beckers makes the call. Jones folds, and Beckers is going to see the bad news for the 4th time.
Yeah, but I know. You can spare the 8.
10s cracked, jacks cracked, queens cracked, queens cracked, kings double up.
At the end of this level, we're going on dinner break. During the dinner break, we're going to move your chips down to table number 20. So you won't be back here after the game.
There's someone on table 20.
Just remember to take your phones and stuff with
Nice
you.
comeback from Lupascu. Always a smile on his face. It's been a real joy on this feature table. Real chatty. Real chatty Kathy.
Thank you. Get us off with this thing.
Don't mind that.
7 minutes.
Here are the chip counts of the feature table here at the Irish Open on day 1C. Vincent played solid all day, 61,600. Mosier, the bulldozer, Over 200 big blinds. James Hardigan still floating around there.
Saturday number 22, ready to restart with blind 6,000, 12,000, 12,000. Dealer start, please.
Action on Vandanapu, folds an ace. Pascu will finally find a hand to pass. Becker's ace deuce. Okay. Becker's still above starting stack.
5.
Shaw with an ace folds it as well. That's 3 aces gone. Hardigan's out. Jones is out. Oh, Becker's raised. Excuse me. Becker raised the ace deuce. And Vincent folds 4 deuce. All right, there you go, Becker. There you go.
Hey, you're back,
there
baby.
You go. There you go. There you go.
6 minutes was counting.
6 minutes till we determine whether or not y'all will be playing a 10K free roll at 7 o'clock tonight local time. Registration will open at 6:45 local time, at which point we will give you the password. Registration is only going to stay open for 30 minutes. So make sure you are listening at 6:45 p.m. sharp local time. And if you want to calibrate that, it is almost 5 p.m. local time. So an hour and 45 minutes from now, 90 minutes of that is going to be dinner break. So it's going to be pretty quick after the dinner break that we're going to give you the password and open registration.
Don't jinx it.
I'm pretty sure that everyone's sweating that 10K free roll. I was like, just don't deal in like jacks upwards for the next.
I mean, like,
just don't give them any
just
hand.
Want to get my phone back and register.
Jacks
But only if you give me the password in advance. Now that we are friends and...
No, because then it's going to end up on some Romanian poker forum and all these value hunters are going to come to set. This is for the fans.
Ah, for the fans?
This is for the fans of the live stream. You have to watch the live stream. It's about rewarding
I would
people.
watch it, but you don't let me. You took my phone.
James dropping the Romanian
That is a
value
point.
hunter line.
Back, so
yeah. My wife...
You'll have access. You'll have access to all those...
Yeah, all those bad plays that I did.
The US allows you to play PokerStars with real money.
PokerStars is only live in 3 states: New Jersey, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I mean, obviously, the hope, the aspiration is that as the years go on, more states will license and legislate. And I mean, online poker obviously is legal in Delaware, but there is a single state operator, which is, obviously,
Right.
Nevada has online poker, but PokerStars was... PokerStars, I think, will probably be back eventually, but there was like a grace period where kind of like couldn't apply for a license. I mean, the big one is...
Called with the best of it on the turn.
In California.
Yeah, very interesting bluff here from Mosier for full pot.
Let's put it this way, there's a lot of special
snapped!
Oh, no.
Good call.
You just got to get the right money to the right people.
Good call, Vincent.
You really like that one.
I mean, a full pot bet with a pair of 4s, that's...
I would say that there
blind
are
on
certain
blind.
states where, where kind of
really
online
make much
poker is
sense.
drawing dead.
It's still
it's exciting. It is. It's exciting.
It might be easy for you, but can we give a little credit where credit is due?
Oh, nice hand.
That's how bad we are.
One hand. One more hand.
I stay in Vegas.
Oh, you're folding
a
it.
little house in Vegas.
On that river.
I stay there a little bit.
XCOM says James forgot Delaware. He literally just mentioned Delaware, but thank you for your comment.
But we love your games, XCOM.
You are sniffing everything out. Yeah. Like...
Well, I'm running good. He's not hit his hand, so...
My chance passed now that the Romanian dealer is gone.
You had your chance, sir. You blew it.
I'm good now for another 2 hours. I'm gonna...
All 6 people in Delaware were happy to be acknowledged.
2 minutes on the clock. 2 minutes on the clock.
You're there.
James.
No stress. Only if you want to make a donation.
Stop
to
working,
me,
James.
I'm going to be
2 minutes left
always
on this
grateful.
level.
I think he's saying it for himself.
Yeah.
When I'm going to go home, I'm going to say...
It's almost over,
he's
James.
Such a nice guy. It's not like you see it in reality. It's different from...
Whoa. What reputation do I have?
Never mind.
Oh, wow.
Don't think about it.
I actually had a guy say something very similar to me on the first day I played here. He's like, you know, you're much different in person than I was expecting. And then he was like, and I could tell he meant like he didn't like me on the air, but he couldn't help but like me in real life.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've had that happen
like,
on a
like
few
the
occasions.
percentage of the hand that you play.
Chat GPT did that to me the other day, actually. Someone put in my thing and said, like, how would Griffin Benjamin be received as an announcer if he
Maybe
went
he
back
has
to
an announcer.
Counter-Strike? And the Chat GPT was like, it would be good, but it'd be quite polarizing between some people. I was like, well, how does this, what does this AI know so much about me and being polarizing? What is this?
Terrifying.
It's very scary.
Somehow everyone whiffs this flop. King, Jack, Deuce,
You should
two
delete the
hearts.
chips here, right, that they'll
Nobody
move
with a heart.
everything,
Nobody with a king. Nobody with a jack. Nobody with a deuce.
This is one of those rare, literally everyone's completely brick. No one even has a backdoor flush draw or
backdoor
some
straight
sort
for
of baby
Vandenapu,
gutter.
and
Baby
that's
gutter.
it. Yeah.
Not even a baby gutter?
I think they'll want those back as well.
I was thinking just to record a vlog or something for you. So no mics.
Are we going to get one more hand in? That's the question.
I think we're going to squeeze in one more hand.
Okay, Hardigan thinks we're going to
One more
squeeze
chance.
in one more
Just has
hand.
to survive one more hand.
I trust his judgment. I hear the
Just
riffle has
close your
started.
eyes and put the chips in front. Nobody's going to call you.
Do you think James is going to blow it on the last hand?
Risk it for
No, I think he's going to fold a hand he should play.
Oh.
Only if the kings are suited.
Yeah, I hope you get the kings. And I get the aces.
Hardigan goes all in for memes, says Winter 555. That would be awesome.
If you bust though, you actually made it to the break. Because the clock's finished.
That's a good point. Okay, don't encourage me to okay. All right, well, I need to look at one here to know this ain't being played. We made it.
The 6-4 offsuit.
You would have folded
All right.
sixes.
All right, everyone. The free roll is on.
Let's go and break.
A couple of announcements. If this hand is actually over. Mosier on the button with Jack 8.
Sorry.
Has to get through the blinds.
didn't
Uh-oh, Ace Jack for
And enjoy the
Vandenapu.
10K free roll starting at 7 p.m. exclusive to live stream viewers. Password revealed 15 minutes before it starts.
All right, well, that's one announcement I don't have to
ABC,
make.
always be closing.
Hour and a half.
ABS, always be shilling.
Exit the arena, but
What time is it, honey?
it's
And
4:30.
King, Queen
So I guess back
suited
at 6.
for Lepascu.
Not going anywhere.
No way. It looked like everyone's going to head to break, but we're going to have at least
And
a two-way pot.
The bulldozer, no.
A three-way
Mosier.
pot.
Mosier the bulldozers goes, you know what? I'm not ready for dinner.
Mosier likes to play. These folks all over each other's blockages. 9, 7, 7, 2 spades. 2 overs and a flush draw for Lepascu. You love to see it. Lepascu with all of the equity, but Vandenapu in front at the moment with ace high. Mosier with a gut shot. And Lepascu is the bettor.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're going to find yourself on this flop with Jack 8, you may as well see one turn card here with a gut shot.
Just us friends?
And there are
I
the
thought
odds.
we were friends.
Well, we are definitely. Trust me.
Turns a queen, and that's why Lepascu had all
I'm
that
sure we
equity.
Just want to go to dinner, you know.
Queen's good.
Have a nice steak.
Check.
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 I got the queen.
Queen?
Queen.
Yeah.
And Queen shows down. Final pot for this feature table. Going to Lepascu, who was the shortest stack at one point today. Lost nearly half his stack very early on and has gotten all that back and then some. Okay, so announcements. Here we go. YouTube stream is rebooting. You're going to have to refresh after the dinner break. The free roll is on. Make sure you're tuned in at 6:45 local time for the password. And new feature table after the break, full of Irishmen, including reigning Irish Poker Open champ Steve O'Dwyer. We are heading for a 90-minute dinner break. More from the Irish Poker Open presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker back in 90.
Lines 30-60 with a 10K ante. Jeff Roster first to speak.
Says nothing.
Folds with a smile. Chance Cornuth.
Oh, reflection fold. Nice work, Janusz Kaminski.
Anton Bertelsen was down just a couple of big blinds on the penultimate day, but made an impressive recovery.
You know what I always say, James? All it takes is a chip and a chair. Copyright Joe Staple in 2009.
Folded to Keith Johnson. He passes. Mustafa Canet has ace-7 in the small blind and calls.
You've been so kind to me, I can't do anything. I'm a really nice guy, not like Chance.
Oh man, Chance is the worst.
So Charlie Carroll checks his option and pairs his 6. Canet checks.
Charlie can bet second pair for value after Canet checks.
He bets 80,000.
Canet's got ace high, which would be beating some of Charlie's bluffs.
He calls the bet, so we go to the turn. It's the 10 of hearts, so Canet picks up a gut shot. He checks for a second time.
And Charlie's probably confident Mustafa would not have checked top pair on the flop, and he shouldn't have too many 10s either.
Charlie bets a second time, 200,000.
And when Mustafa does have a 10, Charlie will usually get a cheap showdown.
Mustafa's called the 200K. It's a queen on the end. Charlie rivers 2 pair.
Well, now he doesn't want a cheap showdown. He wants an expensive showdown, like a Zack Snyder superhero movie showdown.
Well, it's been checked to Charlie for the 3rd time, and he will bet a 3rd time. Pretty big, 740,000 in the middle. He makes it 650,000.
Should be a very easy fold.
Sure enough, Mustafa lays it down. Charlie Carroll adds 390K to his stack. Everyone's now locked up more than 100K. There's more than $500,000 up top. A win for either Mustafa or Chance would see them clear €1 million in live tournament earnings this year, and we're only in February.
February? Did I miss Christmas again?
Blinds are now 40,000, 80,000 with a 10,000 ante. Mustafa Canet under the gun. As 8-10 suited, he raises to 175,000. Kings for Charlie Carroll.
Will it be a 3-bet or will it be a sneaky call?
It's the latter, the sneaky call.
Very, very sneaky.
King Jack for Chance Cornuth on the button, in position.
How much did you start with, Charlie? Like 4, I think.
We know he's in bad shape.
Fold.
And so did he.
Ooh, pass, I like that. Might have to say that.
Welcome to Europe, Chance. Now wait till you see how often you have to use that brush next to the toilet.
Ew. Bertelsen has folded. Keith Johnson in the big blind.
Johnson's big.
Also passes. Not going to rise to that one. Heads up to the flop. So a flush draw for Canet. Carroll still a 2-1 favourite with kings.
It's always something.
Mustafa continues for 200K.
He can rep a lot here. I think Charlie is going to take the standard radio show contest approach of call, call, call.
He has called. The turn card is a 9. Mustafa now with a straight draw to go with his flush draw.
Which I think means we're only going to see more barrels.
500,000. Once again, Charlie just calls.
So far, so call.
The river is a 7. That is a straight to the 10 for Mustafa Canet.
Oh, come on.
1.9 million in the middle. Mustafa betting for value, 1.4 million. That's roughly 3/4 of the pot.
Mustafa's hand is pretty dang disguised. And this bet is polarizing.
I beat some of your value hands. I'm not sure if I do when you get that size there.
Ding!
Oh, that's a less confident smile than last time. That's good.
No, I'm confident. I'm confident.
Yeah? I believe you're confident in life, but I'm not so sure about this hand.
I'm always confident, bro.
Dude's got more confidence than a 1920s grifter.
Oh, there's one on the rail.
What do you reckon I have?
I have no idea, but I don't care.
I have king.
Kings is a good hand.
It's a really good hand, right?
I know. It's one of my favorites, to be honest.
Oh, you kind of deserve my money then. What can I have? I can have 9 7s.
I can have 3-3, 6-6, Ace-6, 6-5, 6-7.
9s.
9s. 7s? Maybe 10-8?
Really, not really 7s.
Maybe 4-5?
Yeah. What bluffs can you have?
All of them?
I 6-bet 10-6 offsuited yesterday, so I have a lot of that. But that is not...
Was it offsuit?
Of course, bro. What do you think you're talking
Double
about?
suited, let's go.
He doesn't do this with queens or jacks, that's for show.
Come on, don't stare at me. We are friends.
Well, Charlie Carroll, it's time to make like a subtitle and read.
Charlie folds.
Good fold, bro. Good fold.
Yep. Show one, show one.
Huh?
Show one.
Yeah, you can pick one.
It's the 10.
That's a bad one to see.
Is that bad to see?
I mean, usually, you can have 10-8 club, a king.
I don't open 10-8. Huh? I don't open 10-8 suited with these stacks.
That face when you think you've made a really good fold, but at the last second, you're not that sure.
Here at the PokerStars.com EPT Dublin High Roller Final Table, we've been privy to an incredible laydown. It's difficult to say how Charlie Carroll managed to fold his kings, so we asked him.
Mustafa knows that people are going to be expecting him to try and bully the final table. So I thought that he was going to use big bet sizing for value. On the river, Mustafa reasonably quickly bets 1.4 million. This is where the hand gets kind of interesting. It's a really, really strange bet size for that situation. Mustafa had no idea what kind of hand I had. I could have a trap, I could have a misdraw. For him to take such a line would seem kind of reckless. So I started speaking to Mustafa and I told him what I had.
I have king.
He looked a bit surprised. He started talking a lot.
Kings is a good hand.
It's a really good hand, right?
It's one of my favorites, to be honest.
I know that Mustafa does that in a lot of situations, whether he's bluffing or whether he's value betting, so I carried on speaking to him.
What bluffs can you have?
I 6-bet 10-6 offsuited yesterday, so I have a lot of that.
I'd prefer not to say on camera one live tell that I had, because it's quite consistent throughout quite a lot of players, but I did see it on Mustafa as well. So despite the fact that there are a lot more bluffs in his range than value hands, I thought the live tells were a lot more important than the theory side of it. So I decided to flop my kings.
Good fold, bro. Good fold.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty obvious he was bluffing when he pulled apart that cookie and started listening to it.
Well, for me, it became obvious when he started weeping blood.
Probably shouldn't give this stuff away, but whatever.
I don't bluff people with crazy shirts or crazy things. I love the crazy things, so I'm not gonna bluff you. You have a good image.
Mustafa, was it 10-8 suited or 10-8 offsuit?
Which hand?
You took the chips from Charlie.
I had the 10.
10?
I had the 10, yeah.
I've handled it now. I'm fine with it.
No, it's a good fold.
I've messaged my therapist and we've had a talk.
Blind still 40-80. Action folded to Jeff Roster. Now on chance Cornuth on the button. Bertelsen in the small.
What's your play?
900 and, well, about $1 million, I think that.
$1 million ain't that much. It's like 13 big blinds.
Pocket sixes for Anton.
Probably good enough for a poke.
He raises enough to put Keith Johnson all in. Ace-5.
Come on, you silver pigeon, fly. Or at least run around real fast.
He calls.
No, I haven't got the best hand.
Just one overcard, but pairing that card's gonna lock it up for Keith just about every time.
The flop. 7-5 deuce. Keith flops a piece. Can now hit an ace or a 5 to survive. The turn card is a queen. Still 5 outs for Keith, an 11% chance. The river is a jack.
No fun.
Keith Johnson eliminated.
You know what'd be better than bust out handshakes?
Full set I played.
Bust out milkshakes. It's just a thought.
Please don't have any more thoughts. So Keith Johnson is the first man out. Cashes for 106K.
Satellited in for 3,000.
Yeah, fee jump. That's what we're all thinking, to be fair. You need it. The rest of us are going to wait till he's out of earshot, but you know, whatever.
You hear that, Keith? Everybody's making more money now.
Next player out will receive 137,000 euros. So we've got 2 big stacks. The rest are reasonably short. Chance Cornuth is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
As the blinds go up to 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. Jeff Rossiter first to speak.
Rossiter the Bossiter.
Jack 9 of hearts. He raises to 200,000. Folded to Mustafa Kanat. He passes. Charlie Carroll in the big blind. Also has hearts. Ace-8.
Super easy defend in the big blind.
He calls.
So it's a guy who dresses like a 1970s Miami dentist waiting room versus Australian Mike McDonald.
Interesting way of looking at it. Oh, both flop a flush draw.
This is shaping up to be a bigger cooler than the one where they keep Marlon Brando's spleen.
Action check to Rossiter, who continues for 150,000.
Bet call here would be quite standard.
Charlie does call. And there's 2 of his supporters on the rail. Tim Riley and Ben Heath. The turn card is the 8 of diamonds, top pair for Charlie.
I think this turn's likely to go the same way.
Action check to Rossiter, who's betting again. 400,000.
Charlie's got a strong hand, but he's not nutted, so I don't think he'll raise very often.
Yeah, once again, he calls. The river card. It's the King of Hearts. They both now have a flush.
This is just a sick, sick cooler, and Jeff Roster is probably going to get hurt.
Nut flush versus third nut flush.
Hold him.
Charlie shoves. And Jeff calls.
Not surprised he called, but surprised he called so quickly when he had far from the nuts.
So Charlie Carroll doubles up through Jeff Rossiter.
It's a flush, Tim. That's what happens when you have 5 cards. You know what? I don't want to educate the fish.
And Jeff is left with just 6 big blinds.
Look at the way the mic pack weighs down Charlie's harem pants.
Can you get me some food?
I mean, come on, look at that outfit. Ben's not sure if he's talking to someone or having a fever dream.
So the clothes that I wear, I get asked about quite a lot. I find it's a conversation starter with people. Poker has definitely given me confidence to wear them outside. Like, I'm not saying, you know, I never went out of my house, but usually if I went out, I'd try and kind of tone it down a bit. But because there's been such positive feedback from the poker community about the clothes, excluding Joe Stapleton, may I add.
Charlie Carroll looks like Burning Man threw up on his clothes.
Yes. It's kind of made me the clothes that I'm comfortable in. I think it's kind of ludicrous taking a step back and looking at my life that I am playing a 25,000 euro tournament and I'm only 22. I'm quite well known online in a very niche group of people. Winning the 25k in Monaco definitely put my name on the map a lot more. So I was a lot more known throughout the higher stakes communities. Taking down this 25k would mean so much to me. If somebody wins one big tournament, they can almost pass it off as just a one-off, but I think if somebody gets consistent results, it might cement my place in the poker world a bit more.
Well, as we rejoin the action, Jeff Roster is all in. He came over the top of Cannett's opening raise. He's getting called, and he is dominated.
Domination Nation. I don't think he'll be bossing his way out of this one.
Jeff is looking for a jack. King high flop doesn't change anything. Roster still in need of a jack. He has 3 outs. Heart on the turn picks up additional outs. 12 cards save him. Any jack, any heart. It's the ace of spades.
Isn't it weird that there are just as many aces left in the deck as jacks, but it's the ace that hits? It always annoys me.
Cannett KOs Rossiter in 5th place. Jeff cashes for 137,200 euros. As Mustafa increases his chip lead.
You know, now that I think about it, Mustafa's fashion sense isn't much better than Charlie's. Those stars are questionable.
Thanks for the insight, Gokwan.
Don't hate.
So, we're 4-handed now. Action on Chance Cornuth. Looking to win his second 25k event in a row.
Jeez.
He folds. Anton Bertelsen, satellited in for 3,000 euros. He has queens on the button.
Lady Kings, hello.
He raises to 200,000. Queen 9 of diamonds for Mustafa Cannett in the small blind.
Well, this is not going to be very well timed.
The chip leader is re-raising. It's a 3-bet to 530,000. Charlie Carroll folds. It's back on Bertelsen.
If Anton knows what Mustafa's up to, he'll just call. If he thinks he's got a hand he'll stack off with sometimes, he'll put in another bet.
That's a re-raise. Bertelsen 4 bets to 1.18 million.
Well, we know Mustafa should fold.
He calls. He's playing a flop out of position without the betting lead with a dominated hand.
Yeah, very interesting. An out of position pre-flop float.
The flop is ace 8-8. Bertelsen now better than a 9-1 favorite, but maybe a bit worried about that ace. Cannett's check the action to him, and looks like he'll continue.
Mad credit for being able to fire on this flop after getting 3-bet and an ace comes down.
He bets 700,000 into 2.5 million. Cannett calls.
Mustafa is a crazy person. Must figure this flop's super polarizing.
7 of hearts on the turn. Cannett now drawing dead. Checks a second time. Bertelsen has less than pot behind. He checks. We go to the river. Jack of spades.
I assume this is where we're going to see the move. I just wonder if he'll end it with a twist or a pinch.
Can it? Bluffs for a significant percentage of Bertelson's remaining chips. 1.75 million.
Most dramatic glasses removal ever. This is an extremely convincing line. I'm not sure how often Mustafa expects Bertelson to have queens here, but this still might work anyway. His story does kind of check out. Maybe Bertelson will see the same thing Charlie saw.
Bertelson folds!
Show one. Show one. Pick one. I pick one.
You get to pick one.
You want to pick one?
There's a bluff.
Yeah, can I pick that one?
Yeah, pick.
Queen diamonds.
Oh! That could have been ace-queen. Anton, it was ace-queen, okay, buddy? Don't worry. Nobody tell him.
Mustafa Canet closing in on the 10 million mark now.
I like how you balance your show and range, though.
Your customers. I have to treat you good, no? In Italy it works like that. I don't know where you're from.
Why don't you ever treat me that good?
It doesn't work like that. Because
America.
you're not that good customer. Compared to him.
That's not a compliment.
4 remain in this high roller, and Mustafa Canet looks unstoppable. It's the PokerStars.com EPT Dublin high roller final table. Mustafa Canet has been leading proceedings. So far, he's had the other players questioning his every move.
That's a less rather than last time.
Don't blast people with crazy shirts.
It's just suited like a boss. Playing tight. Because he's right.
I'm the craziest for sure. I think Italian have the probably.
Mustafa's the best thing to happen to Italian poker since Max Pescatore discovered bandanas.
Well, Canet has raised from the button here, and we, Joe, are going to sweat with Charlie Carroll in the small blind for the rematch between these two.
Sweat with Charlie Carroll makes sense since it looks like he's on his way to Bikram Yoga.
Ace to 700k.
Yes, let's 3-bet this clown, and also namaste.
So with Chance Cornuth folding the big blind, action's back on Canet.
Well, we already know he doesn't fold to re-raises, and this time he's in position.
That's a call.
Look. Thank you, you too.
1.6 million in the middle already. An 8-7-5 2-heart flop. Not ideal for ace-king of spades.
Yeah, I'm fine with us not continuing.
Charlie checks, Mustafa checks.
Cool.
6 of clubs on the turn.
Well, we've got 2 giant spades on a mostly red board. I hate this, I hate our hand, I hate this board, and I hate his stupid mustache face.
Charming. Well, Charlie's checked for a second time. Mustafa not checking back this time.
No, of course not.
He bets 550,000.
I actually kind of like a fold here. Oh my god, what's happening in the background? That guy's more machine than man.
Charlie decides to call the bet.
I know we're going to face a bomb from Mustafa on the river. Jason Mercier, Natasha Barber know what I'm talking about.
Jack on the river. Charlie checks.
And here we go.
2.7 million in the pot. And it bets 950,000. What do you do here with ace king high?
Fold the turn.
Ace high, brother. I have ace high, by the way.
Ah, ace high. Oh, okay, I feel better now.
We've pretty much the bottom of our range. Totally cool with a fold here, guy. I mean, unless you're in a hurry to get to the sunset meditation drum circle.
No hard save. I needed a heart.
I put you on the heart.
We could very well be good here, but there are just better spots.
Don't waste my time. You're not beating anything with ace high, so...
Ding!
No?
King, queen, king 10, queen 10, ace 10, ace queen, ace 2 suited.
You beat something.
Yeah, I do. You look different this time to the time you had
I
10-8.
always look different, you know. I'm schizophrenic.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit.
More mental health jokes. We're gonna get letters.
Come on. You can be outplayed once. This hand, you cannot win it with this run out. Just, right? If he has ace high.
Why do I feel like you have nothing?
I feel like I have something.
I feel like he has something.
Charlie calls.
I value bet the jack.
Ew.
You're so good.
Gross.
I'm so lucky.
I think it's great.
Most of the value bet a jack and a 4-card straight board. Got called and was right. That's just creepy, but not as creepy as couples that wear matching t-shirts.
Agreed. Mustafa Kanat now has more than 2/3 of the chips in play.
Mustafa Kanit, I'm 25 years old. I born in Italy, I live in Vienna. I'm used to play this kind of tournaments, so I try to take it easy.
I'm always confident, bro.
I think I have a good experience. I won two high rollers. The 50K in Monte Carlo and the 10K in Barcelona. The PCA, I make 4th in 100K. Was a good tournament. In the final table I had good chance and I lose a huge flip, another couple hands, but was a good tournament. Right now I do what I was dreaming to do, like when I start to play it, so of course I enjoy it and I try to enjoy my experience and experience with all the other players.
You're customers. I have to treat you good, no?
It doesn't make any sense to stay there with headphones, don't talk to anyone for like 10 hours. It's not funny for me, not funny for anyone else, so it's nice to, you know, have a good time.
I shared a cab once with Mustafa from Nice to Cannes. Let's just say I hope he's gotten better at calculating 50% of something since then.
Ooh.
20 more.
Blind's currently 60-120. Anton Bertelsen is now the short stack after being bluffed off those queens. Chance Cornuth with ace-6 in the small blind.
All in.
Shoves on Bertelsen, who's got king-10.
And he's pretty short.
He calls all in.
His kings and tens are live, his diamonds are not.
If Anton doesn't improve, we will be down to 3. The flop is 6-5-3, so a pair for chance, but both of Bertelsen's cards are still live.
Low card's bad, possible straight on board good.
Deuce on the turn, so Bertelsen wins outright with a king or a 10. He chops with a 4. Any other card? He's out. KO.
It was a pleasure playing with you, man.
Was it a pleasure playing with him, or are you just saying that? Come on.
I'm sure he meant it. Chance seems like a nice guy.
I'm sure it was a pleasure laddering up from him going out.
Well, Anton Bertelsen satellited in for €3,000. He cashes out in fourth for 176,640.
If you want to look through the numbers, we can give a look.
I mean, we can look. I can't do maths.
I think you're going to have one person.
Sure, bring it.
Oh, Ben!
I don't mind.
Ben! We need you.
Players are allowed to select one person to take advice from when discussing a deal. Charlie's called over his friend Ben Heath.
I don't trust myself to know what's fair, to be honest. I trust him, though. Maths degree and drunk.
But I'd never go like, 10 or 15K beyond ICM, which is likely what's going to be asked for.
Okay.
So what are their stacks? The 2 stacks.
2.7, 1.5, 1.6.
Boring!
There is like 70 million on play.
Probably it'll say he gets like 440, and in practice maybe he should get like 450.
Yeah, I mean, there's I don't think there's any way in hell I'm doing that, especially with tells on both of them.
I don't think this deal is happening. 6 guys, 20 people's worth of egos. Well,
here comes Big Nick with his laptop.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
So, you guys want some numbers?
Please.
ICM first, and then...
Okay, so there's the ICM there.
ICM's a formula. It gives a little more to the short stacks.
We do have a minimum amount of money to play for.
Those are ICM, right?
Yeah.
Let's play.
And...
It's just not even close. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm positive.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Done.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
It's just...
Yeah,
no.
No.
Told you.
You want more, we want more. Save us all some time.
No, actually, I was kind of close.
At least they all agreed they weren't going to agree.
So they're playing for the advertised payouts. 234 for third, 360 for second, more than $500,000 for the winner. And blinds up now to 80,000, 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Action on Mustafa Kanat, who has kings.
He's pretty happy they didn't make a deal.
The chip leader raises to 325,000. Pocket fives for Charlie Carroll.
Uh-oh.
Well then.
He shoves for 2.75 million. Chance Cornuth with ace-9 in the big blind.
All in?
He's all in.
Really?
I call.
And Kanat calls.
Hello, guys.
Whoops, not so sure about the move with ace-9, but it's probably really close.
Three-way all in, and if kings hold, it's over.
No ace.
Charlie has chance covered, so he's set to get second place here.
What do we have? Fives.
As things stand, Kanat is a 58% favorite to win this hand and the title. Even bigger favorite now.
Can the best hand hold for once?
We need a 5. We need a 5 or no ace. If there's no ace, then basically heads up.
Then we all get to the bar a little bit faster.
This tournament about to end with a double bust out. 5 on the turn. Charlie now set for a near triple up.
No deuce, no king.
Ness Riley's feeling it.
The other two now drawing thin.
A deuce would be pretty enjoyable.
A deuce would be horrible.
Cornuth needs a deuce to survive.
One off would be the deuce of spades, right?
Poor kings. Started off the favorite, now he's the dog.
The river card is a deuce. A straight for Cornuth. Charlie's not out. He wins the small side pot against Kanat.
Sick.
And Chance Cornuth triples up.
You guys. I don't think he called.
You got me, remember? Oh, but you covered.
Oh, hang on, no, I'm still.
Yeah, you gotta.
Chip in a chair, that's what he's got.
That's pretty fortuitous.
Kanat was on the verge of busting both of them and winning the tournament, but we play on three-handed.
Unlucky, man. Unlucky.
Unfortuitous.
I realized very quickly I made a mistake and thought, I hope I have a chance to make up for it.
Chance? You got that chance.
Kanat was so close to victory, but he's still in command.
So you're saying there's a Kanat?
Well, if you want to experience all the drama of an EPT, why not try qualifying for a main event at PokerStars.com. By a divine act of the poker gods, we are still three-handed at the PokerStars.com EPT Dublin High Roller.
A deuce would be pretty enjoyable.
A deuce would be horrible. Sick.
It's pretty fortuitous.
Mustafa Kanat still remains on top, but he's taken his first hit at the final table. Could this be a sign of a change in the balance of power? Well, Kanat still leads with 8.8 million. Chance Cornuth has 5.7 million. Charlie Carroll's the low man with 2.6 million.
I think if either of us win this, we should probably give Mustafa the trophy. I'm agree.
There's a lot of shoulds in poker that don't happen.
Yeah.
Like I should not take my pants off while I do commentary, but I do.
Just stay seated on the other side of the desk.
Okay.
Blinds 80,000, 160,000 with a 20k ante. Kanat has jacks in the small blind. He completes. Charlie Carroll with ace-4 of hearts.
Chip in a chair time.
Pull in. I call.
Shove and a call. Charlie Carroll at risk. He's got it in as a 2-to-1 dog. Needs an ace. Or some hearts.
Hoping to pull himself a chance Cornuth.
The flop. 9-5-5. Pretty good for jacks.
Thinking what I could do with 234k.
Played 9 more high rollers.
Charlie's down to 3 outs. He needs the Barry Greenstein. He needs an ace on the river. He doesn't hit.
Good game, buddy.
Good game. I'm sweating. I'm not gonna wash my hand.
Played well, buddy.
It was a good play with you, man. That was fun. With him?
Come on, let me get it through.
Oh, life's fun when you're winning hundreds of thousands.
Charlie Carroll busts in third for 234,100 euros.
Now quick, get him to the charity shop before it closes.
So we're now heads up in this 25k event.
Good luck, buddy. Let's have some fun.
Mustafa Canet looking for his 3rd high roller win. Chance Cornuth looking for his 2nd of the year. But Canet has the chip advantage.
Chance got pretty lucky to get to this point. He's going to need some more. You know, I think the biggest mistake of his poker career was coming on our podcast, but Ace-9 is probably a close second.
Oh, come on. That was Mustafa's favorite episode.
Real good, bro.
So Canet has almost a 2-to-1 chip lead over Cornuth as we get this heads-up battle underway. Blind still 81-60.
Chance has got an uphill battle, but this is far from impossible. Yes, I'm saying there's a, you know.
Chance is raised with 10-6. Mustafa defending with Queen-Jack.
This is fine. Heads-up's weird.
The flop gives Canet top pair, bottom pair for Cornuth.
Chance probably likes his hand, but it can't get too much value from worse ones.
Action goes check-check. Queen on the turn, 2 pair for Mustafa, open-ended straight draw for Chance.
Top pair versus open-ender, things are getting interesting now.
Canet leads for 450,000.
Calling makes perfect sense.
Cornuth does call. And he gets there on the river. He makes his straight. Canet still with 2 pair. Value bet's just over $1 million.
He likes to value bet thin. I think we can expect to see a raise here a lot.
Well, Chance has got the 2nd nuts, right?
Sure.
Call.
Wow, he just calls.
Pretty tight just call. Probably thinks Mustafa's never calling with worse.
Meanwhile, our 3rd place finisher is on the rail, and he seems happy with his lot.
I'm feeling really, really happy. I don't really get the feeling of, disappointment if you come 3rd, because most of the time you're not even going to cash, so I'm feeling really good about it. I've been playing a lot longer since the first time I final tabled a high roller, and I'm definitely more comfortable with the situations and making correct decisions. I definitely put a lot of more emphasis into live reads than I think most people, especially people that have an online background. I'd hate to say which one I would think is better, but I know they're both incredibly talented and they played really, really well throughout the whole final table.
Oh, come on, pick a side, Bella.
Blinds 100,000, 200,000 with a 25k ante. Chance Cornuth raising the button with 7-3. Mustafa Canet with ace-8. He defends.
No reason to go 2 nuts there.
The flop is 7-6 deuce. So Chance flops best. Top pair.
Top pair heads up. Oh, yee.
With the action checked to him, he continues for 350,000. And with 2 overs to the board, Mustafa calls.
Ace-high could be the best hand. It's not, but it could be.
The turn card is a 9. Canet is now open-ended.
Not too much of a scare card for a pair of 7s.
Canet checks. Cornuth checks behind.
No reason to make the pot bigger, though.
Jack on the river, so Canet left with just ace-high. And he's betting.
He leads river for 900,000.
Weird river bluff. Ace high could be good.
Can you beat a 7, Musta?
Close your eyes and put it in.
That's gross.
You know me, bro.
I'm not sure anyone does.
All right, let me think about it.
Take your time.
I'm uninclined to fold a pair.
I know, bro. This is why I love you.
I solved it.
Chance folds the best hand.
Solution, yes. Correct, no.
Darth Cornuth still wondering about that one. Mustafa took nearly $1 million off him there. And he has regained roughly a 2-to-1 chip lead over his opponent.
Cornuth's getting to the point where he's going to have to take some kill me.
You only have yourself to blame. Chance first to speak here. Ace-10. Raises to 500,000. Canet has a small pair, threes.
Ah, maybe it's Mustafa who's going to push the action.
All in.
He shoves on Cornuth.
You like deuces, right?
Huh.
Deuces never loses.
No, they do sometimes.
Patently false.
Call.
Chance calls, and we're off to the races.
Oh, good thing you have threes.
Yeah.
This flip could be the decider.
Chance is sucked out once. This one's way less uphill.
Good game, Chance. It was really nice to play with you.
I appreciate your optimism.
Mustafa's already sizing up the trophy for his luggage.
If his pocket pair holds, he wins that trophy and the €500,000 first prize. Well, threes are holding.
Deuces will be better.
They never loses.
Chance has 6 outs. Charlie Carroll sweating the action. Queen on the turn.
If I lose, I'm happy it's to you, but I wouldn't mind playing a little bit longer.
I'm fine like this, bro. We
thinking-
play next turn.
I'm thinking like a 10 of diamonds, actually.
Any ace, any 10.
Don't think so. 8 of diamond, maybe.
The river. It's a jack.
That's close.
Canet closes the deal.
Good game, buddy.
Good game, bro.
Good beast.
Mustafa Canet wins the EPT Dublin 25K high roller.
People say there's no second chances in life. Well, they were wrong.
Bro, I bust your 3%, bro.
Jason Mercier is more delighted than Mustafa is. Well, no deal was agreed, so Chance gets 360k for second, while Canet receives more than €500,000 for the win.
Mustafa Canet, you've won 10K high roller. You've won a 50K high roller. You just won a 25K high roller. Where are you going next?
The 100K, I suppose.
You think it's going to be the 100K? Your prediction for how long that's going to take?
1 month and a half, Monte Carlo.
I love the confidence in this guy. Speaking of confidence, I noticed you were having fun actually throughout the rest of the tournament. There were a couple of hands you were playing with Charlie where you were very honest about where you thought your hand strength was. You're like, no, just fold. I got it here. Is that just because you're having fun, or is there some strategy to that?
No, it's strategy. Like, if I have nothing, I'm going to say something like that too, so it's random.
All right, perfect. Well, guys, let's get a big round of applause for our high roller champion, Mustafa Canet.
I feel really good. I had a lot of fun. I really love to play, and I really love the competition, and winning is like the end of it, so it's really nice.
Put a smile on your face like you never cared. Sick of dreaming you could be out there. And it feels like I am on my own.
I value bet the jack. You're so good. I know, bro. This is why I love you.
One more story to tell to my children.
And cards are already in the air here at the PokerStars.com EPT Dublin final table. First to act, Gilles Berniers, online qualifier, only non-pro at this final table.
It's his first ever EPT. Hi.
Dmitry Abanovich, ace-10 of clubs.
This kid won all the side events last year, not even old enough to play in Vegas. He's a bit of a wonder kid.
He's raised it to 110,000. Folded around to Rhys Jones, the short stack in the big blind. Well, Jones is dominated with ace-9. But he's going with it. He shoves.
Ace-10 is probably the bottom end of Dimitri's calling range, but I think he goes for it. Come on, they're suited.
Another 610,000 to call, and he does call.
No time for love, Dr. Jones.
Good luck, guys.
Rhys Jones at risk and behind.
Domination Nation Urbanovich.
So he could be down to 5 unless Jones gets lucky. Oh, a 10 high flop. Now less than a 1% chance of survival for Jones.
He's going to have to get real lucky.
It's not a very good flop.
Understatement of the year. A little bit of hope on the turn. 9 of clubs, all the 9 of spades. Works for Rhys Jones. 2 cards can save him. He doesn't hit.
Good. Great game. Game up. Game up.
And Rhys Jones is eliminated.
Game up. Game up.
Oh, Dimitri, you barely not teenager, you.
The Polish pro who dominated season 11 of the EPT up to 6 million in chips. While Rhys Jones cashes for 119,450 euros. So 5 players remain, all now guaranteed more than 152,000 euros. Up top, more than 500,000, 561,900 to be precise. So Abanovich has stepped away from the table for a second. Actions on Cully Sadu in the cutoff. He's got ace-6. So raise from late position to 110,000. Kamatakis on the button with Jack-10 suited.
This guy, Kamatakis, he's a real hoot. Streams poker online, brings the average age on that site up to almost 19.
He re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 310,000.
It looks like he seems pretty intent on proving he can run with the big dogs.
Action is back on Sadu.
I'm on in.
He shoves on Kamatakis.
I'm going to assume Cully's got some kind of read on the Greek because this is a little nutso for that many chips. I wasn't that crazy about this 3-bet in the first place, and this is exactly why.
Billy Chataway front and center of the Cully Sadu supporters section.
I really like this Iliadorus guy, but he needs to make like a tree and fold.
Eh? Anywho, Kamatakis passes. And Sadu shows a card.
Oh, the 6.
6s are good there.
Kalima. Kalima. Kalima, Shatide.
Meanwhile, Mustafa Kanat has just showed up to collect his 25k high roller trophy.
Cooley. Let's go, Cooley, let's go!
Cully finished second to Mustafa in a high roller in Barcelona, so I'm not sure if that was real or a needle.
Blinds are up to 30,000, 60,000. Local boy Patrick Clark has King 10 under the gun.
Paddy Clark, let's do this.
The 2014 Irish Open winner raises to 140k. Ilios Kamatakis is now the short stack. He folds the button. Gilles Berniers in the small blind. Has a dominating hand, King-Queen.
Does he look familiar to you? I kind of want to call him Steve No Dwyer.
Looks like he's hyperventilating.
Why is he breathing like that? What is the altitude of Dublin?
Someone get him a paper bag. Well, he's called the raise. Abanovich has folded the big blind. We're going heads up to the flop.
Well, there's a king. And a 10. Top pair for Bernius, but 2 pair for Clark.
Sick, from dominated to dominating. And can we get this guy a scuba tank?
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor. Clark continues with the best hand. Observed by his girlfriend, Kelsey Goodman.
More like Kelsey Goodwoman. Hashtag everyday sexism.
Bernius continues with the breathing and calls the 175,000.
Top pair, awesome kicker, gotta call.
4 diamonds puts a potential flush out there.
Can you breathe? Can you breathe?
Bernius checks for a second time. And Clark checks behind.
Come on, dude, you gotta bet that.
And it's a queen on the river. Bernius now with a better 2 pair.
King, queen should probably bet now.
No, he checks for a 3rd time. Looks like Clark's gonna go for value. 425,000.
Kelsey, I'm sorry. This should be a snap call. As soon as he catches his breath.
There's the call. And Clark will see he got rivered.
Nailed it. That's the saddest I've seen a group of Irish people since the time Bono went vegan.
So Gilles Bernier, the German amateur, building a stack, but possibly in need of medical attention.
What is going on with this dude's breathing? Tag your tweets.
It's all action here at the PokerStars.com EPT Dublin main event. Moments ago, Ilios Kamatakis made a move against Gilles Bernier.
Unbelievable.
And after a long breath or two, the German amateur made the call.
Call. You're thinking to fold ace queen? Nice game.
Kamatakis is out, and the online qualifier is now second in chips. Blinds are still 30,000, 60,000. It's Gilles who's posted the big blind here, and I tell you what, Joe, let's play along with the amateur. We're only going to see his cards. We are going to sweat with Gilles.
He's already out of breath. Why not sweat with him?
Labanovic is first to act. He folds. Clark's out. Round to the small blind. Cully Sadu, 8th place finisher at EPT 10 London.
Ooh.
He raises to 175k. So Gilles' hand is ace deuce of hearts.
A call here would be totally standard.
He does call. The flop is ace high, ace 9 tray.
Well, against just the small blind, I like our hand a lot.
No c-bet from Sadu.
Having said that, there's not much to protect against and not much we can get value from.
Gilles checks behind. 7 on the turn.
After we check back the flop, there's lots of hands to do would bet here.
Into a pot of 390,000. He makes it 260,000.
But I still think a flat call is just about our only move. He's gonna get there.
There's the call. The river card is a 5. And Sadu shoves.
Such a big bet. Wow.
Nearly 1.5 million into 910,000.
Sadhu's not really supposed to be bluffing here. I liked our hand at first. I no longer like it. His breathing's normal now that he's facing it all in. That's kind of weird.
Chaz Chatter on the left has joined Cully Sadhu's rail.
I call.
Gilles calls.
Two pair.
Two pair is good. Cully's hand, ace-5.
Like a rambly voicemail, that was not a great call.
Maka was wrong.
I guess you could say that rail is anything but melancholy.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
So a much-needed double-up for Cully Sadhu. And now it is really close between him, Patrick Clark, and Gilles Berniers. Ivanovic still leads with a stack of 7.3 million as the blinds go up. New level, 40,000, 80,000 with a 10,000 ante.
Now's when the real poker starts.
Action folded around to the blinds. Gilles Berniers in the small. Ace-queen suited.
7.2.
Dimitri's getting annoyed with Johnny Lamaze over there, but he's no amateur at having great friends. Meet Sven and Nick.
Berniers limps in. Ivanovic has got pocket eights.
This is kind of a cooler blind versus blind, especially since these are the two biggest stacks.
I think Darth Vader's going to see a raise from Ivanovic.
I wonder if he has the bends.
300,000. Berniers counting out a re-raise. He 3-bets to 905,000.
Berniers limps 3-bets. Dimitri's going to know he's got a big one, but eights are probably too big to fold.
I'm all in.
Ivanovic shoves.
And his breath is caught. Not normal.
Call.
Berniers calls, and we're off to the races.
Like Bono versus Sinead O'Connor, one of these two hands has the slight mathematical advantage.
It's a coin flip that Berniers needs to win to survive.
Ace. Yeah, vamos a darle.
Come on, ace!
The flop is king 7-5. 8 still ahead. 6 immediate outs for Gilles Berniers. The turn card is an ace.
Deuce! Hey, deuce!
No, man, classic Sven.
Hey, deuce!
Berniers doubles up unless there's an 8 on the river. It's a jack.
Yeah! Come on!
Weekend at Berniers.
And that hand means that Gilles has taken the chip lead from Dimitri. He's the new final table boss.
And he is fired up.
Ist ein Call gegen ihn.
Ja, ist es auch.
Ist ein Call gegen ihn.
Ivanovic down to 3.3 million. Gilles Berniers up to nearly 8 million.
I'm afraid his heart might explode.
Well, curiosity got the better of us. We had to ask the online qualifier why he's always so short of breath.
Because I'm nervous every hand I play. That moment, I feel like I want to die. I qualified and it's my first EPT. If you don't have such a skill like the other players, you just maybe need a bit more time and you need to think twice or 3 times about what you're gonna do. Well, it's exhausting Really, it's so tough. I'm a student. I study. I have a part-time job. And poker, it's just one of my hobbies. I don't have a lot of friends who play poker. For them, it's like, what is he doing there? But for sure, they support me. They don't know what I do. I also don't know what I do sometimes, but I reached the last 6 players with luck. So maybe I'm gonna be more lucky to win this.
Turns out he's more scared than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. Huh.
Action here is on Dmitry Ivanovic. With Jack-9 off, he raises to 180,000. Pocket fives for Patrick Clark.
Patrick is the shortest stack, but he's still got over 30 big blinds, so I don't think he has to rip it in here.
He calls on the button. Kali Sadu folds the small blind. Gilles Berniers with ace-3 of spades in the big blind.
Getting a great price. It's less fun to make fun of his breathing now that I know he's terrified.
He calls. And we've got three-way action. The flop is King 10 deuce. Clark still has the best hand. Ivanovic with a gut shot. Berniers with a couple of backdoor draws.
Yeah, I kind of like Urbanovic here. Best draw and probably the best shot at winning this hand with a bet.
He continues for 235,000. Gets the best hand to fold. Berniers not done with this. He check raises to 605k.
While I'm somewhat impressed with the aggression, I'm not sure that any better hands would actually fold here. It's kind of random. I don't know if ace-queen would even fold.
Wow, what sorcery is Sven employing to keep that drink in the air?
Sven Gali? Now, if you're an amateur who's terrified to the point of hyperventilation every hand, you're probably perfectly content to fold out the worst hand on the flop, so I actually do understand this.
He does get a fold, and he's now playing around 10 million. As he gets the better of the most accomplished player at the table.
Whoops.
Lines are up to 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. Action on Gilles. He's on the button. And he's got queens.
I guess the one advantage of breathing like the maniac on the other end of the phone every single hand is that no one knows if you've ever got an actual hand that warrants it.
$225k from Hufflepuff. Ace deuce for Clark, the shorty in the big.
All in.
He shoves.
Call.
And gets called.
Clark is behind, but all it takes is an ace. We've all been there.
A lot of support here in Dublin for the last remaining Irishman.
Ace ball one time.
Good luck, man.
Yeah.
Do it for Ireland. Do it for Kathy Ireland.
Come on.
Don't worry, Gilles. Nick and Sven are still on your side. Everyone else is calling for an ace. Here comes the flop. There's a queen. 2 clubs, and Clark has the ace of clubs.
Man, 5% equity seems high. It's very likely to be 0 on the turn.
My nerves are already there.
The turn card is another club. We have ourselves a sweat.
Just needs a club, or in a certain 4-color deck, a 3-leaf clover.
8 out. All of Ireland calling for a club. Any club but the 5. It's a spade. And Patrick Clark is out in 4th.
Boom! Well done, well done. Sorry. No, you played very nice, really.
The local lad cashes for nearly 200 grand.
No pot of gold, but maybe a pint of stout.
Meanwhile, Berniers is up to nearly 13 million. He has a stranglehold on this tournament. So our online qualifiers' incredible journey continues, and you could play in an EPT main event. Qualify now at PokerStars.com. Three remain at the PokerStars.com EPT Dublin final table, following the elimination of local lad Patrick Clark. At least he's now free to enjoy Dublin's nightlife.
Including Dublin's very own Hardigan's, where every Thursday is Smack That Booty Night, and the drinks aren't the only thing that's half off. So is that your idea, or...?
Sadly, I am not affiliated in any way with Hartigan's Pub, nor can I claim credit for the Smack That Booty promotion.
Lies.
Well, let's get three-handed action started, shall we?
We got a proposition for you.
Which?
What do you think about even chop?
What?
What does it mean?
That we
get like 420 each.
Put all the prices together and divide it by 3, and everyone gets in the same.
No? Why?
Yeah, you get the trophy.
It's okay, it's okay, no.
No?
I play for fun, so...
You play for fun?
You play for fun.
Okay, let's have some fun.
You have some fun,
it's... You know, I don't live from poker,
Yeah, sure. Just asking.
Yeah, sure.
Nice try, guys. Not like this guy just fell off the back of the turnip truck.
Right.
We have just big blind.
Oops.
Ivanovic just folded out of turn, confused by the fact there's no small blind in this hand.
See? Everybody does it sometimes. Even the geniuses.
All in.
Bernier shoves. Sadu calls.
I've only got an ace, but let's see.
Wow, that is a huge call.
2 overs. Or...
Sadu is lucky to be racing.
Fünfer.
I'm not sure how many worse hands Bernier's would be shoving, but maybe Cully figured the amateur didn't want to play post-flop.
He folded out a turn, you see.
Sadu theorizing that Berniers was taking advantage of Ivanovic's mistake. The flop. There's Jack 7-4 with 1 heart.
5 for a sweat.
Hearts may be a better sweat.
I would agree with a 5.
5
right
of hearts.
now.
No 5 of hearts, is there?
No.
The turn is a deuce, no additional outs. Cully Sadu needs an ace or a 6 to survive. He has 6 outs.
Heart's no good, bruh.
The river is a deuce.
5's hold.
Played.
Well played.
Played.
Cully Sadu out in third.
Boy, you'll be alright, man. You'll be alright. We'll celebrate tonight, alright? Let's get you drunk.
Good luck, sir.
Wow, you play amazing, really.
You play amazing too. Yeah.
Really, it's an honor for me to play with you also. I mean,
Great.
wow.
Good luck. Destroy me.
We're down to 2. The trophy's in sight, and we're going heads up.
I have heads-up experience, live events. I guess I have to adjust my game, because last time I was second.
I would say I have almost no experience, and I'm nervous.
I'm playing to win, but I expected long battle because of his time for decision.
You can't imagine how it feels, right? I mean, I feel like a fish in a shark cage.
Shark Cage Seasons 1 and 2 now available online. But seriously, though, folks, if you're going to go into heads up in an EPT with almost no experience whatsoever, better to do it with a 4-1 chip lead.
Yeah, this might be an uphill battle for Ivanovic. Blind still 50-100. Berniers first to speak on the button in the small blind. King 8 offsuit.
Looks like he knows enough to raise most of his buttons.
250,000. 10-9 for Ivanovic. He defends. flop. Gives Bernie his second pair, but Abanovic has the nuts. A straight to the jack.
Flops the joint.
Checks to the razor.
Unfortunately for Bernier, a pair is going to be good here a lot.
He continues for 200,000.
Check would have worked fine there, but it looks like Bernays wanted to go for max value and protection. Also fine.
That's a check raise from Abanovic. 650,000 total.
And again, unfortunately for Berniers, this raise would be a semi-bluff quite often.
So after the trademark deep breaths, we get the call. The turn card is the 7 of clubs pairing the board. That gives Gilles a few outs.
He can boat up now.
Abanovic took the betting lead on the flop. He barrels the turn, 915,000.
Love this sizing by Dimitri. Really seems like he knows he can get a lot of value out of this spot. If he were semi-bluffing flop, he'd still be semi-bluffing now.
Berniers counts out the call. Makes the call. We're going to the river. 3.6 million in the middle. Abanovic the effective stack with 1.8 million. A 5 on the river changes nothing.
Amarin.
Abanovic shoves. We don't need another hero.
Well, you really can't blame him if he calls here. Dimitri's supposed to have a ton of missed draws in this spot. He wouldn't be doing this with just a jack and probably not just some random 7 either.
Call.
He makes the hero call.
That should be shown, right?
Flopped it.
Nice flop.
Abanovic gets the full double up through Berniers.
Sven, it's okay. He still got the lead.
Give me 0 credit, right? It's main event, heads up. I cannot do stupid things.
Well,
Berniers still with the chip advantage, but Abanovic has narrowed the gap significantly. Well, Joe, it's time for you to step inside Abanovic's brain. We're going to sweat with Dimitri on this hand.
Looking forward to it. This kid could do anything except have a legal drink in America.
Well, he's raised with 8-5 of spades. Gilles is counting out a raise. He makes it 575,000.
Urbanovic is not folding. He's Polish, he's no fish, and he's in position. Couldn't make it work for suited.
That's a call. So 1.17 million in the pot already. The flop is King Jack 8 with 2 spades. Bottom pair.